Oh, there we go. What up? Y'all got jump scared again by Alan. That's horrifying.
How's it going, everyone?
We're here. It's time once again. It's been a while. Sorry for the delay. I went on vacation. But yeah, so yeah, in various orders. But yeah, we're ready to roll. We should be able to finish the book today. We got halfway done last time, so yeah, we should be big chilling.
Yeah, if you weren't here the last time, we did Ben, do we leave this music on during the thing? I just want to make sure.
Yep, yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's quieter for them than it was.
If you guys weren't here last time, we read the first half of the Five Nights Silver Eyes book. Now we're kind of getting into the more crazy elements of it. Oh shit. Yeah. Well, Ben's Freddy now. And yeah, same rules as last time. $50 will be a shot. We'll be drinking. We'll be having fun. Super chats we will read. Members count as $5, even though a membership is only, Ben, how much?
Membership is $4.
What? But it counts as 5 towards our shots.
Yeah, it counts as 5 towards our shots, and you're gonna get to, right after this stream, I mean, you could do it now, but you should, like, watch the stream first, be able to watch our Despicable Me commentary, which fucking bangs. It's good commentary, so you guys should be excited for that, and if you've got a pickle next to your name, you've probably already watched it, and let the fellas in chat know what you thought.
But don't spoil it.
Yeah, don't spoil it.
Alright. I decided already that I was gonna start off with a shot.
Oh jeez, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna just watch.
You can just watch. I put tequila and I put fucking ghost pepper sauce.
Take a swig.
I thought this will be the way to go. So cheers, chat.
Thanks for coming out, chat. How do you become Pickle? If you're already subscribed to us, you should be able to hit the join button where that subscribe button used to be. And then it'll show you what to do from there.
That burns a little.
And then you just, once you become a member, you just check the community tab, and there'll be a members only message with the early access link.
What if you're already a member but you're feeling generous?
If you're already a member but you're feeling generous, if you have that pickle next to your name, you can gift a pickle. So yeah, I actually don't know where the button is. I assume it's
only on a computer.
It's only on PC.
At least I believe it's only on computer unless they updated it since I last
checked.
Okay.
But it's like, is it next to the membership button or is it like in chat?
I believe it's right next to the membership button. I can't remember exactly how it is.
But yeah, that's how that's another way you can do it. And a gifted membership, just like a new membership, will count for $5, even though it only costs $4. So yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and read that super chat.
Yes.
And then
the real Slim Sadie. Hi guys, what are we drinking? Ben looking very handsome. Appreciate ya. My regular drink is gonna be this Jack Daniel's lemonade thing.
Ooh,
tasty.
I don't think I've ever noticed you drinking that.
Yeah.
I am having a Freddy Faz beer as soon as I open it up.
There it is. Alan mid that joke before the stream, and I told him I would laugh again if he said it on stream. I was right. did not force a laugh there. I still like Freddy Faz beer.
Alright.
Are we ready to start reading?
Kind of fucked my stomach, and I had one shot, so I'm gonna go ahead and start reading.
Zach in chat.
Chapter 7.
You can gift memberships on mobile.
Oh,
so that's
you can
dope.
gift memberships on mobile.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Zach. Zach's still dead though.
Yeah, Zach's still dead though. Oh, Ben, you didn't give me control of the thing, I don't think.
Didn't?
Or maybe you did? I'm just not clicked on.
There you go. Cool. Alright, we should be ready to roll.
Yes. Okay. Chapter 7.
Let us begin.
They made their way back through the corridors of the abandoned mall, not bothering to be cautious with their footsteps or the beams of their lights.
Alright, real quick.
Being sneaky,
Razzle member from Ungus Bungus. Appreciate ya. Enjoy your pickle. That's $4 towards our $50 shot goal.
So much for being sneaky, Charlie said darkly, but no one responded. By silent consensus, their pace quickened steadily. By the time they reached the parking lot, they were almost running. Spotting her car as they came out on the front door, Charlie felt an almost physical relief to see like it was an old friend. Someone should stay here, she said, pausing with her hand on the door handle. We can't leave Carlton. No, Marla said firmly. We're leaving now. They looked at her in surprise for a moment. Suddenly, she was talking to them. Suddenly, she was talking to them all the way she talked to Jason. I see it. Okay. Sister knows best. Lamar and Jason exchanged glances, but no one said anything. We're going into town, all of us, she added, giving Charlie a warning look, and we're finding help. They hurried into their cars, and Charlie took the wheel. John got into the passenger seat, and she smiled tightly at him. Jessica climbed into the back a moment later, and Charlie felt a minor disappointment. She had wanted to talk to him alone. We're running for help. It's not a date, she scolded herself. But that hadn't really been the point. He felt safe, a touchstone amid the strange things that were happening all around them. She looked over at him, but he was staring out the window. They pulled out of the lot, following Marla's car as she sped into the darkness. When they reached the town, Marla yanked her car to the side of the main street and stopped, and Charlie followed suit. Before the car had fully come to a halt, Jessica leaped out of the back seat and started running. Jessica sucks. Marla followed a step behind. They stopped in front of the movie theater, and only then did Charlie see that there was a cop in uniform beneath the marquee, leaning back against the black and white car. His eyes widened at the sight of the young women barreling toward him, and he took an involuntary step back as Marla started talking without pausing for breath. Please, you've got to come, Marla was finishing as the others caught up. The cop looked a little bewildered. He had a shiny pink face, and his hair was so short it was entirely covered by his hat. He was young, maybe mid-20s, Charlie realized, and he was looking at them skeptically. Is this an actual emergency? He said. You may not realize it, but pranks can get you in real trouble. Jessica rolled her eyes and stepped forward because she sucks, closing the distance between them. We're not playing a prank, she said crisply. And Charlie suddenly remembered how tall she was. Our friend is trapped in that abandoned shopping mall, and it's your job to help us. The shopping mall? He seemed confused, then looked in the direction they'd come from. That shopping mall? His eyes widened when he frowned at them reproachfully, looking remarkably like a disappointed parent despite his youth. What were you doing up there in the first place? Charlie and Marla exchanged glances, but Jessica didn't blink. Deal with us later. He's in danger, and you have to help us, officer. She leaned in and peered at his name tag. Officer Dunn? Do you want me to go to the fire department? Despite her fear, Charlie almost laughed. Jessica said it as if she were in a store, threatening to take her business elsewhere. It was so absurd it should have gotten her no more than a puzzled glance, but Dunn reached for his radio hastily. No, he said. Hang on. He pressed a button and the radio emitted a short burst of static. Charlie felt a brief chill at the sound, and she looked around. And as she looked around, she saw John stiffen and Jason take a tiny step closer to Marla, not seeming to notice their reactions. Dunn barked incomprehensible sounds into his radio, talking in cop code. And Charlie suddenly had a flash of memory, of running around the yard whispering into walkie-talkies with Marla. Thank you for the membership.
Yeah, I was gonna stop you after this thing.
I don't know where. Okay, yeah, sorry.
But thank you. That puts us $40 away.
Enjoy your pickle. A little bit. No, we're closer because there was the $10 super chat, and then
I forgot about the $10 super chat.
Away.
$30 away. My bad.
Yeah, we're good. They could never understand. Okay, they could never understand each other on the cheap toys her father had found in the drugstore bargain bins, but they didn't mind. Actual communication was never the point. Charlie, come on! Jessica shouted her, and Charlie came back to herself. Everything was headed toward the cars and piling up. Marla pulled out in front, and the cop followed her, with Charlie bringing up the rear. Why doesn't he have a siren on? Jessica said. Her voice was thin and brittle, as if her only choices were a sharp tongue or tears. Also, she sucks. He doesn't believe us, John said softly. He should have the siren on, Jessica sucks, and this time it was almost a whisper. Charlie's knuckles were white on the steering wheel as she stared straight ahead at the cop's red taillights. When they got to the back of the mall, Jessica dashed ahead, forcing the rest of them to run behind her. Charlie didn't mind. It felt good to run. Purposeful. Lamar was talking to the cop as they ran, shouting over the noise of their thudding feet. The restaurant is all boarded up, but there's a door left open, he said, the words broken by his uneven breathing. Behind the plastic, you move it. Dark alley. Wait, behind the plastic, you move it. Dark alley. Carlton smells like feet. Officer Dunn's step stuttered briefly, but he regained his I stuttered briefly. Officer Dunn's step stuttered briefly, but he regained his stride. When they reached the alley, they slowed their pace, moving more cautiously down the narrow hall until they came to the door. Right here, John said, and Dunn moved forward to help with the shelf. They drew it back too fast, the contents rattling and wobbling. The shelf pitched backward, and tools, cables, and paint cans full of nails crashed to the floor. Ow! John yelled as a hammer bounced off his foot. They all watched as the things scattered, some rolling away and vanishing down the dark corridor. What? Jason wailed, and they all looked up from the spill. He was pointing at the door. What is this? Marla gasped. The door had chains strung across it from the top to bottom. 3 enormous padlocks holding them all together. The links were bolted into the metal frame of the door. And they were heavy, too heavy to cut without special tools. It was all rusty. The whole thing looked as though it had been there for years. Charlie walked up to the door and touched a chain as if to be sure it was real. This wasn't here, she said, the words sounding inane even as she spoke. We have to get him out, Jason cried haltingly, his hands covering his eyes. Bonnie's going to kill him, and it's my fault. What's he talking about, the police officer said, looking at them with renewed suspicion. Who is Bonnie, and why is she going to hurt your friend? He's a robot, Charlie said quickly. The robots from Freddy Fazbear's are still there, and they still work. Freddy Fazbear's? Dunn's face flushed, and he looked at the door again. I used to go there as a kid, he said softly, his tone caught between nostalgia and fear. He caught himself quickly and cleared his throat. He came to life, Jason insisted, no longer making the effort to hide his tears. Dunn bowed down to his height, and his tone softened. What's your name? He said. We have to get him out, Jason repeated. His name's Jason, Marla said, and Jason glared at her. Jason, Dunn said. He put a hand on Jason's shoulder, glancing at the others with an obvious suspicion. He thinks we made him say that, Charlie realized. Jason wriggled in Dunn's grasp, but the officer did not let him go, looking him in the eye to ask the next question. Jason, did they tell you to say this? What's going on here? Irritated, Jason pulled free and took a large step back. That's what really happened, he said firmly. The Officer Dunn exhaled, a long, slow vent of frustration, then got to his feet, shredding his kid-friendly act. So the robots took your friend, he said. I know what you're trying to pull, said his tone. We were in there, Charlie stated flatly, keeping her voice level as if saying it calmly and plainly enough might convince him that they were not telling lies. Our friend didn't make it out. The officer looked again at the chains. Look, he said, apparently deciding to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't know how you got in there in the first place, and right now, I don't want to know. But the machinery in there is old. It hasn't been touched in 10 years. Chances are it's pretty spooky. Heck, I wouldn't want to go in there. So even though I can't blame you for being freaked out, I can guarantee you those robots in there aren't moving by themselves. That place is dead, and it needs to be left alone, he said with a forced chuckle. Jason said his jaw, but he didn't say anything. I think you all need to go home, Dunn finished, the statement sounding more like a threat than advice. They looked at one another. After a moment of uncomfortable silence, Jessica looked to Charlie. These chains weren't here before, right? She faltered, looking back at her friends for confirmation like she was beginning to doubt her own memory. No, Charlie said instantly. They weren't. We aren't leaving, and we need your help. Fine, Dunn said shortly. What's his name? He produced a notebook seemingly from nowhere. Carlton Burke, Jessica said. She was about to spell it out for him when suddenly Officer Dunn put down his pen and closed his eyes, his nostrils flaring. He glared at them, no longer looking quite so young. I'm gonna give you one more chance. Tell me exactly what happened. He spoke slowly, emphasizing the spaces between his words. He was in control again, no longer out of his depth, like he suddenly understood everything. They tried to explain all at once, talking over one another. Jessica's voice was loudest and calmest, but even she could not keep her anxiety from bleeding through. Charlie hung back quiet. Tell me exactly what happened. Where were they supposed to start? With the night? With the week? With Michael? With the first time her father picked up a circuit board? How was anyone ever to respond to something like this? Tell me what happened. The cop was nodding, and he picked up the radio again, but this time he spoke comprehensively. Nora, call Burke. It's his kid. I'm up at the old mall site. There was an answering burst of static, and the officer turned his attention back toward them. Come on, he said. Come on where? John said. Off the property. Marla started to protest, but Dunn interrupted. I'm escorting you off the property, he said. He pulled the baton from his belt and pointed with it. Come on, Lamar said. Jason was still staring sullenly at the ground, and Lamar gave off a gentle nudge on the shoulder. Jason, come on. We have to do what he says now, okay? But Carlton, Jason said loudly, and Lamar shook his head. I know, it's okay. We'll find him, but we have to go now. He guided Jason toward the mouth of the alley, and everyone followed. The police officer walked behind, following Charlie a little too closely. She sped up, but so did he, and she resigned herself to being shadowed. When they got to the parking lot, he directed them to wait by the car and walked off a few paces, speaking into the radio again, too far away to hear. What's going on? Jason said. He was beginning to whine. He heard the tone in his voice and tried to modulate it. I'm not a little kid, he reminded himself. No one answered, but Marla rubbed his back absently, and he did not move away. Long minutes passed in silence. Jessica sat on the hood of the car, facing away from the rest of the group. Charlie wanted to go after her, but she did not. In her distress, Jessica was closing down, going stiff and cold and snippy, and Charlie did not think she had what it took to break through that without breaking down herself. Was he talking about Carlton's dad? Charlie asked, but no one had time to answer. Headlights appeared and a car pulled in beside them. The man who got out was tall and thin, and his light hair could have been either blonde or gray. Carlton's dad, Marla whispered. A late answer to Charlie's question. The man smiled as he approached. Carlton's dad, he confirmed. Though since you're all grown up now, you better call me Clay. They all muttered, half in a greeting, half to just test it out. Jason covered his mouth self-consciously, tonguing the invisible gap in his molars. I thought our days of mischief would be behind us, no? Clay said, to his expression good-humored. Jessica slid off the hood of Charlie's car, her face drawn. I'm so sorry. He's missing, she said tightly. I don't know what happened. He was right with us. Bonnie kidnapped him, Jason burst out. I saw! The rabbit took him! Clay started to smile, then stopped himself when he saw their faces. Oh, kids, I'm sorry. You haven't been around in a while. I'm afraid Carlton is playing a joke on you. All of you. What? Lamar said. Oh, come on. With you guys back in town, he couldn't resist, Clay said. Whatever happened, I guarantee he set it up. He'll probably pop up out of the bushes any minute now. There was a silence as they all waited against probability. Nothing happened. Well, Clay said at last, that would have been too much to ask. Come on, why don't you come back to our place? I'll make you all some hot chocolate, and when Carlton finally shows up, you can tell him he's grounded. Okay, Charlie said, without waiting for the consent of the others. She wanted to believe Clay. She wanted to believe that Carlton was all right and would show up laughing. But, almost as badly, she wanted to go somewhere where an adult was in charge. Someone who would make hot chocolate and assure them that there was no such thing as monsters. Her father had never made that claim. Her father could never have told her that lie. No one objected, so they started up the caravan again, trailing Clay home. They all settled into their accustomed places, Charlie, John, and Jessica in Charlie's car, and Marla, Jason, and Lamar in Marla's. In the rearview mirror, Charlie saw Officer Dunn's car, still right behind them. Is he just going this way, or is he making sure we go where we're told? She wondered, but it didn't really matter. They weren't planning on flight. At Carlton's house, they filed in through the front door. Charlie looked back in time to see the police car drive on by. He was following us as they climbed the steps. John leaned in to whisper in her ear. I didn't realize how rich they were when I was a kid, he said, and she stifled a laugh. It was true. The house was enormous. It was 3 stories high, and it sprawled out into the woods that surrounded it. So wide that Charlie thought there must have been whole rooms where you could see out the windows, or where all you could see out the windows was trees. Clay showed them to the living room, which looked well used, the furniture mismatched and the rugs, dark and durable, made to take stains. Carlton's mom, who you can call Betty now, is asleep, Clay said. Soundproofing is pretty good. Just don't shout or crash around. They chorused promises and he nodded, satisfied, and vanished through the doorway. They dispersed themselves over the furniture, sitting on couches and chairs. Charlie sat on the rug between Jessica's chair and Lamar's. She wanted them all to stay close together. John sat down beside her and gave her a little smile. Did we get pranked? Marla asked. I guess maybe. I'm not sure what else would explain it, Jessica said, listlessly staring into the empty fireplace. I mean, none of us even knows each other that well. Not really. Maybe he would do something like that. They all shifted uncomfortably. It was true. They had been behaving as if their time apart was just a little break. Like they could just fill one another in on what they had been up to. And it would just be like it was, or it would be just like it was, just like their group had never split up. But 10 years was too long for that to be true. And deep down, everyone knew it. Charlie darted her eyes at John. She felt a little embarrassed, but she could not have expressed why. Clay came back in, carrying a spray of steaming mugs and a bag of little marshmallows. Here you are, he said jovially. Jovially. Hot chocolate for everyone, even me. He set the tray down on the coffee table and took a seat in the battered green armchair that seemed to fit him like a coat. As accustomed to his body as he was to its form, they reached forward and took the cups. Only Jason reached for the marshmallows. Clay looked around from face to face. Look, he said, I know you don't believe me, but Carlton does things like this. Although I have to admit, this is probably the weirdest. It's not right making you relive all that stuff from when you were kids. He stared into his mug for a long moment. I need to have another talk with him, he said quietly. Believe me, my son has a strange sense of humor, he went on. You know, for high school, we sent him to a place in the next town over. No one knew him. He managed to convince his classmates and his teachers that he had a twin brother at the school for the first month of class. I don't know how on earth he managed it, but I didn't find out until he got tired of the act and I started getting calls from school that one of my sons had gone missing. Charlie smiled weakly, but she was not convinced. This was different. This is different, Marla said, as if reading Charlie's thoughts. Jason saw him disappear. He was terrified. It's cruel if it's a prank. Marla shook her head with anger and scratched her nails against the porcelain cup. If it's a prank, she repeated in a softer tone. She looked at Charlie, her face stormy, and Charlie knew that if Carlton had, in fact, set all of this up, Marla would never speak to him again. Their happy reunion was over. Yes, Clay said. I know, but he doesn't see it that way. He took a sip of cocoa, searching for the words. The twins, they had totally different personalities. Sean was this outgoing, cheerful guy. He was on the debate team. He played soccer, for goodness sake. Carlton had never gotten near a sports game without being forced. I don't know how he kept it up. Still, Marla said, but she sounded less convinced. The worst part was, Clay went on, talking more to himself now than to the teenagers, Sean had a girlfriend. She really liked him too, but he was just playing the part. Poor girl had been dating a guy who didn't even exist. I think he was surprised when he realized how upset people got. He gets carried away and just assumes everyone is having as much fun as he is. Charlie looked at John and he met her glance anxiously. We don't know each other. Not really. Maybe he did set it up, she said aloud. Maybe, Jessica echoed. I saw him, Jason said loudly before anyone could respond. He stormed out of the room, disappearing through a doorway. Marla stood automatically and moved to follow him, but Clay put up a hand.
Hold up.
Let him go, he said.
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted Membies, Lilac Noons. I think that puts us $5 away. One membership or $5 away from...
And if you now have a pickle, thanks to Lila, make sure you say thank you for your pickle, and also enjoy watching the Despicable Me commentary early.
Yeah.
Let him go, he said. Just talk to the where was I at?
Let him go, letting go.
He needs some time to himself, and I want to talk to the rest of you. He set his mug down and leaned forward. I know you were just kidding around, but I don't want to hear you kids joking about Freddy Fazbear's, you know. I wasn't the chief back then, and I was still a detective, and I was working on those disappearances. To this day, it was the worst thing I've ever had to see. It's not something to joke about. He looked at Charlie. His gray eyes were hard, and the lines on his face were immobile. He was no longer the friendly father figure, but the police chief staring as if he could see right through her. Charlie had a sudden urge to confess, but she had nothing to confess to. I'm especially surprised at you, Charlie, Clay said quietly. Charlie blushed, shame rising up in her with the flush of heat. She wanted to protest, to explain herself, to say anything that might soften the eyes that seemed to bore into her skull. Instead, she ducked her head and muttered an indistinct apology. Lamar broke the silence. Mr. Burke, Clay, did you ever find out who did it? I thought they arrested somebody.
I can
Clay
take
didn't
over
respond
whenever
for a
you're
long
ready.
moment. Let me just finish this one little thing here.
Yeah.
Clay didn't respond for a long moment. He was still looking at Charlie, and she felt as if he were trying to tell her something, or else read something in her face. Yeah, you can go ahead and take over. That way I can take this fucking
Mask off.
mask
Yeah.
off my face. In time to take another shot if we get another $5.
Yeah.
Or 1 membership.
1 membership. All right, where were we? We were on Clay, Marla said, and he seemed to come back to himself. He looked around the group, his expression dark. Yes, he said quietly, we did arrest someone. I did, in fact, and I am as sure now that he was guilty as I was then. So what happened? Lamar asked. There was a hush among the group, as if something very important was about to happen. There were no bodies, Clay Burke said. Why did they put his last name in there? Clay Burke said. We knew it was him. There was no doubt in my mind, but the children had disappeared. They were never found, and without their bodies... He stopped talking, staring off into the middle distance as if scarcely aware that they were there. But kidnapping. They disappeared. She was suddenly furious. Appalled at the obvious injustice. How can this man be walking around somewhere? What if he does it again? She felt Marla's hand on her arm and she nodded, settling back, trying to calm down. But the anger was still there inside, seething under the surface of her skin. Clay was looking at her with something like curiosity in his eyes. Charlie, he said, justice penalizes the guilty, but it must also protect the innocent. It means that sometimes the guilty get away with terrible things, but it's the price we pay. He sounded grave, his words weighty. Charlie opened her mouth to argue, but this was my price, she wanted to say. But before she spoke, she looked at his face. He had a grim conviction about him. What he was saying that mattered very much to him, and he believed it utterly. It's how you sleep at night, she thought, with an uncharacteristic bitterness.
Dan, can you move the mic a little closer to your face? I just think you're a little quieter. I think it's because you're facing facing parallel with the mic.
Yeah. Where am I?
I do like your storyteller pose, though.
Yeah.
Of just kind of like leaning back in the chair. I think it's nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to keep it here. What did I just say? Something like curiosity in his eyes? No, suddenly in his chair? I don't remember. It's how you sleep at night. Yeah, it was around there.
Yep.
Intellectually, she didn't even disagree with him. Or no. They locked eyes for a long... I don't think I said the previous line. Whatever.
Okay.
Clay sat up suddenly in his chair. So, he said brightly, I think it's a bit too late for you girls to be driving back to that motel. Why don't you spend the night here? We have 2 more guest rooms, and you can scold Carlton for his little prank in the morning, he added with a grin. Lamar and John showed Charlie, Marla, and Jessica up to the bedrooms, and Jason reemerged as they headed up the stairs, joining the group like he had never been gone. So Jason and I will take 1, Marla said, and Jessica, you and Charlie can have the other. I want to stay with Lamar, Jason said instantly, and Lamar grinned widely before he could help himself. Yeah, okay, he said. He glanced at Marla over her brother's head, and she shrugged. Take him. Keep him if you want. So that means someone gets her own room, she went on.
Wait,
or
on.
we could
I screwed up here. Yep, there we go. Sorry. Got off.
So that means someone gets her own room, she went on. Or we could all stay together. I know everything is fine, but I kind of feel like we should stay together. She was voicing Charlie's precise thoughts from only a little while before, but now Charlie jumped in. I'll take the other room, she said. Marla gave her a dubious look, and even John looked a little surprised, but Charlie just looked at them and said nothing. When the door closed behind her, Charlie sighed with relief. She went to the window. It was as she imagined, nothing in view but the trees. The house seemed completely isolated, though she knew that the driveway and the road were just on the other side. From outside, she could hear nocturnal birds and the rustling of other larger creatures on the ground below. She felt suddenly restless, wide awake. Looking out the window, she almost wanted to go outside, to slip into the woods and see what they concealed. She looked at her watch. It was long past midnight, so with reluctance she took off her shoes and lay down on the bed. It was, like everything else in Carlton's house, well worn, the kind of furniture only owned by people who have been wealthy for generations, whose ancestors could afford things of such high quality that they lasted for 100 years. Charlie closed her eyes in what she assumed would be a futile attempt to find rest, but as she lay there, listening to the sound of the woods and Jessica and Marla gossiping and laughing in the next room, she felt as if she were sinking into the mattress. Her breath deepened, and she was soon asleep. She woke suddenly, startled from sleep. She was a little girl again, and her father was asleep in the next room. It was summer, and the windows were all open. It had started to rain, and the wind rushed into the room in great gusts, blowing her bedroom curtains in a frenetic dance, and ushering in a fine mist. But that was not why she awoke. There was something in the air, something unshakable that had gripped her. Something was very wrong. Charlie climbed out of bed, lowering herself carefully onto the floor. Beside her bed stood Stanley the unicorn, patient and deactivated, staring at her with lifeless eyes. She patted his nose as if giving him comfort might bring it to her as well. Quietly, she snuck past him and out into the hallway, uncertain what compelled her. She crept down the hallway, past her father's room to the stairs, and ducked down beside the wooden banister as if its open slats could protect her from anything at all. She held fast to it as she made her way down the staircase, letting the rail take her weight as she avoided the boards that creaked. One by one she took the steps. It felt like ages, like years might pass before she reached the bottom. And when she arrived, she might be an old woman, her whole life spun out in the descent of these stairs. At last, Charlie reached the end of the stairs, and she looked down to see that she had changed. Her body was no longer small, nightgown-clad and barefoot, but her teenage body, tall, strong, and fully clothed. When she straightened from her fearful crouch, she stood taller than the banister, and she looked down at her childhood home, startled. This is me, she thought. Yes, this is now. Something banged in front of her. The front door was wide open and thudding irregularly against the wall, caught by the wind. The rain was whipping in, soaking the floor and lashing the coat rack that stood beside it, rocking back and forth like it weighed nothing at all. Leaves and small branches were scattered on the floor, ripped from the trees and swept in, but Charlie's eyes went to her old familiar shoes, her favorites. They were placed neatly beside the mat, black patent leather with straps. She could see the rain pooling inside and ruining them. Charlie stood still for a moment, transfixed, too far from the rain to reach, but close enough for the haze to slowly wet her face. She ought to go to the door and close it. Instead, Charlie backed away slowly, not taking her eyes from the border of the storm. She took a step, and another, and her back hit something solid. She whirled around, startled, and saw it. It was the thing from her father's workshop, the terrible, twitching thing. It stood on its own, bent and twisted, with a narrow, reddish canine face and an almost human body. Its clothing was rags, and its metal joints and limbs stark and exposed. But Charlie registered only its eyes, the silver eyes that flashed at her, on and off, over and over, blinking in and out of existence. Charlie wanted to run, but her feet would not move. She could feel her pulse in her throat, choking her, and she struggled to breathe. The thing convulsed, in slow, jerking motions. Its hand rose up and reached out to touch her face. Charlie drew in a shaking breath, unable to duck away, and then it stopped, the hand only inches from her cheek. Charlie braced herself, her breath shallow, and her eyes screwed shut. But the touch of metal and ragged cloth on her skin did not come. She opened her eyes. The thing had gone still, and the silver light in its eyes was dimmed, nearly out. Charlie backed away from it, watching warily, but it did not move. And she began to wonder if it had shut down, run out of the finite current that powered it. Its shoulders were hunched forward, hapless, and it stared dully past her, as if it were lost. Charlie felt a sudden stab of sorrow for this creature, the same feeling of lonely kinship she felt in her father's workshop so many years ago. "Does it hurt?" she had asked. She was old enough now to know the answer. All at once, the thing lurched to life. Charlie felt her head go light as it took an awkward step toward her, hurtling its body forward as if it had only just learned to walk. Its head turned frantically from side to side, and its arms jerked up and down with dangerous abandon. Something shattered. It was a lamp. The thing had knocked over a ceramic lamp, and the sound of it bursting on the wooden floor shook Charlie from her stupor. She turned and ran up the stairs, scrambling as fast as her legs would carry her to her father's door, too scared to even call out for him. As she clambered up the steps, some part of her realized that they were too big. She was nearly on all fours, tripping barefoot over the hem of her nightgown. She was a little girl again, and she realized in a bursting moment of awareness, and then it was over, and being a little girl was the only thing she could remember. She tried again to scream for her father, but he was already there. She did not need to call him. He was standing in the hall, and she grabbed at his shirt tails as she crouched behind him. He put a hand on her shoulder, steadying her, and for the first time, her father's touch did not make Charlie feel that she was safe. Peeking out from behind his back, Charlie could see that the thing's ears, then its face, as it climbed the stairs in its fitful, jerking steps. Her father stood calm, watching it, as it climbed the final stair, and then Charlie's father grasped her hand and disentangled it, gently forcing her to let him go. He went forward to meet the thing in large, even strides, but as he reached out to it, Charlie could see that his hands were shaking. He touched the thing, put his hands on either side of its face for a long moment as if he were caressing it, and its limbs stopped, head still moving gently from side to side. It looked almost bewildered, as if it too had awakened to something strange and frightening. Charlie's father did something she could not see, and the thing stopped moving. Its head drooped, defeated, and its arms fell to its sides. Charlie backed up toward her room, feeling her way along the wall behind her, not daring to look away from the thing until she was safely behind her door. As she looked out one last time into the hallway, she could just barely see the glint from its eyes, cast down at the floor. Suddenly, the little silver lights flickered. The head did not move, but in a slow, calculated arc, the eyes swung to meet Charlie's gaze. Charlie whimpered, but she did not look away, and then the head snapped up with a crack like something breaking. Charlie startled out of sleep, an involuntary shudder running through her. She had put a hand to her throat, feeling her heartbeat there too quick and too hard. She darted her eyes around the room, putting together where she was one piece at a time. The bed, not her own. The room, dark. She was alone. The window, the woods outside, Carlton's house. Her breath slowed. The process had only taken seconds, but it disturbed her to be so disoriented. She blinked, but the afterburn of those silver eyes was still with her, glowing behind her eyelids as if they had been real. Charlie stood and went to the window, thrust it open, and leaned out, desperate to breathe in the night air.
Guys, quick reminder, one more membership or $5 more, and we have to take a shot, which is also going to make this harder to read.
Oh my god, I'm already struggling. I have basically no alcohol in my system. Let's see. Did that happen? The dream felt like memory. Felt like something that had happened just moments ago, but that was the nature of dreams, wasn't it? They felt real, and then you woke up. She closed her eyes and tried to catch the thread, but it was too difficult to tell what was the dream and what was not. She shivered in the breeze, though it was not cold, and brought herself back inside. She looked at her watch. Only a couple of hours had passed, and it was still hours more until daylight, but sleep felt impossible. Charlie put on her shoes and shuffled quietly through the hall and down the stairs, hoping not to wake her friends. She went out to the porch, sitting down on the front steps and leaning back up at the sky. Back up to look at the sky. There were traces of clouds overhead, but the stars still shone through, scattered overhead, uncountable. She tried to lose herself in them as she had as a child, but she gazed up at the pinpoint lights, and all she could see were eyes looking back at her. There was a noise behind her, and she jumped, whirling to press her back against the railing. John was standing behind her with a startled look on his face. They stared at each other for a moment like strangers, and then Charlie found her voice. "Hey, sorry, did I wake you up again?" John shook his head and came to sit beside her. "No, not really. I heard you go out, or I figured it was you. I was awake, though. Jason snores like a guy about 3 times his size." Charlie laughed.
There's something about John.
Something about
I just
John?
feel it.
I don't know, I feel... I'm not getting any bad signs from John. I think John's a homie. It's me. It's just me, though. Charlie laughed. "I had a weird dream," she said. John nodded, waiting for her to go on, but she did not. "What did people think of my father?" she asked instead. John leaned back and looked and looked at the stars for a moment, then pointed. That's Cassiopeia, he said, and she squinted in the direction of his finger. It's Orion, she corrected. John, I'm serious. What did people think about him? He shrugged uncomfortably. Charlie, I was a little kid, you know. Nobody told me anything. I was a little kid once myself. Nobody tells you anything, but they talk in front of you like you're not there. I remember your mom and Lamar's mom talking, making bets on how long Marla's new stepdad would stick around. What did they come up with? John said, amused. Your mom was banking on 3 months. Lamar's mom was more optimistic, grinning. Charlie said grinning, but then her face grew serious again. I can tell you know something, she said quietly. And after a moment he nodded. Some people thought he did it, yeah, he admitted. What? Charlie was aghast. She stared at him, eyes wide, scarcely breathing. They thought what? John glanced at her nervously. I thought that's what you were asking, he said. Charlie shook her head. Some people thought he did it. No. I meant, what did they think of him as a person? Did they think he was odd or kind or... I don't know. She trailed off, lost in the magnitude of this new truth. People thought he did it. Of course they did. It was his restaurant. The first child to vanish was his child. In the absence of a confession or a conviction, who else would anyone think of? Charlie shook her head again. Charlie, John said hesitantly. I'm sorry, I just assumed. He must have known people would think that, though. If not then now. Well, I didn't, she snapped. She felt a hollow satisfaction when he drew back, hurt. She took a deep breath. I know it sounds obvious, she said in more even tones, but it just never, ever occurred to me that anyone would think he was responsible. And then afterward, after he committed... But that would have only reinforced their suspicions, she realized as she said it. People thought it was because of the guilt, John said, almost to himself. It was. Charlie felt anger welling up inside her, the dam about to break, and she held it back, biting off words in short, sharp bursts. Of course he felt guilt. It was his restaurant, his life's work, his creations, and it was all turned into a massacre. Don't you think that's enough? Her voice sounded vicious even to her own ears. Apologize, she thought, but she ignored it. People thought he did it. He wouldn't. He couldn't. But if he had, how would she even have known? I knew him, she thought fiercely, but did she? She loved him, trusted him, with the blind devotion of a 7-year-old girl, even now. She understood him with the knowing and not knowing that comes with being a child. When you focus on your parent as if they are the center of the earth, that thing on which your survival depends, only later do you realize their flaws, their scars, and their weaknesses. Charlie had never had the dawning moments of realization as she grew older that her father was only human. She had never had the chance. To her he was still mythic, still larger than life, still the man who could deactivate the monsters. He was also the man who made them. How well did she really know him? The rage was gone, had ebbed back to wherever it rose from, and she was empty of it, her insides dry and vacant. She closed her eyes and put a hand to her forehead. I'm sorry, she said, and John touched her shoulder for a brief moment. Don't be, he said. Charlie put her hands over her face. She did not feel like crying, but she didn't want him to see her face. She was thinking of things that were too new, too awful to think about in front of someone else. How would I have known if he did? Charlie. John cleared his throat and repeated her name. Charlie, you know he didn't do it, right? Mr. Burke said they knew who did, but they had to let him go. He got away with it, remember? Charlie didn't move, but something like hope stirred inside her. It wasn't him, John said again, and she looked up. Right. Right, of course it wasn't, she whispered. Of course it wasn't him, she said, at a normal pitch. Of course not, he echoed. She nodded, bobbing her head up and down like she was gathering momentum. I want to go back to the house one more time, she said. I want you to come with me. Of course, he said. She nodded again, then turned her face back up to the sky. We made it through the first chapter. Hey.
Oh, we made it, and we're still only $5 away from
$5.
Or one member, which means you'd get to watch the Despicable Me commentary early, and you get access to some fun emotes.
Yeah, and a pickle next to your name.
Alright.
Aye.
Chapter 8. Oh, take this fucking glove off. Alright. How we doing, chat?
Oh man,
Ben, see how chat's doing.
chat's doing well. They're finding ways to keep themselves busy while we read this stupid book.
Charlie, someone was at the door, knocking Charlie! Someone was at the door, knocking loud enough to rattle the old hinges. Charlie roused slowly, her eyes sticky with sleep. But this time, at least she knew where she was. She had left the window open, and now the air coming in had a fresh, heavy smell. It was the scent of coming rain, mossy and rich. She got up and looked out the window, inhaling deeply. Unlike most of the world, the woods outside looked almost the same in the morning as they had in the dark. Charlie and John had gone back to bed soon after they finished talking. John had looked at her like there was more he wanted to say, but she had pretended not to notice. She was grateful to him for being there, for giving her what she needed without having to ask, because she would never have asked.
Okay,
Charlie,
hold on.
the banging...
Hold on. We got a Razzle member, which gets us to one shot, and then someone donated $55 just to rub it into our face that the Heat lost the finals. So, thanks.
That's fucking horrible.
Yeah. Hey, you guys. That? But also, we're gonna do 2 shots, I guess. Thank you. Okay.
Fucking hell, man.
Okay, what do we got here? Okay, I guess we're doing rum today. Cheers, chat. Ah, fuck. Okay. One down. Ugh.
Cheers, Ben. This is my second one.
Okay. I'm pouring my second.
I left too long.
Yep. Happens to the best of us. Here goes number 2.
Man, sometimes it happens to me.
Yeah, you're the best of us. You're the best of us,
thanks,
Alan. Keep going.
Okay, so now we're 45 to the next... Fucking fuck.
Yep. 45 away.
What chapter are we on? 8? Okay.
Yes, 8.
Charlie! The banging came again and she gave in. I'm up, Marla, she shouted back. Charlie! Now Jason was joining in on the game, knocking and rattling, and Charlie groaned and went to the door. I said I'm up, she said, mock glaring out at them. Charlie! Jason shouted again, and this time Marla shushed him. He grinned up at Charlie, and she laughed and shook her head. Believe me, I'm awake, she said. Marla was fully dressed, her hair a little damp from the shower, and her eyes were bright and alert. Are you always like this? Charlie said, in her grumpiness only half invented. Like what? Chipper at 6 in the morning, she said, and rolled her eyes at Jason, who copied her, happy to be included. Marla smiled brightly. It's 8. Come on, there's been talk of breakfast. Has there been talk of coffee? Charlie followed. Marla and... whoa, Jesus. Okay. Charlie followed Marla and Jason down. I'm gonna stop every sentence at 2 words. Charlie followed Marla and Jason down the stairs to the kitchen, where she found Lamar and John. Oh, okay, this is way too long of a sentence. I was only gonna do this for 1 sentence, but fuck. And John already seated through a high, modern-looking wood table. Carlton's father was at the stove, making pancakes. It smells like rain, Charlie said, and Lamar nodded. There was a thunderstorm coming, he said. It was on the news earlier, he told us. He jerked a thumb at Clay. It's a big one, Clay exclaimed in response. We're supposed to leave today, Jason said. We'll see, Marla said. Charlie, Clay cried, not taking his eyes off his work. What? Why that was not the way that I needed that explained. 1, 2, or 3? 2, Charlie said. Thanks. Is there coffee? Help yourself. Mugs in the cupboard. Cupboard, Clay said, gesturing to a full pot on the counter. Charlie helped herself, waving off offers of milk, cream, half and half, sugar, or fake sugar. Thanks, she said quietly as she settled herself beside Lamar, meeting John's eyes briefly. Did Carlton come in? Lamar shook his head, a tight jerk to the side. He hasn't turned up yet, Clay said. Probably isn't awake yet, wherever he is. He placed a full plate in front of Charlie, who dug in, not realizing how hungry she was until she was already chewing. She was about to ask where Carlton was likely to be when Jessica appeared, yawning, her clothes unrumpled, unlike Charlie's. You're late, Marla teased, and Jessica stretched elaborately. I don't get out of bed until the pancakes are ready, she said. God, Jessica sucks.
She sucks.
And with impeccable timing, Clay slapped one onto a plate, fresh off the pan. Well, you're just in time, he said. Suddenly his expression changed, wavering somehow between apprehension and relief. Charlie turned in her seat. There was a woman standing behind her, dressed in a gray skirt suit. Her blonde hair shellacked against her head as if she were a plastic toy. Are we a Waffle House now? She asked. She looked around the kitchen briefly. Pancakes, Jessica corrected, but no one responded. Betty, Clay cried. You remember the boys, and this is Charlie, Jessica, and Marla. Oh, and Jason. He pointed to each in turn, and Carlton's mother gave each of them a nod like she was tallying them up. Clay, I have to be in court in an hour. Betty's the DA for the county, Clay went on, as if he had not heard her. I catch the crooks, she puts them back out on the streets. Yes, our family is a full-service operation, she said dryly, pouring herself a coffee and settling down at the table beside Jessica. Speaking of which, where's our young felon-to-be? Clay hesitated. Another one of his pranks, he said. He'll be back home later, I'm sure. Their eyes met, and something private passed between them. Betty broke away with a laugh that sounded a little forced. Oh, Lord! What is it this time? There was a moment's pause. In the morning light, the story sounded insane, and Charlie had no idea where to begin. With a nervous clearing of his throat, Lamar started to explain. We went up to the mall construction site to go see what was left of Freddy Fazbear's. At the name, Betty's head jerked up, and she gave a quick nod. Go on, she said, her voice suddenly cold and clipped. Lamar explained awkwardly, and Marla and Jason jumped in with the details. After a few minutes, Carlton's mother had a messy version of the truth. As she listened, her face hardened until it looked like plaster. She was a statue of herself. She shook her head as they finished. Small, rapid movements, and Charlie thought she looked like she was not trying to deny what they were saying, but to shake the knowledge entirely from her mind. You have to go get him, Clay. Right now, she demanded. Send someone. How could you wait all night? She set her coffee on the table more forcefully than she should have, spilling a little, then went to the phone and started dialing. Who are you calling? Clay said, alarmed. The police, she snapped. I am the police. I assume Clay said.
Yeah, I think he says that.
I scrolled a whole bunch. Hold on. Then why are you here instead of finding my son? Clay opened and closed his mouth helplessly for a moment before finding his bearings. Betty, it's just another joke. Remember the frogs? She set the phone back on the hook and turned to face him, her eyes smoldering. Charlie could suddenly see her standing righteous before a jury, wreaking the wrath of the law. Clay, her voice was low and steady, a dangerous calm. How could you not wake me up? How could you not tell me this? Betty, you were asleep. It's just Carlton being Carlton. I didn't want to disturb you. Did you think I would be less disturbed when I woke up and found him missing? I thought he'd be back by now, Clay protested. This is different, she said with finality. It's Freddy's.
Just because nobody's said it yet, fucking Clay sucks. Clay sucks big time.
Clay sucks at his job.
Yeah.
I don't understand
Clay
Freddy's.
is a bastard.
I know... I don't understand Freddy's. I know what happened there. What happened to those kids, he retorted. I don't understand. For goodness sake, Betty, I saw Michael's blood streaked across the floor where he was dragged from. He stopped, realizing too late that he was surrounded by the teenagers. He looked around at them, near panic, but his wife had not noticed, or Charlie thought. She just did not care. Well, you didn't see him, Betty snapped. Do you remember what you told Carlton? Be tough. Be brave, little soldier. So he was brave. He was a little soldier for you. He was shattered, Clay. He had lost his best friend. Had Michael snatched away right in front of him. Let me tell you something, Chief. That boy had thought about Michael every single day of his life for the last 10 years. I have seen him stage jokes so elaborate that they deserve to be mounted as performance art pieces. But there is no way on earth that Carlton would desecrate Michael's memory by making Freddy a joke. Call someone right now. Clay looked slightly shocked, but he gathered himself quickly and left the room. Charlie heard a door slam behind him. Betty looked around at the teenagers, breathing hard as if she had been running. Everything's gonna be fine, she said tightly. If he's trapped in there, we will get him out. What do you kids have planned for the day? The question was inane, as if they were going to hang out at the park or go to a movie while Carlton might be in danger. We were supposed to leave today, Marla said. Obviously we won't, Lamar said hastily, but Betty did not seem to be listening to them. I have to call into work, she said distractedly, and went on the phone to make the call. Charlie looked at John, who jumped to the rescue. We were going to go to the library, he said. We had some things we wanted to investigate. Research. He blushed faintly when he said it. Charlie knew why. It was absurd to be talking like this. About cases and disappearances and murders. But Marla was nodding. Yeah, we'll all go, she said, and Charlie's heart sank. There was no reason she couldn't just tell them all that she wanted to go back to her old house. Just her and John. No one would be hurt, but that wasn't the problem. Even sharing the knowledge felt too much like exposure. Carlton's mother hung up the phone, done with her call. I hate this, she announced to the room in general, her careful, controlled voice almost shaking. I hate this! Charlie and the others jumped in unison, startled by the sudden outburst. And now, like always, I get to sit here by myself, hoping and praying that everyone will be okay. Charlie looked at Marla, who shrugged helplessly. Lamar cleared his throat nervously. I think we'll stick around for another day, he said. There was a pause, then Marla and Jessica jumped in to help. Yeah, traffic is crazy out there, Jessica said, high-pitched and forced. Yeah, and also because of the storm. And it's not like we're gonna have fun knowing he's missing, Marla said. I guess you're stuck with us, Jessica flashed an anxious smile at Carlton's mother, who did not seem to register it. Come on, John said before anyone else could speak. He and Charlie hurried out to the house and got into the car. Charlie heaved a sigh of relief as she started the engine. That was awful, she said. Yeah, he gave her a worried look. What do you think about Carlton? Charlie didn't answer until she was safely backed out of the driveway. I think his mom's right, she said, pulling into gear. I think last night we all let ourselves believe what we wanted to believe. Officer Dunn pulled to a stop in a mall parking lot, responding to Chief Burke's order to return. In the light of day, it was just an abandoned construction site, an ugly blemish on the flat desert landscape. You can't tell from looking at if it's built up or torn down, Dunn thought. Can't tell creation from destruction at a distance. He liked the phrase. He turned it over in his head for a moment, staring at the place. On impulse, he radioed dispatch. Hey, Nora, he said. Dunn, she answered crisply. What's going on? Back at the mall for another look, he said. Ooh, bring me back a soft pretzel, she teased. He laughed and broke the connection. And he walked briskly through the mall. As he walked briskly through the mall, Dunn was at least grateful the children were not there this time. As the youngest member of the Hurricane Police Department, Dunn always took care to think of teenagers as children, even though he knew how small the gap between them was. If he could bring them to believe he was a responsible adult, hopefully, at some point, he would believe it too. Dunn flipped on his flashlight as he reached the entrance to the narrow alleyway that led to Freddy Fazbear's. He swept the beam up and down the walls ahead of him, but the alley was empty of life. He took a deep breath and went in. Dunn kept to the wall, his shoulder brushing lightly against the rough brick as he tried to avoid the puddles that pooled beneath leaky pipes. The bright beam of his flashlight illuminated the alley almost as well as overhead bulbs, but somehow the light was not comforting. It only made the place look stark and grim. The shelves of tools and rejected paint cans now woeful and exposed. As he moved toward the door to the restaurant, something tiny and cold landed on his head, and he startled, swinging his light up like a weapon and pressing his back against the wall as defense against the threat. Another cold drop of water landed on his cheek. He took deep breaths. When at last he reached the outer door to the restaurant, the shelf that had blocked it was gone. The chains that had seemed so permanently fixed in place were hanging loose, and the door was cracked open slightly. The immense rustled padlock lay in the dirt, its shackle hanging open. Dunn kicked it away from the door. He dug his fingers into the gap, prying until he could get a grip on it. Then pulled at the door with both hands until it screeched open wide enough for him to enter. He creeped down the inner passage with his light held out in front of him, hugging the wall tight to one side. The air seemed to change as he moved closer to the interior of the restaurant, and Dunn felt a crawling chill that penetrated his uniform, and fed his growing anxiety. Don't freak out, Dunn, he said loudly, then felt instantly foolish. He reached the main dining area and stopped. sweeping the light over each wall in turn. The light seemed dimmer inside, swallowed by the space. The room was empty, but it was just as he remembered from when he was a kid. He had been 10 when the tragedy started, 11 when they ended. His birthday party was supposed to be at Freddy's, but after the first disappearance, his mother had canceled it, invited his friends to his house, and hired a clown, which proved equally terrifying. Smart move, Mom, Dunn thought. The beam played over the little carousel, which he had never ridden, claiming he was too old for it. Just before the beam of light reached the stage, Dunn stopped, swallowing hard. The rabbit took him, the kid had said. Dunn shook himself and played the light across the stage. The figures were there, just as he remembered, and unlike the carousel, they did not seem diminished in size. They were exactly as he recalled, and for a moment, the almost painful nostalgia swelled in his chest. As he gazed at them, remembering, he noticed that their eyes were all fixed oddly forward, like they were watching something on the far side of the room. The flashlight trained in front of him. Dunn approached the stage until he was standing only a few feet from it, and he stared up at each of the animals in turn. Bonnie was holding his guitar jauntily, as if he might begin strumming whenever the mood struck him, and Chica and her cupcake seemed to be sharing some arcane secret. Freddy, with his microphone, stared out in the distance, unblinking. Something moved behind them, and Dunn whirled around, his heart racing. The flashlight found nothing, and he swept it nervously from side to side, revealing only empty tables. He glanced back nervously at Bonnie, but the rabbit was still frozen in his own inscrutable reverie. Dunn took shallow breaths, holding himself completely still, and listened, his senses kicking into high gear with adrenaline. After a moment, the noise came again, a shuffling sound, this time coming from off to the right. He swept the light instantly toward it. There was an open doorway, and beyond it, a hall. Crouching down, Dunn made his way down the hall, keeping to the side as though something might come running past. Why am I here alone? He knew the answer. His sergeants hadn't taken the search seriously. In truth, neither had Dunn. After all, it was just the chief's son again, making trouble. It's probably just Carlton, Dunn reminded himself. He reached the end of the hall where a door stood ajar. With one hand, Dunn gave the door an inward push, dropping low and to the side as he did. The door swung inward and nothing happened. He pulled the nightstick from his belt. Its heft was unfamiliar. He had never had much need for it in Hurricane. Now, though, he gripped it harder, its hard rubber handle like a lifeline. The office was not quite empty. There was a small desk and folded-up metal chair leaned against it. A little cabinet stood against one wall. Its door opened just a crack. There was no exits other than the one Dunn was standing in. He swept the light up and down the length of the cabinet and took a deep breath. He bounced his nightstick lightly in his hand, reassuring himself of its presence, and carefully assessed the small space. Standing to the side, he used the stick to open the door, moving slowly. It came open easily, and again, everything was still. Relieved, Dunn looked inside. The cabinet was empty, except for a costume. It was Bonnie, or rather, it wasn't. The face was the same, but the rabbit's fur was yellow. It was slumped lifelessly against the back wall of the cabinet. Its eyes dark, gaping holes. The rabbit took him. The kid had been lying then. Carlton must have gotten someone to dress up in the outfit to help him play his trick. Still, Dunn's unease did not abate. He did not want to touch the thing. He lowered his light and stuck his nightstick back in his belt, intending to go. Before he could turn, the costume pitched forward, landing on Dunn with the lifeless weight of a heavy corpse. For a moment, it did not move. Then all at once, it was writhing violently, grabbing at him with strong, inhuman hands. Dunn screamed, a desperate, high sound, struggling as the rabbit gripped his shirt, then his arm. Dunn felt a sudden, vicious pain, and a small, detached part of his mind thought, he broke it. He broke my arm. But the pain was washed numb by terror as the rabbit swung around and slammed him into the cabinet door, taking Dunn's weight easily as if he were a child. Dunn struggled to breathe. The rabbit's arm was pressed against his neck so tightly that every movement choked him. Just when he thought he was on the brink of passing out, the pressure lifted, and Dunn gasped with relief, clutching his throat. Then he saw the knife. The rabbit held a slim silver blade. Its big, matted paws should have been too clumsy, but Dunn knew as he was staring down at it that the rabbit had done this before and would easily do it again. Dunn screamed, an indistinct shriek. He had no hope that he would have been heard. It was only a guttural, despairing noise. He breathed deep and did it again, a bestial sound, his whole body vibrating with it, as if it could somehow be defensed against what happened next. The knife went in. Dunn felt it tear through skin and muscle, felt it sever things he could not name to plant itself deep in his chest. As he seized with pain and terror, the rabbit pulled him close, almost in an embrace. Dunn's head went light. He was losing consciousness. As he looked up, he could see 2 rows of smiling teeth, horrid and yellow, the costume peeling at the edges of the mouth. The 2 gaping holes for eyes looked down at him. They were dark and hollow, but the creature drew near enough that Dunn could see smaller eyes peering back at him from deep within the mask. They held Dunn's gaze patiently. Dunn felt his legs go numb, his vision clouding. He wanted to scream again, but somehow voice his final outrage, but he could not move his face. He could not raise the breath to cry out. The rabbit held him upright, supporting his weight, and its eyes were the last thing Dunn ever saw. Well, shit.
Yeah.
Wow. So what are we? We're still $45 to a shot, right?
Yes, and you've got a couple more pages before we switch over. This is a really long chapter.
Nah, we're good. We're good. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page here.
Yeah.
Charlie unlocked the front door to her old house and looked back down at the front steps. You coming? John was still standing on the bottom step, staring up at the house. He shivered a little before hurrying to join her. Sorry, he said sheepishly. I just had a weird feeling for a second. Charlie laughed without much humor. Just for a second? They went inside and John stopped again, looking around the front room like he had just stepped into a sacred place, somewhere that merited a humbling pause. Charlie bit her tongue, trying not to be impatient. It was how she had felt as well. She might have felt that way now as if she were not overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. The feeling that the answer to everything, the answer to how to get Carlton back, must be somewhere in this place. Where else could it possibly be? John, she said, it's okay, come on. He nodded and followed her up the stairs to the second floor. He stopped again briefly halfway up, and Charlie saw his eyes fixed on the dark stain that marred the wood floor of the living room. He began to say, then swallowed it and started over. Is Stanley still there? Charlie pretended not to notice the lapse. You remember his name? She said, instead, grinning. Charlie shrugged. Who doesn't love a mechanical unicorn? Yeah, he's still there. All the toy store will work. Come on. They hurried up the rest of the way to her room. John knelt down beside the unicorn and pressed the button that set him on his track, watching raptly as he made his squeaky way around the room. Charlie hid a smile behind her hand. John was walking intently, his face serious as if something very important was happening. For a moment, he looked just like he had so many years ago, his hair following into his face. His whole attention fixed on Stanley like nothing in the world was more important than this robotic creature. Suddenly, his attention was called upward, and his face lit up as he pointed. Your big girl closet. It's open, he exclaimed, getting back to his feet and approaching the tallest of the 3 closets, which was hanging open slightly. He pulled it open all the way, then leaned in, finding it empty. So what was in it all those years, he asked. Not sure, Charlie said with a shrug. I sort of remember Aunt Jen bringing me back at some point, but I could be wrong. Maybe it was full of clothes that I was finally big enough to wear. Aunt Jen was always thrifty. Why spend money on new clothes if you don't have to, right? She smiled. John glanced briefly at the smaller closets, but he left them alone. I'm going to see if I can find any photo albums or paperwork, Charlie said, and she nodded absently as Stanley rattled back into his starting point. As she left the room, she heard him starting up again, making another round on the track. The room that had been her father's was next to Charlie's. It was at the back of the house, and it had too many windows. In the summer, it was too hot, and in the winter, the cold dribbled in like a persistent leak. But Charlie had known, without being told, why he used it. From here, you could see the garage and his workshop. It had always made sense to Charlie that that was his place, like a part of him always lived there, and he did not like to be too far away from his touchstone. A wave from her dream came to her for a moment, not even an image, just a strange, evocative gesture of memory. She frowned, looking out the window as it closed, a silent garage door. Or maybe he just wanted to be sure nothing got out, she thought. She broke away from the window, struggling her shoulders and shaking her hands, sloughing off the feeling. I don't know. She looked around the room. Like her own, it was all but untouched, but she did not open the drawers to his dresser. But for all she knew, they might have still been filled with shirts and socks, clean, folded, and ready to wear. His bed was made crisply, covered in plaid blanket he used as a bedspread after Charlie's mother left, when there was no one to insist on white linen. There was a large bookcase against one wall, and it was still stuffed with books. Charlie went over and began scanning the shelves. Many were textbooks, engineering tomes whose titles meant nothing to her, and the rest were nonfiction, a collection that would have seemed eclectic to anyone who did not know the man. There were books on biology and anatomy, some on human beings and others on animals. There were books about the history of the traveling carnival and the circus. There were books about child development and myths and legends, about the sewing patterns and techniques. There were volumes that claimed to be about trickster gods, about quilting bees, and about football cheering squads and their mascots. On the very top shelf were stacks of file folders, and on the bottom shelf was empty except for a single book, a photo album, leather-bound and as pristine as the time and dust could allow. Charlie grabbed it and it stuck for a moment, almost too tall for the low shelf it had been given. After a minute it came free, and she headed back to her bedroom, leaving the door open with a sudden sense that if it closed she might never get back in.
Alright, I can take over here.
Alright, cool.
It's time.
Woo!
Woo!
His mask is hot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit now. Decided.
You got the exciting part of this chapter.
How do you know? There could be more stuff
It
that's
could
less
be another exciting part, I guess.
Or that's more exciting, I mean.
John was sitting on the bed when she returned, looking at Stanley with his head tilted to the side. "What?" Charlie said, and he looked up, still pensive. "I was wondering if he's been lonely," he said, then shrugged. "He's got Theodore," Charlie said, pointing to the stuffed rabbit with a smile. "It's Ella who's all alone in the closet. Watch." She placed the album beside John on the bed and went to its foot, then turned the wheel that set Ella on her track. She sat down beside him and they watched together, spellbound as of old, as the little doll came out in her crisp, clean dress to blankly offer tea. Neither of them spoke until the smallest closet door closed behind her. John cleared his throat. "So what's in the book?" "Photos," Charlie said. "I haven't looked at them yet." She picked up the album and opened it at random. The top picture was of her mother holding her baby, maybe a year old. She held the child above her head, flying it like an airplane. Her head thrown back in the midst of a laugh, her long brown hair swinging out in an arc behind her. The baby's eyes were wide, its mouth open in delight. John smiled at her. "You look so happy," he said. And she nodded. "Yeah," she said, "I guess I must have been. If that's me," she did not add aloud. If that's me, she did not add aloud. She opened to another page, where the only picture was a large family portrait stiffly posed at a studio. They were dressed formally. Charlie's father was wearing a suit, her mother was in a bright pink dress with padding that lifted her shoulders almost to her ears, and her brown hair was straightened flat in place. Each of them was holding a baby, one in a white frilly dress, and one in a sailor suit. Charlie's heart skipped, and beside her she heard John take a quick, sharp breath. She looked at him with the feeling like the floor was dropping away beneath them. "It was real," she said. "I didn't imagine him." John said nothing in response, just nodded. He put a hand on her shoulder briefly, and then they turned back to the photo album. "We all looked so happy," Charlie said softly. "I think you were," John said. "Look, you had such a goofy smile." He pointed, and Charlie laughed. The whole book was like that, the first memories of a happy family who expected there to be many more. They were not arranged chronologically, so Charlie and Sammy appeared as toddlers, then as newborns, then at various stages in between, except on formal occasions when Charlie was put into a dress, of which there seemed to be few. It was impossible to tell which baby was which. There were no traces of Fredbear's family diner. Near the back of the book, Charlie came to a Polaroid of her and Sammy together, infants bright red and squalling on their backs, wearing nothing but diapers and hospital wristbands. On the white space below the picture, someone had written "Mama's boy and Daddy's girl." On the rest of the pages were blank. Charlie went back again, opening at random to find a strip from a photo booth. 4 shots of her parents alone. They smiled at each other, then made faces at the camera, then laughed, missing the chance to pose and blurring their faces. Lastly, they smiled into the lens. Her mother was beaming happily at the camera, her face alight and flushed, but her father was staring into the distance, a smile on his face fixed on his face like he had left it there by mistake. His dark eyes were intense, remote, and Charlie resisted a sudden urge to look behind her, as if she might see whatever it was he was looking at. She peeled back the cellophane from the album's page and took the strip out, then folded it in half, careful to place the crease between pictures, leaving them intact. She slipped the pictures into her pocket and looked at John, who was watching her again as if she were some kind of unpredictable creature he needed to be careful around.
All right, Ben, 1 second. Thank you to Peter Toe for the 20 CZK, which is definitely the money that I know of.
Yeah.
And they said hi. So I'm going to count that as 20.
Hi.
Not knowing what the thing is, what the conversion is on that. So 20 is, we had 45, so 25 to the next shot.
All right. Real quick, someone said they just got here and don't know what this is. So yeah, I assume you also weren't here for the previous stream, so we are currently about 3/4 of the way through the Five Nights at Freddy's book, The Silver Eyes. The previous stream is on the channel if you wanted to watch that and catch up previously. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't.
Pietro just told on themselves it's about $1. They said we'll count it just because we'll count it as $5.
Sure.
But yeah, so now that means we're 40 away from a shot.
All right. This is not a fan fiction book. It's written by the guy who made the games.
Yeah, no, it's like a book.
It's a book. But yes, so
$40 to the next shot.
Alrighty. What? She said. Charlie, you know I don't think he did it, right? He said that. I'm serious. It's not just what Carlton's dad said. I knew him, as well as a kid can know some other kid's dad. He wouldn't do it. I wouldn't believe it. He spoke with calm certainty, like someone who believed that the world was made out of facts and tangible things, and that there was such a thing as truth. Charlie nodded. I know, she said. She took her next breath slowly, gathering the words she would speak with it. But I might. Oh, I don't know what she's saying. His eyes widened.
I didn't get it either.
Yeah. His eyes widened, startled, and she looked up at the ceiling for a minute, briefly trying to remember if all the cracks had been there when she was a child. I mean, I don't think he did it. I don't think that, she said. I don't think about it at all. I can't. I shut the whole thing off in my mind the day I left Hurricane. I don't think about Freddy's, I don't think about what happened, and I don't think about him. John was looking at her like she was monstrous, like what she was saying was the worst thing he had ever heard. I don't understand how you can say things like that, he said quietly. You loved him. How can you even consider the possibility that he would do something so terrible? Even the people who do terrible things have people who love them. Charlie was looking for words. I don't think he did it. I'm not saying that. She said. Again and again the words hit the air as flimsy as paper. But I remember him dressing up for us in the yellow Freddy suit, doing the dances, miming along with the songs. It was so much a part of him. He was the restaurant. There was no one else. And he was always so distant, like in that picture. There was always something else going on behind the surface. It was like he had a real life and a secret life, you know? John nodded and looked about to speak, but Charlie rushed on before he could. We were the secret life. His real life was his work. It was what mattered. We were his guilty pleasure. The thing he got to love and sneak away to have time with, something he kept hidden away from the dangers of what he did in his real world. And when he was with us, there was always a part of him that was back in reality, whatever that was for him. Again, John opened his mouth, but Charlie snapped the photo album shut, stood up, and left the room. John didn't follow right away, and as she traversed the short hall to her father's bedroom, she could almost hear him making up his mind. Not waiting for him, she went to the bookshelf, wanting to get the book out of her hands, like maybe if it were closed up and put away, her mind too would return to its normal order. The book would not fit. She dropped to her knees to get a better angle, trying to jam the thing back where it belonged, get it out of her hands. The shelf seemed to have sunk down while she was gone, so that it could never be returned, never put right. just got a.
Yeah, I was gonna let you do the next paragraph, but yes, thank you to S5 for the $5 thing. Hey, Alan/Ben, you both are cool. Hope you both are having a good day. I was, and now I'm dressed up as a robot bear reading a book for children. So you know,
Yeah.
I'm having about as good a day as you can expect.
As you can expect.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. With a cry of frustration, Charlie shoved the photo album in as hard as she could. The shelf rocked back and then forward. A sudden mass of papers and file folders tumbled down from above her. Charlie began to cry as pages drifted down around her, covering the floor like snow as she wept. Swiftly, John was there. He knelt down with her in the delicate wreckage, clearing papers away as quickly as he could without tearing them. He put a hand on her shoulder carefully, and she did not move away. He pulled her close and held her, and she hugged him back, gripping so tight she knew she must be hurting him, but she could not let go. She sobbed harder, as if being held, being contained, made it safe to let go. Long minutes passed. John stroked her hair, and Charlie still cried, her body shaking with the force of it.
Sorry. I got like way off.
You're further back.
Yeah, I got like I like.
Let me see if I can find it. Right here? I think it's right here. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that.
You're good. Alright. Her body shaking with the force of it, shuddering like she was possessed. She was not thinking of what had happened, not flitting from one memory to the next to mourn for them all. Her mind was all but blank. She held nothing, was nothing, but this feeling of racking sobs. Her face was sore with tension, but her face hurt like all her pain was being forced out through its wall. And still she cried as if she would cry forever, but forever was an illusion. Slowly, her breathing calmed, and finally Charlie returned to herself and pushed away from John's shoulder, exhausted. Once again, John was left with his arms partially suspended in the air, caught off guard by their sudden emptiness. He tried to move out of the awkward pose without calling attention to himself. Charlie sat back against the side of her father's bed, leaning her head against it. She felt wrung out, stretched thin and aged, but she felt a little better. She gave John a tiny smile, and she saw relief pass over his face at this first sign that she might be alright. Might be alright. I'm okay, she said. It's just this place. It's all this. She felt silly trying to explain, but John scooted back to sit with her. Charlie, you don't have to explain. I know what happened. Do you? She looked at him searchingly, not sure how to put the question. It seemed too crude, too graphic to say it outright. Do you know how my dad died, John? He looked immediately nervous. I know he killed himself, he said hesitantly. No, I mean, do you know how? Oh. John looked down at his feet as if he could not meet her eyes. I thought he stabbed himself, he said quietly. I remember hearing my mom and dad talk. She said something about a knife and all the blood. There was a knife, Charlie said, and there was blood. She closed her eyes and kept them shut as she talked. She could feel John's eyes on her face, watching every movement. But she knew if she looked at him, she would not be able to finish. I never saw it, she said. I mean, I never saw the body. I don't know if you remember, but my aunt came to get me at school in the middle of the day. She stopped waiting for confirmation, her eyes shut tight. I remember, John's voice said from the darkness. It was the last time I ever saw you. Yeah.
Alright, so, I mean, like, her dad was murdered.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that.
And, like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, she came and got me, and I knew something was wrong. You don't go home from school in the middle of the day because everything's fine. She took me outside to her car, but we didn't get in right away. She picked me up and set me on the hood of her car, and she told me she loved me. I love you, Charlie, and everything is going to be okay, Aunt Jen said, and then she destroyed the world with the next words she spoke. She told me that my father had died, and she asked if I knew what that meant. Charlie nodded because she did know, and because with an awful it's not how you...
Prescience?
Prescience. Yeah, prescience. She was not surprised. She said I was going to stay with her for a couple days, and then we would go get some clothes from the house. When we got there, she picked me up like she was a little kid, and as we went through the door, she covered my face with her hand, so I wouldn't see what was in the living room, but I did see. It was one of his creatures, one she had never seen, and it was facing the stairs. Its head was bowed a little so that Charlie could see that the back of its skull was open, the circuits exposed. The limbs and joints lay bare, a skeleton of naked metal strung with twisting wires of bloodless circulation, and its arms were outstretched in a lonesome facsimile of an embrace. It was standing in the middle of a dark, still pool of some liquid that seemed, though it must have been imperceptible, to be spreading. She could see its face, if it could be called a face. Its features. Wow, can't talk. No more alcohol, please. Its features were scared.
40 away.
Okay, I'm going to take a drink.
Oh no, wait, we're 35 away.
Gotcha. Ugh. My throat is dry. Okay.
35 away and 35% to done.
Yeah. Okay. Where am I? Though it must have, it was standing in the middle of a dark, still pool of some liquid that seemed, though it must have been imperceptible, to be spreading. She could see its face, as if it could be called a face. Its features were scarcely formed, crude and shapeless. Even so, Charlie could see that they were contorted, almost grotesque. The thing would be weeping if it could have wept. She stared at it for ages, though it could have been less than seconds, no more than a glimpse, as Aunt Jen swept her up the stairs. Yet she had seen it so many times since then. When she wept, when she woke, when she unguardedly closed her eyes, it would appear to her, the face pressing its way into her mind as if it had pressed into the world. Its blind eyes were only raised bumps, like the eyes of a statue, seeing nothing but its own grief. In its hand, almost an afterthought, was the knife. When Charlie saw the knife, the whole thing snapped into focus. She knew what the thing was. She knew what it had been built for. John was staring at her, horror creeping in. That's how he trailed off. Charlie nodded. Of course. He made a move to comfort her again, but it was the wrong thing to do. Without thinking, Charlie moved slightly, slipping out of reach, and his face fell. Sorry, she said quickly. Sorry. John shook his head quickly and turned to the jumble of papers on the floor. We should look through these, see if there's anything here, he said. Sure, she said brusquely, dismissing his attempts at reassurance. They began randomly. Everything had fallen in such a mess that there was no other way to begin. Most of the papers were engineering blueprints and pages of equations, incomprehensible to them both. There were tax forms, which John took up eagerly, hoping for some information about Fredbear's family diner, but he gave up with a sigh after 15 minutes, flinging the papers down. Charlie, I can't figure this out. Let's check through the rest, but I don't think puzzling at it is going to turn us into mathematicians or accountants. Stubbornly, Charlie kept picking through the papers, hoping for something she would understand. She picked up a sheaf of paper, trying to straighten the next stack, and a photograph fell out of the pile. John snatched it up. Charlie, look, he said, suddenly excited. She took it from his hand. It was her father in his workshop, wearing the yellow Freddy Fazbear costume. The head was tucked under his arm, staring sightlessly into the camera, but Charlie's father was smiling, his face pink and sweaty as if he had been in the costume for a long time. Beside him was a yellow Bonnie. The yellow rabbit, Charlie said. Jason said there was a yellow rabbit. But your father is in the bear costume. The rabbit must be a robot. Look at the eyes, they're red. She peered closer. The eyes were glinting red, but they weren't glowing. And in a moment she saw why. It's not red eyes, it's red eye. There's a person in there. So who is in the suit? Charlie finished the question for him. We have to go to the library, John said, jumping to his feet. Charlie stayed where she was, staring down at the picture. Charlie?
Okay, 1 second.
Yep.
We got 10 CZK, which
I
can
guess
assume is roughly $2.
Yeah.
So we'll say $2 for that, and then $5 for the sticker from the Real Slim Sadie. So 2, 5 is 7, and 35 minus 7 is 28. So $28 or 6 members to the next shot. $28 or 6 members.
All right.
Thank you guys so much for your support. You guys are
Appreciate
amazing.
you guys. Let's see. We have to go to the library, Charlie. Yeah, she said. He held out a hand to pull her up. As they descended the staircase, John hung back briefly, but Charlie did not turn around. She knew what he was imagining because she was picturing it. Too, the stain on the floor, slowly spreading. Charlie drove fast to the library, a grim urgency hanging over her. The promised storm was in the air, the smell of it rising like a warning. In a strange way, the worsening weather satisfied something in Charlie. Storms inside, storms outside. I've never been this eager to get to the library, John joked, and she smiled tightly without humor. The main library in Hurricane was next to the elementary school where they had gone for the memorial ceremony, and as they got out of the car, Charlie glanced at the playground, envisioning children screaming and laughing as they ran in circles, immersed in their games. We were so young. They hurried up the few steps to the library together, a square, modern brick building that looked as if it had come paired with the school beside it. She only remembered the library vaguely from her childhood. They had gone infrequently, and Charlie had spent all her time there, sitting on the floor in the children's section. Being able to see over the information desk was slightly disconcerting. The librarian was young, Charlie thought, an athletic-seeming woman in slacks and a purple sweater. She smiled brightly. "What can I do for you?" she said. Charlie hesitated. The woman was maybe in her late 20s. Charlie realized that ever since she returned to Hurricane, she had been paying attention to age, scrutinizing each face and calculating how old they had been when it happened. This woman would have been a teenager. It doesn't matter, she thought. You still have to ask. She opened her mouth to ask for information about Fredbear's, but what came out instead was, "Are you from Hurricane?" The librarian shook her head. "No, I'm from Indiana." Charlie felt her body relax. She wasn't here. "Do you have any information on a place called Fredbear's Family Diner?" Charlie asked, and the woman frowned. "You mean Freddy Fazbear's? They used to have one of those here, I think," she said vaguely. "No, that's not the one," Charlie said, ready to be endlessly patient with the librarian who was, thankfully, probably the only person in town who was somehow unaware of her history. Well, for town records, things like incorporation and licensing, you would have to go to City Hall, but it's... She checked her watch. "It's after 5, so not today anyway." "I have newspapers all the way back to the 1880s if you want to look at microfilm," she said eagerly. "Yeah, okay," Charlie said. "I'm Harriet," the woman said as she led them to a door at the back of the building. They recited their names dutifully, and she chattered on like a child about to display her favorite toy. "So you know what microfilm is, right? It's because we can't keep stacks and stacks of papers here. There's no room, and eventually they would rot, so it's a way to preserve them." They take pictures and save the film. It's almost like a movie reel, you know? Very small, so you need a machine to see it. "We know what it is," John cut in when she paused. "We just don't know how to use it." "Well, that's what I'm here for," Harriet declared and threw the door open. Inside was a table with a computer monitor. The monitor sat on top of a little box with a small wheel on the side. 2 handles stuck out in the front. Charlie and John looked at it bemusedly, and Harriet grinned. "You want the local paper, right? What years?" Charlie counted backward. 1979 to 1982? She hazarded. Harriet beamed and left the room. John bent forward to peer at the machine, rattling the handles a little. "Careful," Charlie warned jokingly. "I think she might be lost without that thing." John raised his hands to his shoulders and stepped back. Harriet reappeared with what looked like 4 small movie reels and held them up. "What year do you want to start with?" she said. 1979, 1979? I guess, Charlie said, and Harriet nodded. She went to the machine and threaded the film through expertly. She flipped a switch and the screen came to life. A newspaper appeared. January 1st, 1979, John announced, leaning forward to read the headlines. Politics, somebody won a sports game, and there was some weather. And also there was a bakery giving away free cookies to celebrate the new year. Sounds like now, except no cookies. You use these to see more, Harriet said, manipulating the controls. Let me know if you need help switching the reels. Have fun, you two. She winked conspiratorially and closed the door behind her as she left. Charlie positioned herself in front of the machine, and John stood behind her, his hand on her chair. It felt good to have him close, like he would stop anything that tried to sneak up on her. This is pretty cool, he remarked, and she nodded, scanning the paper for answers. Okay, let's narrow it down, he said grimly. What's the thing most likely to make the papers? I was looking for an opening announcement, Charlie said. Yeah, but what's gonna make the papers? Sorry, he added. I didn't want to say it, but we have to. Sammy, Charlie said. We should have started with Sammy. We moved to the new house when I was 3. It's gotta be 1982. Carefully, they switched to the reel. Charlie eyed the door as they did, as if nervous that Harriet might catch them making a mistake. When's your birthday? John said, sitting to take her place. Don't you know? She teased. He screwed up his face in an exaggerated mime of thinking. May 13th, he said at last. She laughed, startled. How did you know? He grinned up at her. Because I know things, he said. But why does it matter? You remember being 3 when you moved, but you didn't turn 3 until May, so we knock out 5 months. Do you remember anything about the restaurant the night Sammy disappeared? Charlie felt herself flinch with an almost physical pain. Sorry, she said. Her face felt too hot. Sorry, you startled me. Let me think. She closed her eyes. The restaurant, the closet, hung full with costumes. She and Sammy, there safe in the dark until the door opened and the rabbit appeared, leaning over them with its awful face, its human eyes. Charlie's heart was racing. She slowed her breathing and held out a hand. John took hold of it. She held on tight as if he could anchor her. The rabbit leaning over them, the yellow teeth beneath the mask and behind the rabbit. What was behind the rabbit? The restaurant was open. She could hear voices, people. There were more people in costumes. Other performers? Robots? No. She almost had it. Scarcely breathing, Charlie tried to coax out the thought, scared to frighten it away. Move slowly, speak softly. She had it, snatched it away from the depths of her mind, and held it wriggling in her fingers. Her eyes snapped open. John, I know when it was, she said. Earlier that night, when they were still wide awake, the closet opened and her mother looked in. She was haloed by the light behind her, smiling down at her twins, radiant in her long, elegant dress, her flowing hair, her gleaming tiara. Mommy's a princess, Charlie murmured sleepily, and her mother bent down and kissed her cheek. Just for tonight, she whispered, and then she left them to sleep. She left them in the dark to sleep. She was a princess, she said excitedly. What? Who? My mother, Charlie said. She was dressed up as a princess. It was a Halloween party, John. Go to November 1st. John struggled briefly with the controls, but then it was there. The headline was small, but it was on the front page of the paper on Monday, November 1st. Toddler snatched. Charlie turned away. John began to read aloud, and Charlie cut in, stopping him. Don't, she said. Just tell me if it has anything useful. He was quiet, and she stared anxiously at the door, tracing the knots in the false wood with her eyes. There's a picture, he said finally. You need to look. She leaned over his shoulder. The story had continued over an entire page inside, with pictures of the restaurant, of the family all together, and of her and Sammy, though neither of the twins were named in the article. In the bottom left corner, there was a picture of her father and another man. Their arms were slung around each other's shoulders, and they were grinning happily. John, Charlie said. It says they were joint owners. No, Charlie said, unable to take her eyes away from the picture. Suddenly, the door behind them erupted in pounding from outside. And they both jumped. Charlie, John, are you in there? Marla, they said as one, and Charlie rushed to the door and threw it open. Marla, what is it? She was red-faced and breathless, and Harriet was anxiously hovering behind her. Marla's hair was wet, water dripped down her face, but she did not wipe it away or even seem to notice. I guess the rain started. Charlie thought, the mundane reflection drifting unbidden into her head, despite her alarm. He's gone! Jason's gone! Marla cried. What? John said. He's gone back to Freddy's. I know he has, she said. He kept saying we should go back, that we shouldn't just be hanging around all day. I thought he was in another room, but I looked everywhere. I know that's where he is. She said it all in one breath, and ended gasping, a faint, whining hum resonating under her breathing, a keening sound she seemed unable to stop making. Oh no, Charlie said. Come on, Marla pressed. She was jittering, vibrating. John put a hand on her shoulder as if to comfort her, and she shook her head. Don't try to calm me down, just come with me, she insisted, but there was no anger, only desperation. She turned and almost ran to the door, and John and Charlie followed with an apologetic look for the bemused librarian they left behind them. Chapter 9.
9.
That was a very long chapter.
Alright. $28 to the next shot.
Yep.
Whew. I'm gonna take a quick break to
what?
pee.
Oh, okay. You do that. I'll just
be
hang
right
out
back.
with chat for a little bit. How we doing, chat? How we feeling? We're 2/3 of the way. I like to believe that all the universes have Matthew Lillard as the purple guy, except for the one we're living in now, where Ben's the purple guy. Can we do a robot script read? I mean, we can always think about doing it. I don't feel like, I guess I'm crazy. I don't think the costumes would look that great. Also, there's not enough characters, I think, that would make it interesting. Alright, thank you, Jax Ash, for the $2.79 Canadian. Hello again, William Riston and Freddy Fazballs. That's us. That's always been us. Thank you for the $2.79. That takes us to, screw it, let's just say 25 to the next shot, because I think it was 28. So, yeah, it's fine. Best thing you can do, instead of setting a reminder on your phone, if you follow us and hit the bell icon, it will specifically tell you every time that we've got something coming up. So, always a good way to do things. Thank you, Manuel, for saying that you weren't trying to rub it in that Miami lost, but also, you know, screw you. I forgot there was a Kissing Booth book. Isn't it just the movie though? Like it's just a novelization of the movie. I don't care about the Five Nights at Freddy's lore. I definitely don't care about the Kissing Booth lore. Yeah, everybody's talking about how canon this is, and I don't care about any bit of whether this is canon or any of it is canon. So,
All right. How you doing, Alan?
I'm doing. How are you doing?
Doing. Needed to stand up for a moment.
I'm in a fucking Freddy costume, and we're only 2/3 of the way through this book, so that's how I'm doing.
Yeah, right.
So, you know, it's one of those days.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's go.
Let's do it.
I was just hanging out with chat. There was $2.79.
Yes, I heard.
So I just rounded that up to 3 and made it 25.
Alright, let's do it.
Okay, Carlton opened his eyes, disoriented, his head stuffed tight with a massive pulsing ache. He was half sitting, stiffly propped against a wall, and he found he could not move his arms. His body was covered in little, random places of sharp pain and tingling numbness. Oh shit, we know what's going on. That was Carl. I didn't even realize it was Carlton we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to shift away
not
from
dead.
the discomfort,
Yet.
But he was restrained somehow, and the little moves he could make just made new places hurt. He looked around the room, trying to get his bearings. It looked like a storage room. There were boxes along the walls, and discarded cans of paint and other cleaning supplies littered the floor. But there was more. There were piles of furry fabric everywhere. Carlton peered at them sleepily. He felt muzzy, like if he closed his eyes he could just fall back asleep. So easily. No. He shook his head hard, trying to clear it, and yelped, "Oh no!" He groaned as the throbbing in his head demanded attention, and his stomach flipped. He clenched his jaw and closed his eyes, waiting for the pounding and nausea to recede. Eventually they did, fading back to something almost manageable, and he opened his eyes again. Trying to get my mouse in a nice spot. And he opened his eyes again, starting over. This time, his mind had cleared a little, and he looked down to his body to see his restraints. Oh no. He was wedged inside the heavy, barrel-shaped torso of a mascot costume, the headless top half of some kind of animal. His arms were trapped inside the torso section, pinned to his sides in an unnatural position by some sort of framework. The arms of the costume hung limp and empty from the sides. His legs stuck out incongruously from the bottom, looking small and thin in contrast. He could feel other things inside the mascot's torso, pieces of metal that pressed against his back and poked into him. He could feel raw patches on his skin, and he could not tell if the thing he felt trickling down his back was sweat or blood. Something was pressing into the sides of his neck. When he turned his head, whatever it was dug into his skin. The costume's fur was dirty and matted, a faded color that may have once been a bright blue, but was now only a bluish approximation of beige. He could see a head of the same color a few feet away, sitting on a cardboard box, and with a flicker of curiosity he looked at it, but could not tell what it was supposed to be. And it looks as if someone had been told, "Make an animal," and had done just that, careful not to make it look like any specific type of animal. He looked around the room, comprehension dawning. He knew where he was. The piles of fabric had faces. They were empty costumes, mascots from the restaurant, deflated, collapsed, and staring empty-eyed at him like they wanted something. He looked around, trying to assess calmly, though his heart was fluttering alarmingly in his chest. The room was small, a single bulb overhead lighting it dimly and flickering ever so slightly, giving the place a disquieting impression of movement. A small metal desk fan, oh shit, brown with rust, gently oscillated in the corner, but the air it blew was heavy with the stale sweat of costumes left unwashed for a decade. Carlton was too hot. The air felt too thick. He tried to stand, but without his arms he could not brace himself, and as he moved he felt another violent wave of nausea and a sudden angry surge of pain in his head. "I wouldn't do that," a raspy voice muttered.
True.
But also kinda murdered.
Yeah.
Carlton looked around, seeing no one. Then the door opened. It moved slowly, and somewhere beneath his terror, Carlton felt a twinge of impatience. "Who is it? Let me out of this," he said in a panicked desperation. The door squealed like an injured animal as it glided open. Almost of its own accord, the frame empty. After a moment's pause, a yellow rabbit poked its head around the corner, its ears tilting in a jaunty angle. It was still for a moment, almost posting as it came in with a bouncing walk, grateful with none of the stiff mechanical movements of the animatronic animal. Oh, graceful, sorry. It did a small dance step, spun, and took a deep bow. Then it reached up and took off its own head, revealing the man inside the costume. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised," Carlton said, his nerves triggering an automatic wisecrack. "Never trust a rabbit, I say." It didn't make sense, it wasn't funny, but the words were coming out of his mouth without any input from his brain. He still felt sick, his head still ached, but he had a sudden visceral clarity. This was what happened to Michael. You are what happened to Michael. "Don't speak," Dave said. Carlton opened his mouth to answer back, but the smart remark died on his tongue when he saw the guard's face. He had seemed somehow faded when they met, depleted and ineffectual, but now, as he stood over Carlton in his absurd-looking rabbit costume, he looked different. His face was the same, technically. His gaunt features and sunken eyes, his skin had seemed to have worn thin, but ready to snap from strain. But now there was a mean, undeniable strength in him, a rodentine vitality that Carlton recognized. It had occurred to Carlton years before that there were two types of nasty people. There were the obvious ones, like his 6th grade English teacher who yelled and threw erasers, or the kid in 5th grade who picked fights with smaller children after school. That type was easy, their offenses public, brutal, and undeniable. But then there were other kinds of there was the other kind of petty tyrant. Those who, grew spiteful with their small scraps of power, feeling more and more abused by the year, by family who did not appreciate them, by neighbors who slighted them in imperceptible ways, by a world that left them somehow lacking something essential. Before him stood someone who had spent so much of his life fighting like a cornered rat that he had taken out the mantle of bitter sadism on an integral part of himself. He would strike out against others and revel in their pain, feeling righteous that the world owed him his cruel pleasures. The guard's face, with its malevolent delight in Carlton's pain and fear, was one of the most terrifying things he had ever seen. He opened and closed his mouth, then, valiantly, found his voice. "What kind of name for a serial killer is Dave?" he said. It came out as a trembling croak, lacking even the echo of bravado. Dave did not seem to hear. I can't get the mouse to work. Ben, did you click off?
No.
Did I click off? I think I clicked off. I don't know how that happened. Dave did not seem to hear him. "I told you not to move, Carlton," he said calmly. He set the rabbit's head down on a plastic crate and began fiddling with the fastenings at the back of his neck. "It's not an order. It's a friendly warning. Do you know what I've put you in?" "Your girlfriend," Carlton said, and Dave made a thin curve of a smile. "You're amusing," he said with distaste. "But no, you're not wearing a costume, Carlton. Not precisely. You see, these suits were designed for two purposes. To be worn by men like me," he gestured fluidly toward himself, with something that might have been pride, "and to be used as working animatronics like the one you see on the stage. Do you understand?" Carlton nodded and began to, but Dave's raised eyebrow stopped him. "I said don't move," he said. The neck of his costume came open, and he began to undo a second fastening at the back as he talked. "You see, all of the animatronic parts in that suit are still in it. They are still held back by spring locks like this." Dave went to the pile of costumes and selected one, bringing the fuzzy green torso, headless, over to Carlton. He held out the costume, waggling two twisted pieces of metal that were attached to the sides of the neck. "These are spring locks," he said, bringing the piece of metal so close to Carlton's face he almost could not focus his eyes on it. "Watch," he said. He did something, touched some piece of the lock so imperceptibly that Carlton could not see what he had done, and it snapped shut with a sound like a backfiring car. Carlton stiffened, suddenly taking the order not to move deathly serious. "That's a very old costume. One of the very first ones Henry made. You can trip these spring locks very, very easily if you don't know what you're doing." Dave went on. "It takes almost no movement at all." "Henry," Carlton said, trying to focus on what he was being told. He could still hear the snap, as if it had lodged in his head like the song that kept repeating. "I'm going to die," he thought, for the first time since waking. "This man will kill me. I will die, and then what? Will anyone even know?" He set his jaw and met Dave's eyes. "Who's Henry?" "Henry," Dave repeated. "Your friend Charlie's father." He looked surprised. "Did you not know that he made this place?" "Oh, right, well," Carlton said confusedly. "I just always thought of him as Charlie's dad." "Of course," Dave said, the kind of polite murmur people made when they didn't care. "Well, that's one of his first suits," he said, gesturing at Carlton. "And if you trigger those spring locks, two things will happen. First, all of the locks will snap right into you, making deep cuts all over your body. And a split second later, all the animatronic parts they've been holding back, all the sharp steel and hard plastic, will instantly be driven into your body. You will die, but it will be slow. You'll feel your organs punctured. The suit will grow wet with your blood, and you will know you're dying for long, long minutes. You'll try to scream, but you'll be unable to. Your vocal cords will be severed, and your lungs will fill with your own blood until you drown in it. There was a faraway look in his eyes, and Carlton knew with chilling certainty that Dave wasn't predicting. He was reminiscing. How? Carlton's voice broke, and he tried again. How do you know that? He said, managing a raspy whisper. Dave met his eyes and smiled widely. How do you think? He set down the costume he was holding and reached up to undo the final piece of his own. It took time. Carlton watched for several minutes as Dave romanced whatever mechanisms lay under the collar. He took the costume torso off with a flourish, and Carlton made an involuntary sound, a helpless and frightened mule. Dave had been shirtless under the costume, and now his bare chest was clearly visible even in the dim, flickering light. His skin was horribly scarred, with raised white lines that scored his flesh in a symmetrical pattern, each side of his body mirroring the other. Dave saw him looking and laughed, a sudden happy sound. Carlton shivered at it. Dave raised his arms out from his body and turned slowly in a circle, giving Carlton ample time to see that the scars were everywhere, covering his back like a faint lace shirt, stretching to the waist of the rabbit pants as if they continued all the way down. On the back of his neck, where there were largest and most visible, 2 scars like parallel lines were etched from the nape of his neck all the way up to his scalp, disappearing into his hair. Carlton tried to swallow. His mouth was so dry that he could not have spoken, even if there had been anything to say. Dave smiled unpleasantly. Don't move, he said again. He's here. He has to be here, Marla cried, staring despairingly at the doors to Freddy's. She was clasping and unclasping her hands, the knuckles going white. Charlie watched her helplessly. There was nothing to say. The door was no longer covered in chains. Instead, it was simply no longer a door. It had been welded over. The metal was melted seamlessly into the frame, and the hinges were gone, covered in crude, patchy solder. They all stared, not fully able to comprehend what they were looking at. Charlie shifted her feet. She had stepped in a puddle as they hurried from the car, and now her shoes and socks were soaked and freezing. It seemed unforgivable to be focused on her own discomfort in such a moment, but she could not stop her attention from drifting to it. This is insane, Marla said, her mouth agape. Who does this? She threw up her arms in frustration. Who does something like that? She was almost shouting. Someone did that! Someone welded this shut! What if Jason is in there? Marla put her hands over her face. Jessica and Lamar stepped forward to comfort her, but she waved them away. I'm fine, she said tightly, but she did not move, still staring at the place in the wall that had once been a door. She looked smaller, lesser. The panic energy that had been driving her was gone, leaving her empty and without purpose. She looked at Charlie, ignoring the others, and Charlie met her eyes uncomfortably. What do we do now? Or what do we do? Marla asked. Charlie shook her head. I don't know, Marla, she said uselessly. If he's in there, we have to get him out. There has to be a way. There has to be another way in, John agreed, though he sounded surer than Charlie felt. Freddy's has a windows. A service door, right? There must have been fire exit. There has to be something. Stop! Marla cried, and they all froze in place. She was pointing at the floor. What is it? Charlie asked, coming up next to her. It's Jason's footprint, Marla said. Look, you can see the imprint. It's those silly shoes he spent a year's allowance on. Charlie looked. Marla was right. There was a muddy footprint about Jason's size, still fresh. Marla's face was alive again, fiery and determined. He must have just been here, Marla said. Look, you can see the tracks turn and leave again. The door must have already been welded when he... Come on.
Oop.
Oh.
You cut in and out a little bit there.
I got really lost on where we are.
Gotcha.
Hold on.
You were saying... It was like you were on, he's probably still here somewhere, I believe.
Jason's tracks. Jason's tracks were headed further down the alley, into the darkness, and the group crouched low to the ground, following his trail. Charlie hung back, not really helping, but keeping an eye on the bobbing flashlight ahead. There was something she was forgetting, and something she should know. Something about Freddy's. Noticing that she was apart, John let the others move ahead. You okay? He asked in a low voice, and Charlie shook her head. I'm fine, she said. Go ahead. He waited for her to say more, but she was staring ahead into the dark. Another way in. Found it! Jessica's voice pierced the dark, and Charlie came back to herself and jogged to catch up to the others. Lamar had the flashlight again, He was aiming it at the air vent close to the ground. The vent was old and rusty, and its covering lay flat in the ground amid scattered footprints and clumps of mud. Jason, what are you doing? Marla gasped and knelt beside the vent. What are you thinking? There was an edge to her voice, something teetering between panic and relief. We have to go after him, she said. Charlie watched, dubious, but said nothing. It was John who spoke up. It's too small, he said. I don't think any of us will fit. Marla looked down at herself, then around at the others one by one, calculating. Jessica, she said decisively, come on. What? Jessica looked at the side as if there might be another of her. I don't think I'll fit, Marla. You're the skinniest, Marla said shortly. Just try, okay? Okay, Jessica sucks, but also Marla kind of throwing a friend into the danger here.
Yeah.
Jessica nodded and went to the vent, kneeling in the muddy concrete that was the alley's floor. She studied the hole in the wall for a moment and tried to squeeze in, but her shoulders barely cleared the space, and after a moment she pulled back, out of breath. Marla, I can't fit. I'm sorry. You can fit, Marla said. Please, Jessica. Jessica looked back at the others, and when Charlie saw her face, it was almost white, harshly expressionless. She's claustrophobic, Charlie thought. Before she could speak, Jessica was back at the air vent, twisting herself, trying again to fit. Okay, Jessica, maybe she doesn't suck so much. Please, Marla said again, and Jessica shot back out like something had bitten her. I can't, Marla, she said, her breathing shallow and fast, as if she had been running full out. I don't fit. There has to be another way in, Charlie stepped in, reaching her arm between Marla and Jessica as though breaking up a fight. Charlie closed her eyes, trying again to remember. She pictured the restaurant, trying to see it not as they had the last few days, but as it had been years before. The lights were bright, it was full of people. It used to get hot, stuffy, she said. In summer, it smelled like pizza and old French fry grease and sweaty kids. And my dad would say, that's it. He would say, whose brilliant idea was it to put a skylight in a closet? She finished triumphantly, relieved. She could picture the little supply room with the open roof. She and Sammy would sneak away and sit in there for a few minutes, enjoying the small stream of fresh air that filtered down from the outside. So that's it. Let's get to the roof, John said, breaking Charlie's drift into memory. There has to be another way in. Charlie stepped in, reaching her arm between Marla and Jessica, as though... Oh, wait, whoa.
No, you went back.
I went back one. What roof, Marla said, studying the top of the closed hall. She was no longer in a full-blown panic, reassured by evidence that Jason was still alive, but her anxiety was still palpable. Her glance darted constantly around the little group, as if her little brother might suddenly appear from the shadows. It's been covered over, like everything else, Lamar chimed in. Maybe not, Charlie said. The roof of the mall is pretty high. I bet there's a crawl space at least. A crawl space, John said excitedly. You mean a crawl space between the roof of Freddy's and the roof of the mall? Up there? He stared up in the darkness for a moment. A crawl space? He repeated, his voice a little meeker. Charlie was busy studying the center of the corridor, measuring it in her head against what they had seen of the outside of the building. It was different. She was sure of it. This isn't the roof to the mall. It's not high enough, she said, feeling a spark of encouragement. She set off briskly down the hall, not waiting for the others. They followed, trailing behind her, and the space above her suddenly became illuminated as Lamar caught up and cast the beam of the flashlight upward. Charlie was going back and forth, looking from wall to ceiling, and back again while they tried to picture the space outside. The ceiling of this hall is probably level with the roof of Freddy's, Jessica's voice came from behind Charlie, who startled briefly. She had been so intent on her pursuit she had lost track of her friends. We have to get up there, Charlie said, turning back to the group expectantly. They looked blankly at her for a second. Then Lamar's arm moved reflexively, like he was about to raise his hand. He caught himself and cleared his throat instead. I hate to point out the obvious, but Lamar said, gesturing. About 10 feet ahead of them, a maintenance ladder rested against the old brick. Charlie grinned and hurried to the ladder, waving for John to follow. They grabbed it together. It was heavy, metal, and covered with the spatters of paint, but it was manageable to carry. When Charlie had a firm grip of one side of the ladder, she turned her face back to the ceiling, searching. There's probably a hole or a hatch or something, she said. A hole or a hatch or something? John echoed with a half smile as he lifted the other end of the ladder. Do you have a better idea? Now come on. She jerked the ladder forward so that John stumbled and almost fell off. They moved slowly, with only one flashlight. They could not see where they were going and examine the walls at the same time. So every few yards they stopped for Lamar to reach the light back and forth across the place where the brick walls met the dripping ceiling of the makeshift hallway. Though it slowed them down, Charlie was grateful for the brakes. The ladder, industrial metal, was heavy. She could have asked for others to switch off, but it felt essential somehow that she be part of the physical process. She wanted to help. Marla's agitation was growing as they went, and after a few rounds of move and scans, she started calling Jason's name softly. Jason! Jason, can you hear me? He's inside, John said shortly. He can't hear you. His voice was strained with the weight of the ladder. He had the wider end, and he sounded almost snappish. Marla glared at him. You don't know that. They stopped for Lamar to run the light. Wait, nope. Marla, stop it, Jessica said. We're doing everything we can. Marla didn't answer. A few minutes later, they came to the end of the alley. So now what, John said. I don't know, Charlie said, puzzled. I was positive that we would find something. Is that the way life usually works for you, John teased, raising an eyebrow at her. From down the hall, Lamar let out a triumphant cry. Found it! Marla took off toward him at a run, and Jessica followed, a little more cautiously behind, wary of obstacles in the dark. Charlie gave John a wink and picked up the ladder again. He hurried to lift his side, and they lugged it back the way they came. I'm sorry, I'm lost. Hold on. I keep hitting things wrong. There we go. When Charlie and John caught up to the rest of the group, all three were looking up at the ceiling. Charlie mimicked their posture. Sure enough, there was a square trapdoor big enough for an adult to pass through, its edges barely visible in the darkness. Without speaking, they set up the ladder. It was perhaps 10 feet high and rose close enough to the ceiling to access the door easily. Marla climbed up first as Lamar steadied the ladder on one side, Jessica on the other. John and Charlie watched as Marla ascended. So, the trapdoor there, John pointed up at. Trapdoor of this hallway is right next to Freddy's? That will get us to the roof of Freddy's, which is under the roof of the mall, and in a crawl space. And on Freddy's roof, there's a skylight, which we will find while crawling through the crawl space. He drew an invisible diagram in the air with his finger as he spoke, and his tone was edged with skepticism. Charlie did not respond. Marla's footsteps on the ladder sounded through the hall, heavy, tiny thuds that echoed unsteadily all around them. Once we find the skylight into the crawl space, John went on, not certain if Charlie was even listening, we're going to drop down through the skylight and into Freddy's, possibly with no way of getting back out. At the top of the ladder, Marla fiddled with something on the ceiling that the others could not see, making little mutters of frustration. Is it locked? Charlie called up. Okay, sure, John said. Wait, what? Is it locked? Charlie called up. Okay, sure.
That's what
John
it says.
Aware...
It's unrelated.
Yeah, that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Aware by now that he was talking only to himself. This makes sense. Okay, and this does make sense. The bolt is just stuck, Marla said. I need... Ha! A dull snapping sound rang out. Got it, she cried. She raised her hands over her head and pressed upward, and slowly the door opened above her until it tipped over and fell with a thud. So much for sneaking in, John said dryly. It doesn't matter, Charlie said. We still have to go. Besides, you really think whoever is in there doesn't know we're coming? Above them, Marla was navigating her way through the door. She braced her arms on either side of the space and pushed up off the ladder. It swayed dangerously, and Lamar and Jessica clutched it, trying to stabilize it, but it was not necessary. Marla was already up and through on the roof. They waited for her to say something. Marla, Jessica called finally. Yeah, I'm fine, Marla said. What do you see? Charlie called. Throw me the light. Marla's arm emerged from the trapdoor, flapping impatiently. Lamar got a bit closer and carefully lobbed the flashlight up. Marla snatched it out of the air, and immediately the beam vanished. The light had gone out. In the crawl space, Marla sat in the dark trying to fix the flashlight. She shook it, rattling the batteries, and flipped the switch on and off uselessly. As she unscrewed the top of the light and blew into the battery cage, she felt a rising panic. Since realizing Jason had gone, Marla's entire being had been focused on him. It was only now, alone in the darkness, that she began to think about the danger she herself might be in. She screwed the top back onto the flashlight and it came on instantly. The light flashed in her eyes, briefly clouding her vision. She pointed it away, then carefully swept it in a circle around her, revealing a sprawling void in all directions. It was the roof of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
I can take
What
it
do you
over
see?
here.
Charlie called again. What?
I can take it over now.
All right. And we are $25 away from our next shot.
Or 5 members.
Yes. Okay.
Woo.
All right. What do you see? Charlie called again. You were right. There's space, but not much. It's so dark and it smells awful up here. Her voice sounded shaky even to her own ears, and suddenly she was desperate not to be alone in this place. Hurry, don't leave me up here by myself. We're coming, Jessica called up to her. Me next, Charlie said, stepping forward. The ladder was rusty and it made squeaking complaints as she climbed, protesting her weight as she moved from step to step. But it felt sturdy, and quickly she reached the trap door and did as Marla had done. She stood on the top step so she was head and shoulders through the door, braced her arms on either side, and pushed off the ladder, almost jumping to land on Freddy's roof. There was not room to stand, scarcely room to sit. The space between the restaurant's roof and the mall's roof above it was less than a yard. Something was rattling above them as if stones were falling overhead, and it took Charlie a moment to realize it was the rain thundering on the uninsulated tin. Water dripped in on her head, and when she looked up, she saw a place where the metal seams had not been joined, 2 corrugated sheets simply lined up next to each other, allied by circumstance. She wiped her palms on her jeans. The shingles of the roof were wet, and her hands were covered in grit, dust, and something slick and more unpleasant. She looked toward Marla, who was a few feet away. Here, come on, get out of their way, Marla said, motioning her over, and Charlie hurried on her hands and knees. Jessica's head appeared in the trap door, and carefully she made her way up into the crawlspace. Safely on the roof, Jessica looked around as if gauging something. Concerned, Charlie remembered her fear in the air vent, but Jessica took a long, deep breath. I can handle this, she said, though she did not sound as if she believed her own words. Oh, God. Ugh. A moment later, Lamar was next to them. He quickly reclaimed the flashlight and aimed it back toward the trapdoor. After a moment, John scrambled up into the crawlspace and something banged loudly beneath them, the sound repeating, everyone but John startled at the sound. Sorry, he said, that was the ladder. Charlie, which way? Marla asked. Oh. Charlie closed her eyes again, retraced her steps as she had while they searched for a way in. Straight across. I think, she said. As long as we get to the far side, we'll find it. Without waiting for responses, she started crawling in the direction she thought was right. A second later, light appeared ahead of her. Thanks, she called back softly to Lamar, who was steadying the flashlight, trying to anticipate where Charlie would go. I don't have anything else to do, he whispered. The crawlspace was wide. It should have felt spacious, but there were support beams and pipes strewn at random, intersecting the space or running across the roof below them, so that it was a little like navigating a very cramped forest, ducking vines and climbing over fallen trees. The roof of Freddy's had a shallow upward slope. They would have to go down again once they reached the middle. The shingles beneath their hands and feet were soggy in a deep, swollen way that suggested they had not been truly dry in years, and a moldy smell rose from them. Every once in a while, Charlie wiped her hands on her pants, knowing they would only be clean for a moment. From time to time, she thought she heard something skitter by, sounds a little too far away to be coming from their group, but she ignored them. They have more right to be here than we do, she thought, though she was not certain what species they might be. The roof above them followed a bizarre pattern, sloping up and down without regard to the roof beneath, so that at one point it opened 4 feet above their heads, then at another plunged downward so close that it grazed their backs, forcing them to duck their heads and wriggle awkwardly through. Jessica was right behind Charlie, and from time to time she could hear her friend make soft, frightened noises, but every time she looked back, Jessica just nodded, stone-faced. They continued until they reached the wall that marked the edge of the roof. Okay, Charlie called, half turning behind her. It should be near here. Let's spread out and look. No, wait, what's that? Marla said, pointing. Charlie could not see what Marla had spotted, but she followed the direction until she came to it. The skylight was a flat glass pane in the roof, framed like a small window. A single panel with no visible handles, hinges, or latches. They leaned over it, trying to see into the room below, but the glass was too covered in grime for anything to show through. Ugh. John reached forward and tried to clean it with his sleeve. He came away with the arm of his shirt black, but it had done no good. At least half the dirt was on the other side, and the skylight was still opaque with filth. It's just a closet, it's okay. But is anyone in the closet? Lamar said. It doesn't matter, said Marla. We don't have a choice. Everyone looked at Charlie, who thoughtfully studied the skylight. It swings in. You pull down on this side, she pointed, and it swings. There's a latch on the inside, right there. She pointed on the side of the skylight. Maybe if she pushed on it, and it gave way almost instantly, jolting her with a sudden panicked sense of falling, even though her weight was solidly on the roof. That's kind of narrow, John said. The skylight did not open all the way. The glass just tilted in a little, barely enough for a person to slip through. I didn't build it, Charlie said, slightly irritated. This is it, so if you're going, go. Without waiting for a response, she swung her legs over the sill and lowered herself down, dangling for a moment in the dark. Closing her eyes and hoping the floor was not as far away as she remembered, she let go and fell. She landed. The shock of impact ran through her legs, but it passed quickly. Bend your knees when you land, she called up as she got out of the way. Marla dropped through, and Charlie went to the door, trying to find a light switch. Her fingers stumbled across the switch, and she flipped it up. The old fluorescent lights clicked and buzzed, and then slowly a dim and unreliable glow filled the space. All right, she whispered with a thrill of excitement. She turned around, and as something brushed her face, she had a fleeting impression of big plastic eyes and broken yellow teeth. She screamed and leaped back, clutching for balance at shelves that swayed as she grabbed them. The head she had touched, an uncovered wire frame for a costume with nothing but eyes and teeth to decorate it, wobbled precariously on the shelf beside Charlie, then fell to the ground, her heart still pounding. Charlie brushed at herself roughly as if she were covered in spider webs, her legs unsteady as she moved back and forth with agitation. The head rolled across the floor, then came to rest at her feet, looking up at her with its cheerful, sinister smile. Charlie jerked back from the ghastly grin, and something grabbed her from behind. She tried to yank free, but she was stuck. A pair of metal arms wrapped around her. The bodiless limbs clung to her shirt, their hinges biting into the cloth. And as she tried to wrest herself away, her hair was caught too, tangling her deeper into the wire until she felt like she would be consumed. Charlie screamed again, and the arms reached out further, seeming to grow as she struggled against them. She fought back with all her strength, fueled by terror and a base, frantic fury that this thing would hurt her. Charlie, stop, Marla cried. Charlie! Marla grabbed her arm, trying to stop her frantic movement, using one hand to disengage Charlie's hair from the metal frame. Charlie, it's not real, it's just robot parts, she said. But Charlie pulled away from Marla, still in a panic, and smacked her head into a cardboard box. She cried out, startled, as the box overturned. Eyes the size of fists fell to the ground like rain, showering down with a clatter and rolling everywhere, covering the floor. Charlie stumbled and stepped on one of the hard plastic orbs, sending her feet out from under her. She grabbed at a shelf, missed, and fell on her back, landing with a thud that took the wind out of her. Stunned and gasping, she looked up. There were eyes everywhere, not just on the floor, but in the wall. They looked out at her from the dark, deep-socketed, shadowed eyes peering down from the shelves all around her. She stared, unable to look away. Charlie, come on. Marla was there, kneeling anxiously over her. She grabbed Charlie's arm again and pulled until Charlie was upright. Charlie still did not have her breath back, and as she inhaled thinly, she began to cry. Marla hugged her tightly, and Charlie let her. It's okay, Marla whispered as Charlie tried to calm herself, looking around the storeroom for distraction. It's not real, she told herself. They were in a storeroom, just a closet, and these were all spare parts. The air was thick with dust, and it tickled at her nose and throat as it poured off the shelves restlessly. Let's see. The rest of the group dropped through the skylight one by one. John came last, landing in the middle of the room with a thump. Jessica sneezed. Okay. Are you okay? John said as soon as he saw Charlie. Yeah, I'm fine. Charlie disentangled herself from Marla and crossed her arms, still collecting herself. You know we can't get back up through there, John said, looking up at the skylight. We just need something to stand on, Charlie said, or we can climb a shelf. Jessica shook her head. No, look at the way it's opened. Charlie looked. The skylight opened downward, so the pane of glass sloped in at a gentle angle, just enough to have let them through. To get out, they would have to... Oh, she said. There would be no getting out. However close they got to the skylight, the pane of glass would always be in the way, sticking out into the precise space they needed to pass through. If anyone tried to get a grip on the roof, they would have to lean so far over the glass that they would fall from the ladder. Let's see. We might be able to break the glass, John started, but the metal frame is going to be dangerous to climb over, even more dangerous with shards of broken glass. He fell silent and thought it didn't matter, and thought it through again, his face grim. It doesn't matter, Charlie said. We'll find another way out. Let's start looking. They peered cautiously out into the hallway. Lamar had turned off the flashlight, but it was easy enough to see their surroundings now with the light from the closet seeping into the hall. At least nothing's dripping from the ceiling, Charlie thought, wiping her hands on her pants again. The floor was black and white tile, as glossy as if it had just been polished. There were children's drawings on the wall, rustling with the air from the open skylight. Charlie remained motionless, more than aware of how much noise she had just made. Does it know we're here? She wondered, realizing as she did that by it she meant the building itself. It felt as if Freddy's was conscious of their presence, as if it reacted to them like a living, breathing thing. She reached out to brush her fingers against its wall, tracing lightly as if she were petting it. The plaster was still and cold, inanimate, and Charlie pulled her hand back. She wondered what Freddy's would do. They wound around one corner and then another, and then stopped at the entrance to Pirate's Cove. Hanging back from the doorway. Pirate's Cove. I have my bearings again. Charlie stared at the little stage, no longer lit, and the curtain that hid its sole performer. A few small lights flickered on the side of the stage, then came on, illuminating the space with a pale gray glow. Charlie looked around and saw Lamar standing by the door with his hand on a switch. We don't have a choice, he said, defensively, gesturing to his flashlight. Its light was failing. Charlie nodded resignedly, and Charlie switched off the dying flashlight. I want to take a look in this control room, Marla said, pointing to the small door nearby. Lamar, come with me. The rest of you try the other one. If we each take one set of cameras, we can see the whole restaurant. If Jason's in this place, we'll see him. I don't think we should split up, Charlie said. Wait, said Lamar. He passed John the dead light, freeing his hands. From his pockets, he produced 2 walkie-talkies. They were large, black, boxy things. Charlie had only seen they were large, black, boxy things Charlie had only seen attached to police officers' belts. Where did you get those? She asked. Lamar smiled mysteriously. I'm afraid I can't tell you that. He stole them from Carlton's house, Jessica stated plainly, taking one from his hand and examining it. No, they were in the garage. Mrs. Burke told me where to find them. They work. I tested. Mrs. Burke knew we would come here? Charlie thought. Marla just nodded. Maybe she had already known, or maybe nothing could surprise her anymore. Come on, Marla said, and walked between the tables in front of Pirate's Cove, careful not to disturb anything. Lamar leaned over Jessica to show her how to use the walkie-talkie. It's this button, he said, indicating it, and then he took off after Marla. After a startled moment, the rest of them followed. Something clutched in Charlie's stomach. The reality that both Jason and Carlton might truly be in danger seizing her. It was not that she had forgotten, but while they were outside trying to solve the puzzles, it was possible to gain some distance from what was happening. She watched Marla stalking toward the control room with oblique authority. Marla crouched at the small door before turning to Charlie. Go, she said, nodding toward the hall that led to the main dining area. They went, Charlie taking the lead as they crept down the hall, heading for the main stage. Marla looked at Lamar, who nodded. She grasped at the doorknob, clenched her teeth, and forced the door open all in one motion. Marla! Marla jumped, barely suppressing a scream. Jason was huddled in the space beneath the monitors, his eyes wide and terrified, staring at the door like a frightened mouse. Jason! Jason! Marla crawled into the control room and swooped him into her arms. Jason hugged her back, for once grateful, even desperate for her intense affection. She held on tight, crushing him to her until he began to worry that he might in fact be crushed.
I want to point out that we've had like 0 supernatural stuff except
Yeah.
for the picture, the drawings that Jason saw.
Yeah.
Everything else has been completely non-supernatural.
Yeah.
Not that I give a shit about the lore. I just felt like it was interesting to point out.
Yeah. It's interesting, but it's not lore, so you're okay with it.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's not interesting because it's because it's Five Nights at Freddy's lore.
Ah, okay. Let's see. From outside Marla's consuming embrace, Jason heard brief static. He looked over Marla's shoulder to see Lamar studying the walkie-talkie, preparing to speak into it. Jessica, we found him. He's okay, he said. More static and words Jason could not quite catch came through the radio. The first wave of relief had worn off, and his ribs were starting to hurt. Marla? He tapped her on the shoulder, first gently, then harder. Marla! She let him go, but took hold of his shoulders for a moment, peering into his eyes as if to be sure it was really him, that he had not been somehow replaced or irrevocably damaged. Marla, cool it, he said, as casually as he could, managing to keep his voice from shaking. Marla let go of his shoulders, giving him a playful shove, and began to scold him as she pulled him away the rest of the way out from under the control panel. Jason, how could you... Marla was interrupted as Lamar descended the rest of the way into the small room. Through the vent? Really? Lamar laughed. You could have been killed, crawling through the air duct like that, Marla added, grasping his shoulders. Jason fought free, flailing his arms until she let him go. Okay, he exclaimed. Everybody missed me. Good, glad to know I'm important. You are important, Marla said fiercely, and Jason rolled his eyes theatrically. Fucking hell. This outfit is killing my back.
I feel that. Not with the outfit, just
your
doing
back.
This.
Yeah, right. Oh, there we go. Okay. Where was I? The little room lit up as Lamar flipped a switch, bringing the screens to life. Marla looked at Jason thoughtfully, then turned her attention to the security cameras. Okay, let's see what we can see. Lamar looked from screen to screen. The top middle screen showed the main dining room and the stage, and as they watched, Charlie, Jessica, and John appeared, crossing the room in a V formation, Charlie at the front. Look, Marla said suddenly, pointing to the screen at the lower right. Look, the night guard was there. Though they could not make out his face, his baggy uniform and sagging shoulders told them it was the same man. He was in the hall near the restaurant's entrance, walking past the party rooms and the arcade with a slow, purposeful gait. Lamar, warn them, Marla ordered urgently. Lamar spoke into the walkie-talkie. Jessica, the guard is somewhere around there. Hide. There was no response from the radio, but on screen the group of the three froze. Then, as one, they made for the control room under the stage, squeezing in and closing themselves in just as the guard appeared in the doorway. Voices. People moving around. Carlton did not allow himself to sigh in relief. A rescue wouldn't do him any good if he got his insides punctured by 100 tiny robot parts first. Instead, he continued with what he had been doing, inching his way across the floor and into the view of the security camera that perched near the ceiling just above the door. Each movement was so scarce it felt like nothing, but he had been doing this for over an hour, and he was almost there. He kept his breathing steady, using his trapped hands to lift his body a tiny bit, move to the side, and let himself down again, just a bit further to the right. His fingers were cramping and his head still ached, but he kept going, relentless. Although he was still afraid, still painfully aware of how easily he could trigger his own death. At some point the fear had dulled, or perhaps he had just become accustomed to it. Let's see. Panic could not last forever. Eventually the adrenaline had run out. Now, at least, the need for slow, precise movement took precedence over everything else. It was all there was. Carlton made one final movement and stopped, closing his eyes for a moment. He had made it. Can't stop now. The others were here. It had to be them. And if they were looking for him, they would check the cameras. He stared up into the lens, willing himself to be seen. He could not wave or jump up and down. He tried rocking back and forth a little, but no matter how stiffly he held himself, he felt the press of the spring locks ready to give. He bit his lip in frustration. "Just see me," he whispered to no one. But all at once, he felt as if he had been heard. Felt the inexplicable sense of someone else's presence in the room. His heart began to race again, the adrenaline that had given out finding its second wind. Carefully, slowly, he looked around until something caught his eye. It was only one of the costumes, slumped empty in the shadows, half hidden in the corner of the room. It was motionless, but its face was pointed directly at him, staring. As Carlton looked back, he realized that deep within the recesses of the costume's eye sockets were two tiny glints of light. He felt little muscles twitch, a restrained shudder running through his body, not quite enough to get him killed. He did not look away. As Carlton held the creature's gaze, he felt himself beginning to calm. His heart's pounding eased and his breath grew even. It was as though suddenly he was safe, though he knew the suit he was wearing was still only one flinch, one startled jump from killing him. Carlton kept looking at those two pinpoints of light, and as he did, he heard a voice. In a gasping instinct, all the air was sucked from his lungs. As the voice spoke, the voice that he would have known anywhere, that voice he would have given anything to hear again. Carlton began to weep, using all his will to keep his body from shaking. The eyes in the dark were intent on his face as the voice went on, speaking secrets to Carlton in the ringing silence, telling him things that he dreaded, things that someone had to hear. Chapter 10.
Whoa. That seems like an important thing. I don't care.
Yeah, and I think we're probably getting to paranormal. I think that's a paranormal thing, if it's what I think it is.
Paranormal.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Ben, I'm making an executive decision. We're 3/4 of the way through. I think we'll do half cost shots.
$25 a shot?
$25 a shot. We're already $25 to a shot, so we'll just cut that to 12.
12.
So, yeah, so you just have to do... that's only for this chapter, for chapter 10.
For chapter 10, not for the rest of the stream.
So, yeah, so for chapter 10... $25 shots.
All right.
And you only have 12 to go into the next one because we are cutting that one shorter.
Alrighty.
So you can make this a lot harder on us, especially because it's hard to read out this fucking mask.
Yeah.
Alright. Ben, we're halfway through what we have to do today.
Let's go. Alright. You get started. I'm going to stand up and stretch for a moment.
You do that. The screens all lost their pictures and flipped to static. "Hey," Marla cried. She banged against the side of a monitor, and the image lurched, distorted, then sputtered and went out again. She hit it again, and with another spasm of static, the images slowly cleared. As it resolved, the stage appeared. "Something's wrong," Lamar said, and all three leaned forward, trying to get a better look. "Bonnie?" Jason said in a grave tone. "Bonnie," Marla echoed, looking at Lamar with alarm. "Where's Bonnie?" Lamar hit the button on the walkie-talkie. "Charlie?" he said urgently. "Charlie, don't leave the control room." In the control room under the stage, Charlie and Jessica peered at the monitors, scanning for signs of life. "It's too dark. I can't see anything on these," Jessica complained. "There," Charlie said, pointing. Jessica blinked. "I can't see anything," she insisted. "It's Carlton, right there. I'm gonna get him." Not waiting for a response, Charlie crawled toward the exit. "Charlie, wait," John said, but she was already out the door. It slammed shut behind her, and all three of them heard the dull metal thud of the drop lock falling into place. That was my thud.
Yeah.
Charlie, John yelled again, but she was already gone. "It's bolted shut," John grunted as he pulled on the door. The walkie-talkies sputtered, and Lamar's voice came choppily from the little box. The screens all lost their pictures and flipped to static. "Hey!" Marla cried. She banged against the side of the monitor, and the image lurched, distorted, and then sputtered and went out again.
It went back to the beginning of the chapter.
Yeah.
Did it again. There we go.
Wait, where the fuck am I?
You're at the top of that page. page you were just on? That one.
This one.
Yep.
Okay. Charlie, don't leave. Jessica and John exchanged a glance, and John picked up the radio. Too late, he said, looking to Jessica as she lowered the walkie-talkie. Charlie made her way unsteadily between chairs, but after only moments, she realized she had gotten herself turned around. The lighting had changed. Now a single blinding blue light was struck.
Yeah, that was me. Sorry.
Yeah, I figured. I don't know where my mouse is. There we are. Okay. So that everyone, when she realized she had gotten herself turned around, the lighting had changed. Now a single blinding blue light was strobing on and off above the stage. Over and over, the room flashed with a blinding burst, like lightning. Then was an instant dark again. Charlie covered her eyes, trying to remember what she had bumped into first. Metal chairs and foil party hats pulsed like beacons in the dark with each burst of light, and Charlie's head began to throb. She squinted, trying to orient herself, but beyond the tables surrounding her, all she could see were 1,000 after images burned into her retinas. She had no idea which way to go to find Carlton. She leaned against the nearby chair and pressed her hand tightly over her forehead. A table screeched against the floor briefly, eek, and Charlie knew that it hadn't been her. She turned around, but the light had gone dark. When it flashed again, she was looking directly at the stage. Where there should have been 3 sets of eyes, she saw only 2. Freddy and Chica stared down at her, their plastic gazes catching the light, twinkling with the strobe. Their heads seeming to follow her as she moved along the table. Bonnie was gone. Suddenly she felt exposed, all at once noticing just how many places there were in the open room for something to hide. Just how visible she was to anyone, anything that might be watching. She thought briefly of the little control room that she had just left and felt a pang of regret. Coming out here might have been very stupid. Another screech sounded, and she whirled around to see the table behind her moving slowly away. She turned to run, but she slammed into something before she could take a step. She jerked up her hands in the darkness to shield herself and touched matted fur. The strobe threw its lights out again, and this time, garbled noise blared from the gaping mouth in front of her. Bonnie. Bonnie stood only inches from her, his mouth opening and closing rapidly, and his eyes rolling wildly in his head. Charlie jerked away and then backed up slowly. The rabbit did not try to follow, just continued his bizarre and silent incantation, his eyes aimlessly ricocheting in his head. Her foot caught on the leg of metal folding chair. She fell back, landing hard on her bottom. She started to crawl, laying low, hurrying to get away from Bonnie. A spotlight flashed from the stage. This one only clearly aimed at her. She raised her hand to see who was there, but the light blinded her. All she could make out were 2 sets of following eyes. Charlie screamed and scrambled to her feet. She took off running, not looking back, and made it across the room to the hallway that led to Pirate's Cove. She ducked into the bathroom along its walls. The door echoed when it shut behind her. The room was empty with nothing but 3 sinks and 3 stalls. Only one of the fluorescent lights was on, and just barely. Only enough to color the room dark gray instead of black. The metal walls of the stall dividers looked flimsy, and Charlie had a sudden vision of Bonnie, larger than life, grabbing the metal frame with his paws and ripping it up from the ground, the bolts tearing right out of the floor. She banished the thought and ran into the farthest stall of the door, from the door, slipping the lock, so small it looked almost delicate, into place. She sat on top of the toilet tank, her feet pulled up onto the seat and her back pressed against the blue tile wall of the bathroom. In the empty room, Charlie could hear her own breath echoing. She forced it to slow and closed her eyes, telling herself to be silent, to hide. Charlie? John was still pounding on the little door of the control room. Charlie, what's going on out there? Jessica sat quietly, still rattled from the screams and crashes outside. She can take care of herself, John said, easing his grip on the door. Oh, I don't know what I think he just said it. I don't think he said it in a mean way. Yeah, Jessica said. Did not turn around to look at her. No super chats or anything, right?
Nothing.
Right,
Don't forget,
guys, this is
25
your chance,
bucks.
though.
There's
$12
12
and
bucks to
$50.
this and 25.
25 for everything that follows in this chapter.
Yep.
Oh, okay. We have to get out of here? Okay. We have to get out of here, John said. He rattled the door again. The top swayed a little as he pulled, but the bottom was stuck fast. He hunched down further. There was a lock, a deadbolt that dropped straight into the floor. The latch to pull it open had broken off long ago, leaving only a jagged ledge so thin he could scarcely get his fingers around it. As he yanked it upward, it cut into his fingers, leaving thin red lines. The bolt stayed fast in place. "Jessica, you try," he said, turning to look at her. Her eyes were on the wall of televisions. They were all showing static, but every now and then one flashed a picture. "Never mind," John said. "Keep watching." He bent his head again and went back to the deadbolt. In the bathroom, Charlie was silent. She paid attention to each breath she took, each inhale and exhale, a slow, deliberate process. She'd tried meditating once, but she had hated it. But now the intense focus on her breathing was calming. "I guess I just need the right motivation," she thought. Like staying alive. The stalls rattled briefly, and there was a distant booming sound that went on for several seconds. It's storming outside. She kept her eyes trained on the floor. The light overhead was so dim it scarcely illuminated her stall. She held her breath. The light flickered and let out a brief hum, then was silent. The toilet tank she sat on felt unstable. She scooted to the edge of it to quietly let her foot down. Just as the tip of her shoe touched the tile, the wall... Without thinking, she jerked her foot up, and the lid of the porcelain tank clanged like pots clattering together. She held herself perfectly still, her shoe suspended in the air, then carefully pulled her foot back into place on top of the toilet seat. That was too loud, she thought. Carefully, she leaned forward and reached up with one hand to grasp the stall divider. She pulled herself up to stand slowly, the toilet seat rocking on its hinges beneath her feet. She peered out over the top of the two stalls next to her. It was too dark to see beyond the metal stalls, and the whole row of them swayed gently from her weight. There was a shuffling sound. Something wide and heavy was sliding across the floor, not trying nearly as hard as she was to be quiet. Her eyes darted from the stall door beside her to the bathroom door. The shuffling continued, but she could not tell where it was coming from. The sound filled the room. Suddenly, the nebulous sound resolved. It was crisp and it was nearby. The wall she clung to trembled slightly. She panned her gaze around the room, hoping her eyes would adjust a little more. She could make out a trash can by the door and the outline of the sinks. Apprehensively, she looked back at the door of her stall, letting her focus creep along the edges until she sat her eyes on the inch-wide gap along the door. A large plastic eye stared back, unblinking and dry, fixed directly on her. Two large and unnatural rabbit ears hung over the top of the door. Charlie clasped her hand over her mouth and jumped to the floor as fast as she could, dropping to her stomach and scooting along the floor into the second stall. She heard Bonnie rattle the door of the stall she had just left, but the shuffling feet did not move. She crawled under the divider and into the stall nearest the entrance. This time her foot bumped the toilet behind her, and the lip dropped down with a loud clank. Charlie froze. The shuffling thing did not move. For what felt like an age, Charlie held her breath. He heard. He must have heard. But Bonnie still made no sound. Charlie held still and listened, waiting for another sound of movement to mask her own. Her breathing seemed louder than before, her lowered head trying to make out shapes along the floor. The shuffling sound resumed, and now, without warning, it was directly in front of her. She held her breath, desperately trying to make out any forms in the darkness. There he is. A large, padded foot was just outside the door, as if it had stopped mid-step. Is he leaving? Please leave, Charlie pleaded. There was a new sound. Stiff fabric, softly crunching. What is that? The foot outside the door had not moved. The noise grew louder. The sound of fabric and fur twisting and stretching, tearing and popping. What is that? Charlie dug into the floor with her nails, holding down a guttural scream. He's bending over. A large paw touched down gently in front of her. Then another shape, the creature's head. It was massive, filling the space under the door. Gracefully, Bonnie lowered himself to the floor and turned his head sideways until his eye met Charlie's. His giant mouth was wide open with ghoulish excitement, as though he had found someone in a game of hide-and-seek. A warm burst of air rolled in under the stall door. Breath? Charlie clasped her hand over her nose and mouth. The stench was unbearable. Another wave of it hit her face, hotter and more putrid. She closed her eyes on the point of relinquishing the hope of escape. Maybe if she kept her eyes closed long enough, she would wake up. Another gust of hot air hit, and she jerked back, hitting the back of her head on the toilet. She recoiled with the pain and threw her arm in front of her, shielding her face against the attack. No attack came. She opened one eye. Where is he? Suddenly, the metal walls around her swayed, and with a resounding bang. Charlie startled and covered her head as Bonnie struck again. The stalls rocked on their legs, and the bolts screeched as they were yanked free from the floor, and the whole assembly seeming ready to collapse. Charlie scrambled under the last divider and climbed to her feet, grasping for the door handle to pull it shut as she ran out. She ran back into the main dining area, darting toward the control room. Her eyes no longer adjusted to the light. She ran with her hands in front of her, unable to see farther than her next steps. "John!" she cried, grabbing the doorknob and yanking at it. Pushing. Nothing happened. "Charlie, it's stuck!" John shouted back from inside. As Charlie struggled with the door, she glanced up at the stage. Chica was gone. "John!" Chica shouted in desperation. Nope, Chica did not shout that. Charlie shouted in desperation. Without waiting for the response, Charlie took off again, running for a hall to her left, trying to get as much distance from the bathroom as possible. The hall was almost completely dark, and as she ran, open doorways yawned at her with wide black mouths. Charlie did not stop to look inside any of them, instead only praying that nothing jumped out at her. She reached the last door and paused for a brief moment, hoping against hope that it would be unlocked. She grabbed the knob and twisted. Thankfully, it fell open easily. She slid through the door, then closed it rapidly, trying not to make a sound. She stood watching the door for a long moment, half expecting it to be flung open, and then, finally, she turned. It was only then that she saw him. Carlton was there. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw her, but he did not move, and after her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she understood. He was trapped, wedged somehow into the top half of one of the animatronic suits, his head poking out from the wide shoulders of the costume. His face was white and exhausted, and Charlie knew why. The spring locks. She heard her father's voice for a moment. "It could snap off your nose." "Carlton," Charlie said cautiously, as if her voice alone might set off the mechanisms. "Yup," he said with the same faltering tone. "That costume is gonna kill you if you move." "Thanks," he wheezed, half attempting a laugh. Charlie forced a smile. "Well, today is your lucky day. I'm probably the only person who knows how to get you out of this thing alive." Carlton exhaled a long and shaky breath. "Lucky me." Charlie knelt at his side, studying the costume for long moments without touching it. "These two spring locks at the neck aren't holding anything back," she said at last. "He's just rigged them to snap and pierce your throat if you try to move. I have to undo those first, and then you can open the back of the costume and get you out. But you can't move, Carlton, seriously." "Yeah, serial killer man explained the not moving to me," he said. Charlie nodded and went back to looking at the costume, trying to devise an approach. "Do you know who I'm wearing?" Carlton asked, almost casually. "What?" "The costume. Do you know what character it's supposed to be?" Charlie studied it, then looked around until she saw the matching head. "No," she said. "Not everything he built made it to the stage." Her fingers suddenly stopped working. "Carlton?" Charlie carefully surveyed the array of costumes and parts that lined the walls in varying stages of completion. "Carlton?" she repeated. "Is he in here?" With a new sense of dread, Carlton shrugged to get a look behind him without moving. "I don't know," he whispered. "I don't think so. But I've been kind of in and out." "Okay, stop talking. I'll try to work fast," Charlie said. She had the mechanism figured out, or at least she thought she did. "Not too fast," Carlton reminded her. Carefully, slowly, she reached into the costume's neck and took hold of the first spring lock, maneuvering it with her fingers until her fingers were wedged between the lock and Carlton's neck. "Careful with that artery. I've had it since I was a kid," Carlton said. Charlie whispered. When Carlton spoke, he could feel his neck move. He was not going to set off the locks by talking, she thought, but feeling off his tendons moving under her hands was unsettling. "Okay," he whispered. "Sorry, I talk when I'm nervous." He clamped down his jaw and bit his lips together. Charlie reached down further into the costume's neck and found the trigger. With a stinging snap, the lock sprang against her hand so hard it numbed her fingers. One down, she thought, as she pulled it. harmless out of the neck of the costume. She flexed her fingers until the feeling came back into them, then crawled over to Carlton's other side and began the process again. She looked over her shoulder from time to time, making sure every costume was still in its place against the wall. His skin was warm under her touch, and even though he was not speaking, she could still feel movement, feel the life in him. She could feel his pulse against the back of her wrist as she worked, and she blinked back unexpected tears. She swallowed hard and focused on the task, trying to ignore the fact that she was touching someone who would die if she failed him. She worked to open the spring lock again, taking the impact of on the palm of her hand and pulling the disabled device free of the costume. Carlton took a deep breath in and she startled. "Carlton, don't relax." He stiffened and exhaled slowly, his eyes wide and frightened. "Right," he said. "Still a death trap." "Stop talking," Charlie pleaded again. She knew exactly how much danger he was still in, and she could not bear to hear him speak now, if he was about to die. "Okay," she said, "almost there." She crawled around behind him where a series of 10 leather and metal fasteners held the back of the costume together. She considered it for a moment. She needed to keep the costume still, exactly as it was, until the last moment. She sat down behind him and bent her knees, positioning herself so that she could hold the costume in place with her legs as she opened it. "I didn't know you cared," Carlton muttered, as though attempting to put a joke together, but too tired and too scared to finish it. Charlie didn't answer. One by one, she worked the fasteners free. The leather was stiff, the metal tightly fitted, and each one fought back as she worked, clinging together. When she was halfway up the back of the costume, she felt its weight begin to shift. She gripped it tighter with her knees, holding it together. Finally, she undid the last one at the nape of his neck. She took a deep breath. This was it. "Okay, Carlton," she said. "We're almost done. I'm going to open this and throw it forward. When I do, you pull out of it as fast as you can, okay? 1, 2, 3! She yanked the costume open and thrust it away with all her strength, and Carlton jerked back from it, toppling roughly into her. Charlie felt a sharp, quick pain on the back of her hand as she pulled free, but the costume skittered halfway across the floor, leaving them clear. A series of snaps sounded, making a noise like fireworks, and they both cried out, leaping back and banging into the heavy metal shelf. Together they watched as the empty costume writhed and twisted across the floor, the animatronic parts snapping violently into place. When it came to a stop, Charlie stared, fixated. The thing was just a torso, just an object.
I can take
Beside
over
her,
now.
Carlton... Alright, cool.
Right.
Alright, guys, like we said, $12, and we'll take a shot, unless
Yep.
we don't get through chapter 10, in which case it'll go back to 25.
Yeah.
So if you don't get the 12 before 25 ends, it'll be back to a $25 to take a shot.
Yeah. And we are halfway through the chapter, so
And
keep
we
that
are
in
halfway through
mind,
the chapter.
folks.
But I don't really want to take another shot.
Yeah. Same. Alright. Beside her, Carlton let out a low, pained groan, then turned and vomited onto the floor beside him, heaving and retching like he would be turned inside out. Charlie watched, unsure what to do. She put a hand on his shoulder and kept it there as he finished, wiped his mouth, and sat gasping for breath. "Are you okay?" she said, the words sounding small and ridiculous. Carlton nodded wearily, then winced. "Yeah, I'm fine," he said. "Sorry about the floor. I guess it's your floor, kind of." "You might have a concussion," Charlie said, alarmed, but he shook his head, moving more slowly this time. "No, I don't think so," he said. "My head hurts like somebody hit it really hard. And I feel sick from being stuck in this room and pondering my death for hours. But I think I'm okay. My mind is okay." "Okay," Charlie said doubtfully. Then something he had said finally registered. "Carlton, you said serial killer man explained for you not to move. You saw who did this to you?" Carlton got to his knees carefully. Then stood, bracing himself on a nearby box. He looked at Charlie. "I was trapped in that thing for hours. I'm all tingly." He shook out his foot as if to make the point. "Did you see who it was?" "Dave, the guard," Carlton said. He sounded almost surprised that she did not know. Charlie nodded. She had known already. "What did he tell you?" "Not much," Carlton said, but his eyes opened suddenly as if he had just remembered something of grave importance. He looked away from Charlie and slowly dropped to his knees. What is it? Charlie whispered. Do you want to hear? He said. He seemed suddenly calm for someone who had so narrowly escaped death. What is it? She demanded. He glanced nervously at her for a moment, then took a deep breath, his face draining to white. Charlie, the kids, all those years ago. Charlie snapped to attention. What? All of them. Michael and the others. They were taken from the dining room when no one was looking, and they were brought here. Carlton suddenly recoiled and moved toward the doorway, watching the walls as though they were crawling with invisible creatures. Dave, the guard, he brought them here. Carlton rubbed his arms like he was suddenly cold and squinted in pain. He put them into suits, Charlie, he said, his face twisting in sorrow or disgust. Charlie. He stopped abruptly, a faraway look in his eyes. They're still here. How do you know that? Charlie said in such a soft whisper that she was almost inaudible. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Carlton motioned toward the far corner of the room. Charlie looked. A yellow Freddy costume was propped up against the wall. The costume all fitted together as if he were about to walk on stage for a show. That's the one. That's the bear I remember from the other restaurant. Charlie clasped her hand over her mouth. Other restaurant? Carlton looked puzzled. I don't understand. Charlie's gaze was still fixed on the yellow costume. Carlton, I don't understand. Her tone was urgent. Michael. Charlie stared at him. Michael? What do you mean? She said in a level voice. I know how it sounds, he said, and then his voice dropped to a whisper. Charlie, I think it's Michael in that suit. I still can't get this thing out. John sighed in frustration and rubbed his hand. The lock was leaving harsh red imprints on his fingers. Jessica murmured something sympathetic, but she did not take her eyes off the screen. I can't see anything, she burst out after a moment. The radio squawked, then Marla's voice came, calling to them from the control room in Pirate's Cove. Both of you, be quiet and don't move. They froze, hunching down in their places. Jessica looked at John, a question in her eyes, but he shrugged, at a loss as she was. Something thudded against the door. John jumped away, almost falling. Marla? Jessica said with a pale expression. Marla, that's you out there, right? The thud came again, more powerful than before, and the door shook under it. What is that, a sledgehammer? John whispered hoarsely. The door pounded in again and again, dents appearing in the metal door, which had looked so solid. They huddled back against the control panel with nothing to do but watch. Jessica grabbed the back of John's shirt, knotting the cloth between her fingers, and he did not shake her away. The door rocked in again, and this time a hinge unfolded slightly, exposing a thin crack between the door and the frame. The door still held, but it would not hold for long. John felt Jessica's fingers tighten on his shirt. He wanted to turn and give her some kind of comfort, but he was mesmerized, unable to look away. He could almost see out through the little open space, and he craned his neck. Another blow came. The crack widened, and on the other side he saw eyes peering in, calm and expressionless. Get out, Marla shouted, waving her hands at the security monitor, as if John and Jessica could see her, as if it would do any good if they could. Lamar had both hands clapped over his mouth, his eyes wide, and Jason was sitting on the floor, waiting nervously as though an attack on their own door might begin at any moment. The monitors were dark, but it was clear that something large was lurking in front of the main stage, a black static shape that prowled back and forth, momentarily blocking the entire picture. Marla, Lamar whispered, hoping to quiet her. Marla, look. He pointed to the door showing Pirate's Cove, just outside their door. Marla looked over his shoulder at the other screen. The curtain was pulled back and the space was completely empty. The out of order sign hung perfectly straight across the platform, untouched. The lock. We didn't... Marla said feebly, realizing now the magnitude of their mistake. Marla turned to Jason. They let out a panicked whimper. The door behind him was slowly opening. Shh. Lamar quickly flipped a small switch, killing the light in the control room, and backed against the wall next to the door. Marla and Jason mimicked his motions, flattening themselves against the wall across from him. The monitors still flickered with static, illuminating the space in oscillating grays and the occasional flash of white. The small door creaked outward at an excruciating pace, a gaping black void widening until the door stopped fully open. "Marla," a static-laced voice called from somewhere on the floor. Lamar shot out his foot across the narrow carpet, trying to catch the walkie-talkie. "Shush." "Shh, shh." Marla closed her eyes, pleading in her mind for Jessica to stop talking. "Marla, where are you?" Jessica's voice called again. Lamar managed to flip the walkie-talkie on its side, and with a click it went silent. He didn't know if he had jostled a battery out of place or somehow managed to flip the switch, but it didn't matter. There was nowhere to hide in the tiny room. The ceiling was too low to stand, and even with their backs against the wall, their legs stretched under the door frame. The ledge under the door was high enough to hide their legs from anything outside, but not from anything that managed to get in. As one they stopped breathing. The room was no longer empty. Something was entering the space. As it pressed forward into the room, they saw a snout and the scratchy gloss of two unblinking eyes staring straight ahead. The monstrous head threatened to fill the room. "Foxy. Foxy," Jason mouthed, making no sound. The plastic eyes clicked left and right with unnatural motions, searching but not seeing. The jaw twitched as though about to open, but never did. The dim light from the monitors gave his face a reddish hue, leaving the rest of him shrouded in darkness. His head slowly moved backward, his ears moving up and down at random, programmed as an afterthought a decade before. As Foxy backed away, his eyes thrashed back and forth, one partially hidden under a rotting eye patch. Marla held her breath, dreading the moment when the eyes would fix on her. The head was almost out the door when the eyes clicked to the right and found Marla. The head stopped, its jaw frozen, slightly open. The plastic eyes remained on Marla, who sat in terrified silence. After a moment, the head retreated, leaving a black and empty space. Jason darted forward to find the door outside and shut it, and Marla made a weak grab at him, trying to stop him. He brushed past her, then stopped, kneeling in the doorway. He looked into the darkness, only now afraid of what must be there. He crawled slowly forward, his torso disappearing temporarily as he reached outside for the doorknob, then pulled himself back in and gently closed the door. Marla and Lamar closed their eyes and let out a deep breath at the same time. Jason looked at them. He was almost smiling when, in a blur, the door burst open again and an ugly metal hook sank into his leg. He screamed in pain. Marla leaped to grab him, but she was too slow. She watched helplessly as Jason was dragged through the doorway. "Marla!" he cried, clawing futilely at the door, and she howled in despair as he was taken from her again, nothing visible of his assailant but the awful glimmer of the hook. Marla dove toward the door after him, falling to her knees and crawling toward the thing, but Lamar grabbed her shoulder and yanked her back, taking hold of the door. Before he could pull it shut, it was ripped from his hands with an inhuman strength. Suddenly, Foxy was there before them, coming inside. He was full of life, a different creature, and he turned to look at Marla, his silver eyes appearing to comprehend. His face was a canine rictus, the scrappy orange fur insufficient to cover up his skull. He looked between them, turning his ghoulish smile first on Lamar, then on Marla. His eyes flared and dimmed, and he snapped his jaws with a sound like something breaking. They stared, backed up against the control panel, and then Lamar suddenly realized what he was looking at. "He can't fit all the way in," he whispered. Marla looked. It was true. Foxy's shoulders were jammed in the doorway, his head the only part he could wedge through the door. Lamar lunged forward and kicked the animatronic, bracing himself against the wall and striking out with his foot 3 times before Foxy gave a low whine, a sound more machine than animal, and slunk back out into the dark. Lamar snapped the door shut behind him and slid the deadbolt into place. They stared at each other for a long moment, breathing hard. "Jason!" Marla screamed. Lamar put his arms around her. She let him hug her, but she did not cry, she just closed her eyes. "What do you mean it's Michael in the suit?" Charlie said softly, as if she might be talking to someone who had gone mad while also desperate to hear the answer. Carlton looked at the yellow bear for a moment, and when he turned back to Charlie, his face was calm. He opened his mouth to speak, and Charlie put a finger to her lips. Something was coming. She could hear footsteps out in the hall, moving toward them. Deliberate, heavy steps, the approach of someone who did not mind if anyone heard. Charlie looked wildly around the room and spotted a pipe in the corner. She grabbed it and hurried to stand behind the door where whoever opened it would not see her. Carlton picked up the torso, as though to use it as a weapon somehow. He looked confused, like he was not thinking clearly. "Don't," Charlie warned in a low voice, but she was too late. Something snapped inside the suit. Carlton dropped it and stepped back, a shimmer of blood on his hand. "Are you okay?" Charlie whispered. He nodded, and then the doorknob turned. Dave appeared in the doorway, his head held high, and his face grim. It should have been imposing, but he just looked like a man walking through a door. "Now you've done it," he announced to the room in general. Then his eyes lit on Carlton, unfettered. His face darkened. Before he could move, Charlie raised the pipe high, stepped forward and swung it down on his head with a sickening thunk. Dave turned, shock on his face. Charlie lifted the pipe, ready to attack again, but the man just stumbled backward against the wall and dropped into a sitting position. "Carlton, come on," Charlie said urgently, but he was looking down at his injured hand. "No," he said, shaking off his reverie and wiping his hand clean with his black shirt. "Come on," Charlie said, firmly taking his arm. "Come on, we have to get out of here. I don't know how long he'll stay out." "You're awfully calm for having knocked a guy out, for just having knocked a guy out cold," she thought wryly.
Who the fuck is Riley?
Yeah, right? Okay. Almost there. Let's see.
Almost there, and then we have multiple more chapters, but you know.
Yeah. Almost there. Also, we're 31% through what we're doing today. Okay. So I just finished this page, yeah. They crept out into the... Yeah. They crept out into the empty hallway, lit only by the dim glow of light from the other rooms. Charlie hustled them through the swinging doors to the kitchen, where the dark was total. The air was thick with a blackness that was almost tangible. It was as if they had been swallowed. She turned to look at Carlton, but only the faint sound of his breathing told her that he was still beside her. Something touched her arm, and she stifled a scream. "It's just me," Carlton hissed, and she let out a sigh. "Let's just make sure that we aren't being followed, and then we can find the others and get out of here," she whispered. Charlie glanced back at the door, and the last spots of light peeking under it. She scooted herself a little closer to it, and got to her feet to peer through the round window. Careful not to touch it. "What do you see?" Carlton whispered. "Nothing. I think it's safe." Just as she finished speaking, a form passed by, darkening the window. Charlie jumped back, almost falling over Carlton. They stumbled forward, rushing to get away from the door. Suddenly, two beams split the darkness, illuminating the room in harsh yellow light. Chica loomed there, almost on top of them. She stretched up to her full height, growing taller still. She must have been hiding here all along, Charlie thought. The dark recesses of the kitchen could be hiding anything. Chica looked at both of them in turn, the beams of light shifting dizzyingly as her eyes snapped mechanically from one side to the other. Then she paused, and Charlie grabbed Carlton's arm. "Run!" she screamed, and they took off. Looping around the prep table, the metal furniture clattering as they rushed clumsily past it. Behind them, Chica's steps were long and slow. At last, they reached the door, and they burst out into the hall and ran for the main dining room. John and Jessica were silent, listening to the clamor outside. John was resting his hand against the door of the control room. Whatever had been on the other side was gone, or at least was pretending to be. The lock had been wrenched out of the floor. John tried the knob, but the door, twisted out of shape, still stuck. "Are you crazy?" Jessica exclaimed, alarmed. "What else are we going to do?" John said calmly. Jessica didn't answer. John backed up against the control panel and gave the door a calculated kick, moving it an inch closer to opening. "Here, let me," Jessica said, before he could reply, she had delivered a kick of her own. The door again moving just a little. They took turns, not speaking. until finally John kicked, and the top hinge broke. John quickly wrestled the door the rest of the way off until they could crawl out. They hurried out and stopped, exposed in the main dining room. Jessica looked at the main stage in misery. It was empty. I don't know how this is safer, she said, but John was not listening. Charlie, he cried, then covered his mouth with his hand too late. Charlie and Carlton were running from the dark hallway at a furious pace. Come on, Charlie yelled at them, not slowing down as she passed. And John and Jessica ran after them as Charlie led them out of the dining room into the opposite hall, toward the storeroom they had come in from. Charlie ran down the hall with a purpose, stopping in front of a closed door and trying to get it open. Behind them loomed the open mouth of a pitch-black party room, a wide, empty space that could have hidden anything. John turned his back to the group, keeping an eye on the abyss. Is it locked? Carlton asked, an edge of rising panic in his voice. No, it's just stuck, Charlie said. She forced it and the door popped open. They hurried inside, John lingering until the last moment, his eyes still on the darkness behind him. When the door was shut, Charlie reached for the light switch by the door, but John put a hand on her arm. Don't turn the light on, he said, looking back for a moment. We have enough light, just let your eyes adjust. There was a window high up on the door, thick glass with a bubbling frosted pattern that let a trickle of light and color into the room from the hallway. Right, Charlie said. A light on in here would have marked them out clearly. In the semi-darkness, she surveyed the room. It had been an office, though not the one she remembered visiting often. She was not sure who used it. There were cartons here and there on the floor, overstuffed to bulging with papers, their lids perched sheepishly on top of the mess inside. There was an old desk in the corner, a grayish-blue metal with visible dents in the surface. Jessica boosted herself up to sit on it. Lock the door, Jessica said in an irritated tone, and Charlie did. There was a button set into the knob which she knew would be useless in a flimsy bolt lock, the kind in bathroom stalls and on picket fences. I guess it's better than nothing, she said. Ugh.
Whew.
Oh my god. My back is fucking killing me. I don't know why it's so bad when I'm reading. Yeah, we can do it.
13?
There's 13, yeah, so we've got 11, 12, and 13.
Let's go.
Ooh.
They sat silently for a few minutes in the little office, everyone eyeing the door waiting. It's just another place to be trapped, Charlie thought. We have to get out of here, Jessica said softly, echoing Charlie's thoughts. Suddenly, Carlton made a small sound of distress. Spasmodically, he grabbed a cardboard box, tipping it over to dump out some of the contents, and vomited into it. His stomach was empty. He retched futilely, his guts clenching and seizing to no effect. At last, he sat back, gasping. His face was red, and there were tears in his eyes. Carlton, are you okay? John asked, alarmed. Yeah, never better, Carlton said, as his breath returned slowly to normal. You have a concussion, Charlie said. Look at me. She knelt down in front of him and looked at his eyes, trying to remember what the pupils were supposed to look like if someone had a concussion. Carlton waggled his eyebrows. Oh, ow! He ground his teeth and ducked his head, clutching as if someone might try to take it away from him. Sorry, he said after a moment, still bent over in pain. I think it was all the running. I'll be okay. But, Charlie started to protest, but he cut her off, straightening with a visible effort. Charlie, it's fine. Can you blame me for being a little out of sorts? What about you? He pointed at her arm and she looked down confused. There was a small bright red patch leaking through the bandage on her arm. The wound must have opened while they were fleeing. Oh, Charlie said, suddenly a little nauseated herself. John moved toward her to help, but she waved him away. I'm fine, she said. She moved the arm experimentally. It ached with the same dull pain that had been radiating through it for the last few days, but it did not seem worse, and with the spot of blood wasn't growing very fast. There was another rumble of thunder outside, and the walls trembled. We have to get out of here. Not out of this room, out of this building, Jessica exclaimed. Carlton needs a doctor, John added. Jessica's voice rose in a pitch, sounding frantic. We're all going to need a doctor if we don't leave. I know, Charlie said. She felt a rising irritation at the self-evident statement. She tried to tamp it down. They were scared, and they were trapped. Snipping at one another would not help. Okay, she said, you're right. We need to get out. We need to try the skylight. I don't think we'll be able to get out that way, John said. There's got to be a ladder in this place somewhere, Charlie replied, her fear receding as she considered the options. She sat up straighter, gathering herself together. It won't help, Jessica said. Air vents, John said hastily. The ones Jason got through were too small, but there have to be others. Windows. Freddy's had windows, right? They have to lead somewhere. I think it's safe to say they've all been bricked up, Charlie shook her head, looked at the floor for a moment. Then she met John's eyes. This whole place has been sealed. The walkie-talkie crackled to life and they all jumped. Lamar's voice came over the radio. John? John grabbed the radio. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here with Charlie, Jessica, and Carlton. We're in an office. Good, Lamar said. Listen. There was a brief scrabbling noise, then Marla's voice came through. Good, she said. Listen, I'm looking at the monitors, and it looks like all the robots are on the main stage again. What about Pirates Cove? Charlie put in, leaning over John to talk into the receiver. Is Foxy there too? There was a brief pause. The curtain is closed, Marla said. Marla, is everything okay? Charlie said. Yeah, she answered shortly, and the background static vanished abruptly. She'd turned the walkie-talkie off. Charlie and John exchanged a glance. Something's wrong, Carlton said. Other than the obvious, I mean. He gestured in a vague circular motion, indicating everything around them. What are you talking about? Jessica was losing her patience. With Marla, I mean, he said. Something's wrong. Call her back. John pressed the call button again. Marla, what's going on? There was no reply for a long minute. Then Lamar replied. We don't know where Jason is. His voice began to break. He's in danger. Charlie felt a jolt through her stomach. No. She heard John take a deep breath. John? John grabbed the radio. Yeah, I'm here. And nope, I was on it. There was a shuddering sound from the other end of the radio. Marla was crying. She started to speak, broke off, and tried again. Foxy, she said, her voice a little loud as she forced the words out. Foxy took him. Foxy? Charlie said carefully, the figure standing in the front hallway, the rain whipping past it, the silver eyes burning in the dark. She took the walkie-talkie from John's hands. He gave it up without protest. Marla, listen, we're going to find him. Do you hear me? Her bravado echoed emptily, even in her own ears. The walkie-talkie made no sound. Agitated, needing to move, to do something, Charlie turned to the others. I'm going to check out the skylight one more time, she said. Jessica, come with me. You've got the best chance of fitting. Right, Jessica said reluctantly, but she got to her feet. You shouldn't go alone, John said, standing to go with them. Charlie shook her head. Someone has to stay with him, she said, gesturing to Carlton. Hey, I'm a big boy. I can stay by myself, Carlton said, speaking to a shelf. Nobody is staying by themselves, Charlie said firmly. John gave her a brief, precise nod. Something just short of a salute, and she returned it. She looked back at Carlton, whose face was drawn, tight with pain. Don't let him fall asleep, she told John in a low voice. I know, he whispered. I can hear you, you know, Carlton said, but his voice was flat and fatigued. Come on, Jessica said. Charlie shut the door behind them and heard John slip the lock back into place. Charlie led the way. The closet with the skylight wasn't far, and they crept down the hallway and through the doors without incident. The skylight. Look, there's no way to climb out through it, even for me. To get to the roof, I would have to put all my weight on the glass. It would break. Even if we had a ladder, this isn't the way out, Jessica said. We could take the skylight window off, Charlie suggested weakly. I guess we could break out all the glass, but that just brings us back to the ladder question. We need to look around. A sudden knock on the door caught John's attention, and he sprang to his feet and listened carefully. Charlie knocked again, briefly regretting that they had not come up with some sort of signal. It's me, she said softly, and the lock slid back. John looked worried. What is it? Charlie said. And he cast his eyes in Carlton's direction. Carlton was huddled on the floor, his knees drawn up tight to his chest, and his arms were wrapped oddly around his head. Charlie knelt down beside him. Carlton, she said, and he made a small whimper. She put a hand on his shoulder, and he leaned into her a little. Charlie, sorry about all this, he whispered. Shh, tell me what's going on, she said. She had a sick feeling of dread. Something was really wrong, and she did not know how much it was his injury and how much was just exhaustion, pain, and terror. You're going to be okay, she said, stroking his back and hoping it was true. Charlie led the way. The closet with the skylight wasn't far, and they crept down the hall and through the doors without incident. Nope, I already read that. After a long moment, he pushed at her, and she drew back, slightly hurt, until she saw him pitch forward over the cardboard box, retching again. She looked up at John. He needs a doctor, he said in a low voice, and she nodded. Carlton sat up again and wiped his face with his sleeve. It's not that bad, I'm just so tired. You can't go to sleep, Charlie said. I know, I won't, but I didn't sleep last night, and I haven't eaten since yesterday. It just makes everything worse. I had a bad moment, but I'm okay. Charlie looked at him dubiously, but did not argue. Know what? Jessica said. Charlie didn't answer right away, even though she knew the question was for her. She was picturing the guard, his eyes rolling back at his head as he collapsed, his thin face going slack as he fell. They need answers, and he was the one who had them. Now let's hope I didn't accidentally kill the guard, Charlie said. I don't want to go back out there, Jessica said. We have to go back to where I found Carlton. Hang on, said John, pulling out the radio gun. Hey, Marla, are you there? There was a blip of static, then Marla's voice. Yeah, we're here. We need to get to the supply room. It's off the main dining room, past the stage. Can you see the area? There was a pause as Marla searched her screens. I can see most of it. Where are you? I can't see you. We're in an office. John looked at Charlie for help and she took the radio. Marla, do you see another hall leading from the main room? Sort of the same direction as the closet, but next to it. What? There are too many hallways. Hang on, can you see this? Over the protest to the others, Charlie opened the office door and poked her head out cautiously. When she saw that the space was clear, or at least she was fairly sure it was clear, she stepped out into the open, looked up and waved. There was nothing but quiet, steady static from the walkie-talkie. Then Marla's voice came through, excited. I see you, Charlie! I can see you! Charlie ducked back into the little room and Jessica caught the door and shut it behind her, double and triple checking the lock. Nope. Jesus. Okay, Marla, Charlie said, following the cameras. You can see that hall. Can you see the main dining room? Yes, she said instantly. Most of it. I can see the stage and the area around it, and I can see the second hallway, the one parallel to yours. Can you see the door at the end? Yes, but Charlie, I can't see into the supply room. We'll just have to take our chances with what's in there, Charlie answered. Marla, she said into the receiver, are we clear to get to the dining room? Yes, Marla said after a moment. I think so. Charlie took the lead, and all four of them made their way slowly down the hall. Jessica hung back a little with Carlton, staying so close to him he almost tripped over her feet. Jessica, I'm fine, he said. I know, she said quietly, but she did not move anyway, and he did not protest again. When they reached the end of the hallway, they stopped. Marla, Charlie said into the radio. Go ahead, no stop, she cried, and they froze, pressing their bodies up against the walls as if it might make them invisible. Oh, go ahead. No, stop, she cried, and they froze, pressing their bodies up against the walls as if it might make them invisible. Marla whispered over the walkie-talkie, her hushed tones distorting her voice even more. Stay quiet. She said something else, but it was unintelligible. Charlie craned her neck to see out into the room and what might be lurking there. Some murky form lumbering heavy into the shadows, poised to attack. There was a long rumble outside, and the panels on the ceiling rattled as if they were about to fall. Marla, I don't see anything, Charlie said into the walkie-talkie. She looked at the stage where all the animatronics were still in position, staring slightlessly into the distance. Me neither, Jean whispered. Sorry, Marla said. Not to overstate the obvious, but it's creepy in here. It feels like it's been midnight for hours. Does anybody know what time it is? Charlie checked her watch, squinting to see the little hand. It's almost 4, she said. AM or PM, Marla said. She didn't sound like she was joking. PM, Lamar's voice came into the radio, hard to hear, like he was not close enough to the receiver. I told you, Marla, it's daytime. It doesn't feel like daytime, Marla sobbed, shrieking as the building shook with a crash of thunder. I know, he said softly, and the radio clicked off. Charlie looked at the walkie-talkie for a moment with a sense of emptiness. It was like hanging up the phone, knowing that the person on the other end was still there, but feeling lost anyway, as if they might be gone for good. Charlie, John said, as she looked at him. He cast a nod back at Carlton, who was leaning against the wall, his eyes closed. Jessica was hovering, worriedly, not sure what to do. We have to get him out of there, John said. I know, Charlie said. Come on, that guard is our best chance of getting out alive. With one more look at the open space in front of them, she led them out into the main room. Crossing in front of the stage, she saw John and Jessica glancing upward, but she refused to look at the animals, as if that would stop them from looking at her. It did not help. She felt their eyes on her, taking her measure, waiting for their moment. Finally, she could not stand it. She snapped her head around to look as they passed. She saw only the inanimate robots, their eyes fixed on something that no one else could see. They paused again at the hall entrance, waiting for Marla to guide them. And after an anxious moment, her voice came over the radio, calm again. Go ahead, the hall is clear. They went. They were almost there, and Charlie felt a tightness in her stomach like a living knot, something snake-like that was fighting to be free. She thought of Carlton, retching on the floor of the office. She felt for a moment like she might do the same. She stopped a few feet from the door, holding up a hand. I don't know if he's in there, she said in a low voice, and if he is, I don't know if he's awake. Now let's hope I didn't accidentally kill the guard, she had said. She was only kidding, but now the words came back, unsettling her. It had not really occurred to her that he might be dead until the words were out of her mouth. And now, as she stood in the hall about to find out, the idea took hold. As if he knew what she was thinking, John said, Charlie, we have to go in. She nodded. John moved as if to take the lead, but she shook her head. Whatever was in there, it was her doing, her responsibility. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, then turned the knob. He was dead. He was lying on the floor on his back, his eyes closed and his face ashen. She felt herself put a hand over her mouth, but it was as if someone else were moving her body. She felt numb, the knots in her stomach gone still and dead. John pushed past her. He knelt and slapped the man's face. John, she said, hearing a note of panic in her voice. He looked up at her, surprised. He's not dead, he said. He's just out cold. He can't tell us anything like this. We have to tie him up or something, Jessica said. Don't wake him up like this. Yeah, I gotta agree with that, Carlton said. His eyes searched the room for devices, tools, or costumes. Anything that Dave could and probably would use against them given the opportunity. Charlie just stared, the numb feeling lingering. He's not dead. She shook herself all over like a dog, trying to rid herself of the remnants of shock and cleared her throat. Let's find something to tie him up with, she said. The place seems to have everything. Jessica headed to the back of the room where the costume pieces were piled haphazardly. Empty mascots' heads staring out from the odd angles with ghastly eyes. Careful touching the costumes, Charlie called towards Jessica. We could always put him in one of them, like he did to me, Carlton said. There was an uncharacteristic edge to his voice, something hard and painful. Charlie didn't think it was from his injury. He sat down on a box, his face strained and his arms wrapped around his body like he was holding himself together. Suddenly, Carlton's face lit up with alarm. Don't touch, he shouted and pushed Charlie out of the way. He stumbled past Jessica, who was searching through the clutter, and started tearing his way through the mess, picking up boxes, pushing things out of his way, and scrambling in a desperate search. Charlie, where is it? He demanded, his gaze roaming around the room futilely. Charlie went to him, following where he looked, and realized what was missing. The yellow bear suit that had been slouched in the corner.
I can take over
John
here.
said... Okay.
Alright, halfway through the chapter.
Whew. We're
Okay.
getting there, man. We are 15% from done.
Yes. Okay. What? John said, confused. Charlie, where is it? Where is Michael? Carlton sat with a thud on a cardboard box that sagged a little but held his weight. He was only looking at Charlie as if they were the only people in the room. Michael? John whispered. He looked at Charlie, but she returned his gaze silently. She had no answers to offer him. Michael was there. Carlton pressed his lips firmly, rocking himself back and forth. I believe you, Charlie answered calmly, her voice quiet. John put his hands on his knees and let out a breath. I'm gonna go help Jessica, he muttered and stood up with resignation. There has to be rope around here somewhere. Be right there. Charlie smiled at Carlton, hoping to reassure him, then joined the others, heading for the boxes in the corner beside the door. The first just held more paperwork, official forms with tiny print, but underneath was a box of tangled extension cords. Hey, I found something, Charlie said, but she was cut off by a banshee scream. Charlie was on her feet, ready to run, but everyone else was still. Jessica was pointing to something in the corner, almost shaking. John was behind her, his eyes wide. What is it? Charlie demanded. And when they did not answer, she rushed over and looked down at the pile of empty costumes where Jessica was pointing. It was hard to sort out what was what in the pile of mascots. She stared blankly at the jumble, seeing nothing but fur and eyes and beaks and paws, and then it resolved before her eyes. A dead man. He looked young, not much older than they were, and he looked familiar. That's the cop, the one from the other night, John said, recovering his voice. What? Carlton said, snapping to attention. He came over to look. That's Officer Dunn. I know him. Your dad sent him to look for you, Charlie said quietly. What do we do? Jessica said. She had been inching slowly backward, and now her foot bumped against Dave, and she jumped, stifling another scream. It pulled Charlie's eyes away from Dunn, and looking away was enough to recall her to their task. There's nothing we can do, she said firmly. Come on, we don't know how much time we have until he wakes up. Jessica and John followed her across the room, Jessica catching up and keeping close to Charlie as if afraid to get too far away from her again. Charlie grabbed a handful of cords and tossed it to John. It was a long and tedious process. They propped Dave up into a sitting position against the wall, but he kept sliding sideways until John took a hold of his shoulders. John bent him forward as Charlie tied his hands behind his back. She finished up and looked up to see John with a faint smile on his face. Do my knots amuse you? She said as lightly as she could manage. The feel of Dave's flesh, alive yet limp and heavier than it should have been, was disturbing, and as she let go of him, she could still feel the traces of his clammy skin on her palms. He shrugged. All those times we played cops and robbers seemed to have paid off. I forgot about that, she laughed. He nodded sagely. And yet, I still bear the scars of rope burns you gave me. John smiled. And that was before I was even a Girl Scout. Charlie said, stop complaining and pick up his feet. Let's hope my skills haven't atrophied. She finished tying up Dave, pretending a confidence she didn't really have. The cords were thick and stiff. They were hard to manipulate, and she was not sure how long they would hold. When she was as sure as she could be, they stepped back. John looked around for a moment as though searching for something, then slipped out through the door without a word. Carlton was on his knees, and he walked towards Dave without standing. A clunky, unsteady walk. He looked like he might tip over at any moment. Wakey wakey, sleepyhead, he whispered. We've got this, Carlton. Thanks. You just relax, Charlie said. Charlie rolled her eyes toward Jessica, and then turned her attention back to Dave, slapping his face lightly. But he remained inert. Hey, dirtbag, wake up. She slapped him again. Here, try this. With a can of water. Water fountain was the only explanation he offered. The can didn't hold much, he added. That's okay, Charlie said. She took it from him and held it over Dave's head, letting small streams of water dribbling from the holes in the tin fall on his face. She aimed for his mouth, and after a few moments he spluttered, his eyes opening. Oh good, you're awake, Charlie said, then dumped the rest of the water on his head. He said nothing, but his eyes remained open in a stiff, unnatural stare. So, Dave, she said, how about you tell us about what's going on? His mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. After a moment, he became still again, so still that Charlie reluctantly pressed her fingers to his neck to check for a pulse. Is he alive? John said, creeped out by what seemed to be an on-again, off-again animated corpse. He moved closer to the man, kneeling so their eyes were level, and looked at him gravely, searching for something. His pulse is normal, Charlie reported. She pulled her hand back, more startled than if he'd been dead. Charlie, there's something different about him, John said urgently. She reached out and grasped Dave's chin, turning his head back and forth. Dave did not resist, he just kept staring without an expression, as if the world around him were not really there. What do you mean? Charlie said, though she saw it too. It was as if the guard the man they had met had been stripped away, and what sat before them was nothing but a blank canvas. John shook his head and released the guard's chin, wiping his hands on his pants. He stood and stepped back, putting a distance between them. I don't know, he said. There's just something different. Why don't you tell us about the kids? Carlton was leaning back against the wall, emboldened, but still not completely balanced. The kids you killed. You stuffed them into those suits out there. Carlton motioned toward the stage outside. Carlton, shut up, John said angrily. Everything you're saying is nonsense. No, it's true, Charlie whispered. John gave her a searching look, then turned to the others, who had no more answers than Charlie. He looked back at Dave with an expression of renewed disgust. Seeing John's face, Charlie was suddenly struck with the weight of the memory. Michael, who had been a cheerful, careless little boy. Michael, who had drawn portraits of them all, passing them around with a solemn pride. Michael, who had been killed, whose final moments must have been all pain and terror. Michael, who had been killed by the man before them. She looked to the others, and on each of their faces, she saw the same single thought. This was the man who killed Michael. Without warning, John's arm shot out like lightning and struck Dave across the jaw with a loud crack. Dave slumped back, and John lunged and almost fell from the impact of the strike. John regained his posture and bounced a little on the balls of his feet, alert, waiting for a reaction or a chance to strike again. Dave's body moved upward, straightening, but the movement was too smooth. He seemed to make no effort, use no muscles, and exert no energy. Slowly, his posture corrected, unfolding to his slumped state, his mouth hanging open. Carlton stumbled forward. "Take that, jackass." He swung his arm into the air and stayed on his feet. Jessica leaped forward just in time to catch him in her arms. Dave continued to stare, and it was only after a moment that Charlie considered that he might actually be staring at something. She turned, following his line of sight, and suddenly she recoiled. On the table along the wall sat a rabbit's head. "That's it? You want that?" Charlie stood and approached the mask. "You need this?" she added in a whisper. She picked it up carefully, the light catching the edges of the spring locks that filled the mascot's head. She picked it up and carried it almost ceremoniously to Dave, who tipped his head down in a barely noticeable fashion. Charlie placed it over his head, not being nearly as cautious as she had been with Carlton. When the mascot's head was fully resting on his shoulders, the large face raised itself until it was almost completely upright. Dave's eyes opened steadily, glassy and without emotion, like the robots on the stage outside. Lines of sweat began to trickle down from under the mask, a stain darkening the collar of his uniform shirt. "My dad trusted you," Charlie said. She was on her knees, now looking intently at the rabbit's face. "What did you do to him?" Her voice broke. "I helped him create." The voice came from inside the mask, but it was not Dave's, not the pitiful, sour tone they would have recognized. The voice of the rabbit was smooth and rich, almost musical. It was confident, somehow reassuring, a voice that might convince you of almost anything. Dave cocked his head to the side. The mask shifted so that only one of his bulbous eyes could peer through the sockets. "We both wanted to love," he said in those melodious tones. "Your father loved, and now I have loved." "You killed," Carlton said, then burst out with something that sounded like a laugh. He seemed more lucid now, as if anger was focusing his mind. He shook loose of Jessica's hands on his arms and knelt down on the floor. "You're a sick bastard," Carlton sputtered, "and you've created monsters. The kids you killed are still here. You imprisoned them. They are home, with me." Dave's voice was coarse, and the large mascot's head slid forward and tilted as he spoke. "Their happiest day." "How do we get out?" Charlie placed one hand on the mascot's head and pushed it back into position on Dave's shoulder. The fur felt wet and sticky, as though the costume itself were sweating. Let's see. There isn't a way out anymore. All that's left is family. His round eye reappeared through one of the sockets, glimmering in the light. He locked eyes with Charlie for a moment, struggling to lean in closer. "Oh," he gasped. "You're something beautiful, aren't you?" Charlie recoiled as if he had touched her. "What's that supposed to mean?" She took another step back, fighting a surge of revulsion. "Well then, you're trapped too, and you're not going to be hurting anyone else," John said, in response to the veiled threat. I don't have to.
Dave answered.
"Yep, I don't have to," Dave answered. "When it gets dark, they will awaken. The children's spirits will rise. They will kill you. I'll just walk out in the morning, stepping over your corpses one by one." He looked at each of them in turn, as if relishing the bloody scene. "They'll kill you too," Jessica said. "No, I am quite confident that I will survive." "Really?" John said suddenly. "I'm pretty sure they're the spirits of the kids you killed," he all but spat. "Why would they hurt us? It's you they're after." "They don't remember," Dave said. "They've forgotten. The dead do forget. All they know is that you're here, trying to take away their happiest day. You are intruders. He lowered his voice to a hush. You are grown-ups. They looked at one another. We're not, Jessica began. You're close enough, especially to a vengeful, confused, and frightened child. None of you will survive the night. And what makes you think they won't kill you? John said again. And Dave's eyes took on something shiny, almost beatific. Because I am one of them, he said. And that's chapter 11 finished. Okay.
Let's get...
2 more. Look how close we are.
We're getting there.
Ugh.
13 more %.
Yep. Yeah, these chapters are smaller, or a little bit shorter too, I think.
It seems like they would have to be. They all stood staring at the man on the floor. Jessica took an involuntary step backward. Charlie was glued to the spot. She could not look away from him. Because I am one of them? As if he could tell what she was thinking, John stepped up beside her. Charlie, he's insane, he said quietly, and it was enough to break her away from that dreadful, ecstatic gaze. She turned to John. We have to get out, she said. He nodded, turned back to the group, and gestured to the walkie-talkie in his hand. I'm going to go back to the control room, he said. These things are police radios. There has to be a way to get them to reach the outside. Maybe I can use the equipment in there to get a signal somehow. I'll go with you, Charlie said instantly, but he shook his head. I went the wrong way. You have to stay with him, he said, barely audible. Charlie looked over at Jessica and Carlton. He was right. Carlton needed someone with him, and Jessica was holding it together, but she couldn't be left alone in charge of safety of both of them. Charlie nodded. Be careful, she said. He didn't answer. Instead, he tucked the walkie-talkie into his belt, gave her a wink, and left. Clay Burke was in his office, reviewing the week's case files. There was not much. Traffic violations, 2 petty thefts, and 1 confession to a murder of Abraham Lincoln. Clay shuffled through the papers and sighed. Shaking his head, he pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk and removed the file that had been plaguing him all morning. Freddy's. When he closed his eyes, he was there again. The cheerful family restaurant, its floor streaked with blood. After Michael disappeared, he had worked 14-hour days, sometimes sleeping in the station. Every time he came home, he went to look at Carlton, who was usually asleep. He wanted to grab his son and hold him close, never let him go. Could have been any of the children there that day. It was blind, dumb luck that the killer had spared his own. At the time, it was the first murder that the department had dealt with. It was a 16-person department, usually charged with small thefts and noise complaints. And to be handed a gruesome murder made all of them feel a little like kids whose toy guns had suddenly turned real. Clay opened the file. Sorry, my glasses are fogging up.
Oh, good.
Clay opened the file, knowing what he would find. It was only a partial report. The rest of it was in a storage room in the basement. He scanned the familiar words, the bureaucratic language that tried but failed to obscure the point. There had been no justice done. Sometimes the guilty get away with terrible things, but it is the price we pay. He had to say that to Charlie. He cringed a little now, realizing how that must have sounded, to her of all people. He picked up the phone, calling the front desk in a moment of urgency rather than walking 20 feet to ask in person. Has Dunn reported back from Freddy's? He asked before the officer on the other end could speak. No, sir, she said. He hung up, not waiting for her to finish. Clay stared restlessly at the wall for a long moment, then grabbed his coffee cup and headed to the basement. He didn't have to search for the box of evidence from Freddy's disappearances. He had been here before. There was no one around, and so instead of taking it upstairs to his office, Clay sat down on the concrete floor, spreading papers and photographs around him. There were interviews, witness statements, and reports from the on-scene officers, Clay included. He sifted through them aimlessly. He didn't know what he was looking for. There was nothing new here. There was nothing to find, really. They knew who did it. At first, he had suspected Henry, just like so many others around town. It was a terrible thought, but it was a terrible crime. There was no solution that would not be shocking. He had not been the one to question Charlie's father, but he had read the transcript. The man had been almost incoherent, so shaken that he could not give straight answers. He sounded as if he were lying, and to most people that was proof enough. But Clay had resisted, had delayed having him arrested, and sure enough, they came to William Afton, Henry's partner. Afton seemed like a normal one of the venture, the businessman. Henry was the artist. He always seemed to be off in another world, some part of his mind thinking about his mechanical creatures even when he was holding a conversation about the weather or the kids' soccer games. There was something off about Henry, something almost shell-shocked. It seemed like a miracle that he could have produced a child as apparently normal as Charlie. Clay remembered when Henry had moved to town and begun construction of the new restaurant. Somebody had told him that Henry had a kid who had been abducted several years prior, but he didn't know much else. He seemed like a nice enough guy, though he was obviously terribly alone, his grief visible even at a distance. Then Freddy Fazbear's opened, and the town came alive. That was also when Charlie appeared. Clay hadn't known Henry even had a daughter until that day. William Afton was the one who made Freddy's a business, as he had the previous restaurant. Afton was as robust and lively as Henry was withdrawn and shadowy. He was a hefty man who had the ruddy geniality of a financially shrewd Santa Claus. He had killed the children. Clay knew it. The whole department knew it. He had been present for each abduction, and he had mysteriously and briefly vanished at the same time as each child went missing. A search of his house had found a room crammed with boxes of mechanical parts and a musty yellow rabbit suit, as well as stacks of journals full of raving paranoia. Passages about Henry that raved from wild jealousy to near worship. But there had been no evidence, and there had been no bodies, and so there could be no charge. William Afton had left town, and there was nothing to stop him. They did not even know where he'd gone. Clay picked up a picture from the pile. It had been taken, framed from the wall of Henry's office at the restaurant. It was a picture of the two of them together, Henry and William, grinning into the camera in front of the newly opened Freddy Fazbear's. He stared at it. He had stared at it before. Henry's eyes did not quite match his smile. His expression looked forced, but then it always did. There was nothing unusual here, except that one of the men had turned out to be a killer. Suddenly, Clay felt a shock of recognition, something indistinct he could not quite catch. He closed his eyes, letting his mind wander like a dog off the lead. Go on, find it. There was something about William, something familiar, something recent. Clay's eyes snapped open. He shoved everything back into the evidence box, cramming it messily, keeping out only the photograph, clutching it. He took the stairs up 2 at a time, almost running by the time he got to the main floor of the station. He headed straight for a particular filing cabinet, ignoring the greetings of his startled officers. He tore open the drawer, pawing through it. There it was. Employee background checks requested by businesses for the last 6 months. He pulled out the stack and flipped through it, looking for photos. In the third folder, he found it. He picked up the picture and held it up next to the one of Henry and William, turning so his body did not block the light. It's him. The background check application was labeled Dave Miller, but it was unmistakably William Afton. Afton had been fat and affable. The man in the picture was sallow and thin, his skin sagging and his expression unpleasant, as if he had forgotten how to smile. He looked like a poor facsimile of himself, or maybe, Clay thought, he looked like he had dropped his disguise. Clay flipped the page back to see why the check had been requested, and his face drained white, his breathing stopping for a moment. Clay stood, grabbing his jacket in the same motion, then stopped. Slowly he sat, letting the letter fall from his fingers. He took the partial file out of the drawer, and delicately he lifted one of the photos out. It had been taken in the aftermath. When the place was no more than a crime scene, he paused for a moment and closed his eyes. Then he looked again at the picture, willing himself to see it for the first time. There was a glimmer of light he had never noticed before. One of the animatronics on the stage, the bear, Freddy, was looking toward the cameraman, one of his eyes illuminated with a smear of light. Clay put the picture aside, moving to the next one. This one was from a different angle, but this side of the main stage was still in the frame. Chica's body was facing away from the camera, but her face was turned directly toward it, and another smear of light streaked across her left eye. Clay rubbed it with the tip of his finger, making sure it wasn't a defect in the paper. The next photo showed Bonnie in the darkness behind the chairs. A pinpoint of light, like a star, shone from one of his eyes as though reflecting a spotlight that wasn't there. What is this? Clay could feel his face flush. He realized he hadn't been breathing. He shuffled his hands on the desk like a conjurer, calling forth a picture to reveal itself. One did. The last picture had been taken in Pirates Cove. Tables had been disturbed, he remembered. The scene was chaotic, the tables and chairs in disarray. Clutter strewn through the halls, but unlike so many other times he had stared at this picture, he ignored the disorder and focused only on the stage. The curtain was pulled back slightly, a figure barely visible in the recesses behind it, one eye presumably illuminated by a flash of the camera. Clay studied the rest of the pictures, looking for more reflections, but found none. There was no flash. Jason opened his eyes. His legs hurt. It was a steady, dull pain. He flexed it tentatively and found he could move easily. The injury could not be too bad. He was lying on something lumpy and his whole body felt stiff, like he'd been asleep on a pile of... He looked at what he was lying on. A pile of extension cords and wires. He sat up. It was dark, but he could dimly see what was around him. Bent over to examine his leg. His jeans were ripped where Foxy's claw had gouged him, and the gash in his leg was ugly, but it was not bleeding badly. The hook had mostly gotten hold of the jeans. Jason felt a little relief. Satisfied, he began to examine his surroundings. He was in a corner, and there was a heavy black curtain strung from one wall to the other, cutting the space off from the room outside. He crawled forward over the cables cautiously, careful to make no sound. He made his way to the edge of the curtain, where there was a tiny sliver of a gap between it and the wall. Jason took a moment to steel himself, then peeked out, conscious of his every movement. He was on the small stage in Pirates Cove, behind the curtain. He could hear something moving out there, something large, but from his position he could see only an empty room. He pushed his head out a little farther, craning his neck to look. He couldn't tell where the sound was coming from, but with each second he grew bolder, readying himself to leap from the stage and run. A light was pulsing in the main dining room, illuminating the hall for brief seconds at a time with bright, dizzying carnival colors. It wasn't much, but it gave Jason a direction to run. He managed it intently until it was all he could see, and then it stopped. The room was dark, darker than it had been before. His eyes had adjusted to the light, and now he was nearly blind. The shuffling sound went on, and Jason pulled the curtain open further. This time he moved too fast, and the curtain was drawn. The metal rings that held it clinked together. The light above Pirates Cove went on. Foxy was there, right in front of him. His face so close to Jason's that they could almost touch. Jason scrambled back through the curtain, pulling it closed again, trying to escape the small alcove, but there was nowhere to run. He crawled backward, staying against the wall, hoping that the curtain would somehow shield him from Foxy. At once, the curtain began to open, not by force, but as if a show were about to begin. Lights and color flashed in silent patterns, and the glittered front curtains rolled back in grand fashion to reveal the stage, with the beast standing patiently at its base. Foxy cocked his head to the side as if considering something, and then he began his approach. He climbed the stairs to the stage one by one, each step a whole series of disjointed movements as if each piece of his metal body maneuvered itself individually. Jason watched, struck with horror, yet some small part of him was enthralled. It was like nothing he had ever seen. Foxy reached the stage and took two more large, deliberate steps until he was standing over Jason. Jason stared up at him, too afraid to move, frozen in place like a mouse beneath a diving falcon. His breath was shallow. His heart beat so fast his chest hurt. Foxy raised his hook again, and Jason threw himself down on the floor in a ball, protecting his head with his arms, waiting for the blow to come. It did not come. Jason did not move. He waited and waited, wondering if time had slowed down as he approached the moment of his death. His mind trying to give him refuge, making the last moments feel as long as possible, but not this long. He opened his eyes and turned his head a little. Keeping his arms in front of his face, Foxy was still there, not moving. Despite him, Jason met the creature's eyes. It was like looking into the sun. Foxy's burning gaze made Jason's eyes tear up, made him want to look away, but he could not. It was the animatronic who looked away, as Jason watched, peering through the afterburn that clouded his vision. Foxy turned to face his absent audience. His hook fell slowly to his side, his head tilted forward, and he went motionless. The sounds of whirring machinery and clicking parts came to a stop, and the curtains drew closed again. "Ready?" Lamar said. Marla nodded curtly. "I'm ready," she said. She threw open the door, fists clenched, and they climbed out, facing opposite directions, preparing for an assault. Marla was breathing heavily, her face furious. The darkness was thick, almost tangible, and she could barely make out what was around her. She could see Lamar, but if they drifted 3 feet apart, they would be lost to each other. The lights above them flickered, but only for a moment. The brief illumination ruined what little night vision they had, making the dark impenetrable. "Anything on your side?" Marla whispered. Lamar looked toward her voice, distressed. "No? Anything on your side?" "Light, please?" Marla whispered. Lamar held up the flashlight as though aiming a weapon and turned it on. Above them, the lights sputtered. Jason could see their flashlight waving back and forth, filtering through the slightly transparent curtain. Oh no. The light fell on the animatronic, just for a moment, and there was a clicking noise. Jason looked up. Foxy was not moving. The light swept across him again, and again the mechanical sounds came, this time unmistakable. Though he did not move, Jason scooted forward around Foxy's foot and looked up at the animatronic's face as the light struck him again. Again, the clicking noise came. Something inside him was readying itself, but his eyes stayed dark. Jason crawled as far forward as he was willing to venture, trying not to cross into Foxy's line of sight. He made it to the edge of the curtain and reached his arm out to wave a warning. "Jason!" he heard his sister yell, or his sister's voice, and then a quick shushing from what must have been Lamar. The flashlight swept up, training on the stage, and Foxy's eyes lit up. His face swept toward the light with a predatory precision, and Jason, panicked, reached for the pile of cords and grabbed a cable. Foxy lifted a foot, and Jason threw the cord around it and yanked with all his strength. Foxy pitched forward, grabbing at the curtain with his hook. It caught, ensnaring him, and he ripped through the cloth with a vicious tearing noise, falling to the ground in a tangle of cloth and metal limbs. Jason scrambled past the struggling creature and ran toward the light. Marla reached for him, but he brushed her aside. "Run!" he panted, and the three of them took off down the hall. They turned a corner, and as one of them stopped, as one they stopped, Jason skidding against Lamar and grabbing him for support. At the end of the dark hall stood another figure, too large to be a person. The top hat was unmistakable. Freddy Fazbear.
Who's that guy?
That's
it's him.
me!
It's you.
That's me!
Oh no, you're doing the thing. Joining the animatronic family.
His eyes were illuminated, their piercing red glow consuming the space around him. They could hear the brittle notes of a song, mechanical and thin like a music box, coming from Freddy's direction. They stared, mesmerized. Then Jason found himself and pulled at Marla's arm. Come on, he hissed, and they followed him, running back the way they had come. When they reached Pirate's Cove, they slowed. Foxy had thrown off the curtain and was beginning to right himself. The three exchanged glances, then ran past him. Jason held his breath until they were through to the next doorway, invoking some old superstition. Lamar motioned to one of the party rooms, and they ducked inside. He switched off the flashlight and they stood still for a moment, their eyes adjusting. The room had 3 long, cafeteria-style tables, each one still set for a party. Metal folding chairs were lined all up and down them, and each place was set with a party hat, a paper plate, and a plastic cup. By wordless agreement, each hid beneath a different table, leaving themselves as much space as possible. They crouched low, hoping they could be lost behind the chair legs, and together they stared silently into the vacant hall and listened. "Hello? Anyone?" John repeated into the radio, but there was only static. He had managed to hook the walkie-talkie into the sound system, but getting a signal to the outside seemed impossible. Freddy's was sealed off from the world. He looked at the monitors again. On one screen he could see 3 figures crouched under a table. Marla, Lamar, and Jason, he thought. They found Jason. He realized with profound relief, letting go of a tension he had not known he felt. Everything on screen was lit with unnatural grays and whites. "These must be night vision cameras," he said to no one, squinting to see through the static. He watched the blurry figures crawl and come to a stop beneath the long party tables, then movement from another screen caught his eye. There was a figure in the hallway, moving steadily toward the room they were in. John could not tell what it was, but the way it moved wasn't human. It stopped beside a doorway, and with a sudden jolt of realization, John looked at the party room where his friends were hiding. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and flipped the speaker system on, jamming the volume control as high as it would go. "Lamar," he said calmly, Lamar, he said calmly, trying to sound commanding. He heard the reverberation of his own voice through the walls of the control room. "Lamar, don't move." John's voice blared over the speaker, blurring with static but intelligible. "Lamar, don't move." Lamar, Marla, and Jason looked at one another across the distance between the tables. The room lit up with a burning red glow, and they watched as still as they could as Freddy Fazbear entered the room. His movements were mechanical and graceless as he walked with deliberate steps to the middle of the room and stopped between two tables, Marla on one side, Jason on the other. Jason looked at his sister, and she put a finger to her lips. Jason hadn't realized that there were tears on his cheeks until now. He watched as Freddy surveyed the room. His head, with eyes like spotlights, were whirred to one side, stopping with a click, then turning to the other side. There was a long pause. The two padded feet were motionless, the legs like black trees in a forest. There was a sound of twisting fur and crinkling fabric, and the feet began to pivot. Freddy turned around and headed for the door, each step shaking the floor beneath him. As Freddy passed by, Jason shrank back instinctively, his foot hitting one of the metal chairs. It made a scraping sound. Jason's heart raced. Frantic, he looked around the space at Marla, who beckoned to him urgently. Freddy had stopped, but they could still hear the sounds of fabric and fur scrunching and moving. Freddy began to bend down. His motions were slow, and in those precious few seconds, Jason pushed the two chairs in front of him apart, making a gap just wide enough for him to be able to crawl behind Freddy as soon as he had the chance. The light of Freddy's eyes came into view under the table, illuminating the space behind Jason, and he quickly but quietly crawled between the chairs to where Marla was hiding. Freddy stood again, training his eyes on the floor just as Jason pulled his foot out of sight. Freddy began to pivot toward the table they were under. Marla put a hand on Jason's arm, steadying him. There was another pause. Lamar, under the table opposite them, beckoned to Marla and Jason, urging them to his own table, farther away from Freddy. Marla shook her head, not wanting to risk making noise. Maybe he's leaving, she told herself. Jason was beginning to breathe normally again when it struck them. Freddy was ducking down again, this time silently. His eyes had gone dark, but as soon as they spotted him, his gaze lit up again, illuminating the room. Marla and Jason scrambled around the metal chairs as fast as they could without touching them. They crawled around the thin carpet between the tables until they came across an opening in the chairs and crawled under the table beside Lamar. Marla and Lamar looked at each other, at a loss. Freddy was straightened up again and beginning to circle around the third table. "We have to run for the door," Marla whispered. Lamar nodded. Lamar nodded, then motioned for them to follow his lead. He watched, waiting until Freddy was bending down once again, and then gestured to the middle table. They caught their breath, trying not to gasp, and Lamar looked toward the door. Could they make it? Marla put a hand on Jason's shoulder, and he started to shrug her off, but she was gripping him tightly, her fingers digging into him. He moved to brush her away and then looked at her. She was terrified, even more than he was. He let her hold on to him while keeping his eyes on Freddy, waiting for their next opening.
Okay.
It didn't come.
I can take over now if you're good.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, this chapter is much longer than the next chapter, so
I would
this
imagine.
is a long chapter.
We're 92% done.
Yeah. Okay. It didn't come. As they waited, poised for flight, Freddy turned away, his deliberate steps taking him to the doorway. The room went dark and Jason's heart skipped before he understood what had happened. The lights were gone because Freddy was gone. "Marla," he whispered, his voice a little more than a breath of air. "He's gone." Marla looked at him and nodded, but she did not let go of his shoulder. "Are you okay?" she asked in the same, almost soundless way. He nodded, then pointed to his leg and shrugged theatrically. She smiled at him and took his hand from his shoulder to muss his hair. Suddenly, Lamar was tapping Marla's arm. He pointed to his ear, and she gave him a puzzled look. Jason stiffened, realizing what it was. And in a second, Marla did too. There was music in the room, a tinny, labored sound like a music box, the gaps between the notes just a little too long. The room lit up again, a drowning red. and before they could move, the table was wrenched away. Freddy stood over them. He shoved the table aside, almost hurling it. They screamed, not a scream for help, but the last futile act of defiance. Jason clung to his sister, and she pulled his head down against her, shielding his eyes so he would not have to see. Suddenly, Freddy stumbled off balance and lurched to the side. He tried to right himself, but another jolt from behind sent him flying forward, falling face first into the tables. Marla, Lamar, and Jason looked up to see Charlie and John, their faces flushed with effort. "Come on, let's go," said Charlie. Dave shrugged out of his bonds quickly. The knots were sturdy, but the cords had too much to give. A few twists and turns and he was free. He crawled to the door on hands and knees and held his ear to the crack, careful not to jostle the door and give himself away. The loudspeaker blared, and then the sound he had been waiting for. Footsteps running away. He waited just until the sound faded, and then got purposefully to his feet. Let's see. "Where are we going?" Marla panted as they raced back toward the main dining room. "The office. It's got a real door we can barricade ourselves in." She glanced at John, who nodded shortly. What would they do once they were barricaded inside was another question, but they could worry about that once they were safe. They ran through the dining room. Charlie glanced at the stage, blurred in passing, but she saw what she knew she would. It was empty. They reached the narrow hall that led to the office, and Charlie's heart lifted when she saw the door, light shining from its small window like a beacon. Wait, light? She slowed her pace. They were 10 feet from the door. She lifted a hand, signaling the others to stop, and they approached the door slowly. Steeling herself, Charlie grabbed the knob and turned. It was locked. She looked helplessly at the others. "Someone's in there," Jason whispered, moving closer to Marla. "There's no one else here," Marla said softly, but it sounded like a question. Charlie was about to try the door again, but stopped herself. "Don't draw their attention." "He got loose," Jessica said, her voice hoarse, and Charlie felt a chill. She's right. She just didn't say it. We got a member from
it's a member for 2 months.
I think we might as well count it.
Thank you for being a member for 2 months, and congrats on reaching that milestone. Congrats on your pickle. I hope you're enjoying the Despicable Me commentary if you haven't seen it already.
Yeah, that's actually our mod, I believe. Cat Bio.
That
Big
is.
homie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Where are we? Okay, don't draw their attention. He got loose. She didn't say it. "We have to go back," she said. Without waiting for a response, she turned, pushing between Lamar and John to take the lead. She took 2 steps forward, then stopped dead as she heard the others gasp. It was Chica, her eyes burning like orange headlights. She stood at the other end of the short hall, blocking their only way out. Her body filled the space. They could not even try to run past her. Charlie glanced behind her, even though there was no other way out. Before she could react, John was running at the animatronic. He had no weapons, but he hurtled himself toward the thing and leaped up, trying to grab a hold of her neck. He caught it briefly, struggling to hold on as Chica thrashed her head back and forth. Chica bent forward and swung to the side, slamming John into the wall and let John go, crumpling to the floor. The cupcake on Chica's platter snapped its mouth as if laughing, its eyes rolling in their tiny sockets. Let's see. "John!" Charlie cried as she thrust the flashlight back for someone else to take. She felt its weight leave her hands, but she didn't look back to see who took it. She looked up. There was an electrical cord dangling above their heads. Parts of the rubber had worn away, exposing stretches of bare wire. Chica was slowly advancing. Charlie jumped up, but she could not get high enough to reach it. She looked to either side. Is it narrow enough? She glanced at Chica. She was moving slowly with measured steps. They were trapped, and she did not need to hurry. Charlie planted one foot against the wall, then stretched her leg across the narrow hallway and did the same on the other side, bracing between the walls to climb. She inched upward, her legs shaking with the effort. She looked up. struggling to retain her balance as she reached for the cord. Careful to only touch the rubber, she closed her fingers around it and it dropped to the ground. Chica lunged forward, her arms extended and her teeth contorted in a mechanical smile. Charlie sprang up, the electrical cord brandished in front of her, and she shoved it into the space between Chica's head and her torso. Chica jerked backwards, sparks flying, and for a horrible moment, Charlie could not move. Her hand throbbed with electrical current, and she was caught there, unable to make her hand let go of the wire. She stared down at it, willing her fingers to open. Is this how I die? Lamar grabbed her and pulled her away, and she looked up at him wide-eyed. The others were already running. Chica was deactivated, or so it appeared, slumped forward, her eyes dark. Lamar gave her arm a tug, and they took off after the others. With a pleased smile, Dave watched the confrontation through the window in the office door. Just a matter of time now, he thought. The girl had been clever, climbing on the walls like that, but she had almost killed herself. They could not last much longer. All he had to do was wait. Suddenly, the room was lit with an ethereal blue. He froze, then slowly turned. Bonnie. The animatronic towered over him, close enough to touch. Dave fell back against the door and screamed.
Let's go.
Let's go! Actually, I'd prefer I didn't die. There was a scream from the direction of the office. Yeah. From the direction of the office. The group paused for a minute and looked nervously at one another. It doesn't matter. Come on. She took a quick look back at Chica, who was still slumped forward, inert. Charlie led them into the main dining room. As they emerged, there was a sudden movement. Foxy was there. He leaped onto a table in front of them, looked among them until his silver eyes lit on Jason. He crouched as if he were about to jump on the boy, and Charlie grabbed a napkin dispenser and threw it as hard as she could. It struck Foxy's head, glancing off with little effort, but it was enough to get his attention. He turned to her and pounced. Charlie was already running, racing to lure him away from the others. Then what? She thought as she ran furiously out of the dining room and down the hall. The arcade. It was dark. There were things to hide behind. She kept running full out until she reached the door, then turned so fast she almost fell, hoping to give Foxy a moment's disorientation. She looked... Let's see. She looked around frantically. There was a row of arcade machines at the back of the room, set out just a little from the wall. She heard footsteps behind her and dove for it. The space was so tight she could barely squeeze herself into it. Her sides were pressed between the consoles and the wall, and there were thick, coiled wires beneath her feet. She took a step back, moving deeper into the crawl space, but her foot slipped on a cable, and she barely kept from falling. Movement in the room caught her eye, and she saw a flash of silver light. He sees me. Charlie dropped to her hands and knees. She crawled backwards, scooting it inch by inch. Her foot caught on a cable and she stopped to free it, twisting into an impossible position to quietly dislodge it. She moved back farther and then her foot bumped against another wall and she stopped. She moved in. She was closed in on three sides. It almost felt safe. She closed her eyes for a moment. Nothing here is safe. There was an awful sound, a clash of metal hitting metal, and the console at the far end of the row rocked on its foundation, banging against the back of the wall. Foxy leaned over it, and now Charlie could see him as he smashed the display. Man. Spilling shards of plastic onto the floor. His hook caught on something inside the machine, and he yanked it out again, trailing bits of wire. He moved on to the next game, smashing the screen and throwing the console against the wall with a casual brutality. Charlie felt the impact of it echoing through the wall as he moved closer. I have to get out. I have to. But there was no way out. Now that she was sitting in one place, she realized that her arm was stiff with pain, and only now did she look at it. The bandage was soaked through with blood. The wall beside her was streaked with a line of it where her arm had pressed. She wanted to cry suddenly. Her whole body ached. The wound in her arm, the constant tension of the last day or so, who could tell how long it had been, was draining her, taking all that she had. The next console crashed against the wall and Charlie flinched. It was only 2 away. He was almost to her. She could hear his gears working, humming, grinding, and sometimes screeching. Oh, man.
I feel that. I'm getting stiff.
Oh my god,
We're so close.
Yeah. She closed her eyes, but she could still see him. His matted fur, the metal bones showing through the searing silver eyes. The console beside her was wrenched away and tumbled to the ground like it weighed nothing at all. The cords beneath Charlie's hands and knees jerked forward with it, and she slipped, grabbing at nothing, trying to regain her balance. She caught herself and looked up just in time to see the downward swing of a hook. She moved faster than she could think. She hurled herself at the final console with all her strength, and it balanced precariously, then fell, knocking Foxy to the ground and trapping him. Charlie started to run, but his hook shot out and snared her leg, cutting into her. She screamed, falling to the ground. She kicked at him with her other foot, but his hook was stuck deep in her leg. Every time he jerked back, she felt the impact. She kicked him in the face, and his hook tore free, slicing open her leg. She screamed again, instinctively grabbing the wound, and then Foxy was on top of her, snapping his jaws and clawing at her as he tried to free his legs from under the console. She fought back, struggling to get away. His hook slashed at her again and again as she tried to block the blows, screaming for help. Suddenly, John was there. He stood over Foxy and stomped down hard on the creature's neck, holding his foot there. Foxy flailed but could not reach him. "Charlie, get up!" he called. Charlie just stared at him for a second, too shaken to register the question. He stamped his foot on Foxy's neck repeatedly, then in one quick movement, he grabbed Charlie's hand, heaved her up, and started to run, pulling her along behind him. They made it to the main dining room, where the rest of the group was huddled in the middle of the room. Relieved, Charlie rushed to join them. She could tell she was limping, but she did not feel any pain, which she realized somewhere dimly in the back of her mind was not good. When they got to the others, her heart sank. Their faces were grim. Lamar was holding the flashlight out in front of him, but it rattled in his trembling grip. Marla gestured quickly to the entrances. Freddy stood in the hall to the storage room, while Bonnie now blocked the hallway to the office. Chica, reanimated, stood on the stage, looming over them. Charlie glanced back the way they had come. Foxy was approaching. He had freed himself. He stopped in the doorway as if waiting for a signal. Let's see. There was no escape. Suddenly, acutely aware of everything around her, Charlie noticed the sound of a music box, as if she had unconsciously been hearing it all along. She took a deep breath. The moment seemed to go on forever. It had come to this. They were trapped. They waited. Now, perhaps, for the animatronics, there was no hurry. Charlie cast her eyes around futilely for a weapon. But there were only party hats and paper plates. As one, the animatronics started their approach. Charlie grabbed the back of a metal folding chair, not sure how she could even use it. The animals were moving faster now, coming in unison, as if this battle were a choreographed dance. Marla took Jason's hand and whispered something in his ear. Whatever it was, he shook his head, set his jaw, and balled his hands into fists. Lamar glanced at him for a moment, but said nothing. Jessica held her hands stiffly at her sides, and she was murmuring something to herself inaudibly. The animals were almost on top of them. Freddy's trundling walk was predatory, and the music box notes were coming from Freddy's direction. From inside Freddy, she now realized. Chica leapt from the stage and took small bouncing steps toward them, as if excited but holding herself back. Bonnie's big paw-like feet slapped the ground like a challenge, and Foxy slunk forth with a malevolent grace, his eyes fixed on Charlie as if she were the only thing he saw. She gazed into his silver eyes. They filled her vision, crowding out everything else until the world was silver. The world was Foxy's eyes, and there was nothing left of her. John squeezed her hand. It broke the spell. She looked at him, her vision still cloudy. "Charlie," he said haltingly. "Charlotte." "Shh," she said. "Later." He nodded, accepting the lie that there would be a later. Foxy crouched down again, and Charlie let go of John, her heart pounding as she braced for it. Foxy's joints shifted in their sockets as he prepared to spring, then he stopped. Charlie waited. There were no screams from behind her, no sounds of fighting, and even the music box was silent. Foxy was motionless, though his eyes still glowed. Charlie looked around, then she saw. It was Freddy, not the one they all knew. Not the one who stood less than a foot away from Marla, his mouth open as if poised to bite. It was the other one. The one she remembered, the yellow Freddy from the diner. The costume her father used to wear. It was looking at them, staring from the corner, and now she heard something. It was indistinct, just whispers in her head, a gentle susurrus. Her blowing through her conscious mind without taking hold. She looked at the others and knew they heard it too. It was indecipherable, but the meaning was unmistakable. Carlton was the one to say it. Michael? The sounds they heard grew warm, an unspoken confirmation, and together they approached the Golden Bear. Marla brushed past Brown Freddy as if he were not there, and Charlie turned her back to Foxy, unafraid. There was only one thought in her mind. Michael, it's you. They were almost to him. All Charlie wanted to do was fling her arms around him, hold him close, and be again the little girl she was so long ago. To embrace him again, this beloved child who had been ripped from their lives on that carefree afternoon. To do it all over. And this time to rescue him, to save his life. Michael, she whispered. The yellow bear stood motionless. Unlike the others, there seemed to be nothing inside of it. It stood of its own accord, by its own will. There was nothing to hold the costume jaw closed, and its eyes were empty. Suddenly aware that their backs were to the other animals, Charlie started and turned, apprehensive. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy stood at rest, almost as if they were back on their stages. Their eyes were locked on Charlie, but they had halted their approach. It's the kids, Carlton whispered. Foxy wasn't attacking Jason. Marla gasped. Foxy was trying to protect him. John took hesitant steps towards the middle of the dining room, then approached more boldly, looking at each of the robots in turn. It's the kids, he echoed. All of them. Their faces were no longer animalistic, no longer lifeless, as if some spirit inhabited them. Suddenly, there was a crash from the sealed exit door. They all settled, startled, turning as one as the wall beside the welded entrance shook with the force of a dozen blows. Now what? Charlie thought. The bricks broke and fell, shattering in pieces across the floor. Dust filling the air in rusty clouds. A figure stepped through the hole, wielding a massive sledgehammer, and as the air slowly cleared, they saw who it was. Clay Burke, Carlton's father.
Let's go, Clay
Let's
Burke.
go, Clay Burke. We love Clay Burke.
You said you hate Clay Burke earlier. You said Clay Burke sucks.
Yeah, actually, he did suck, but he figured it out. It was a little too late, I guess. Let's see. His eyes set on Carlton, and he dropped the hammer and ran to his son, sweeping him into an embrace. Clay stroked his hair, gripping him like he would never let go. Charlie watched from her distance, relief touched by a stiletto edge of envy. Dad, I'm gonna puke, Carlton murmured. Clay laughed, but leaned back when he saw that Carlton wasn't kidding. Carlton bent over, hands on his knees, fighting the urge to retch, and Clay's face took on alarm. Carlton straightened. I'm good. Clay was not listening anymore. He was looking around the room at the animals. All of them were frozen in time, displaced. Okay, kids. I think, Clay said, his voice low and his words careful. I think it's time for us to go. He started towards the exit he had made. They glanced at one another. The whispers were gone. Whatever he had been, the yellow Freddy was slouched again. An empty suit, though no one had seen it move. Charlie nodded towards Clay, and the rest started forward, heading almost reluctantly to the hole in the wall. Charlie hung back. John stayed beside her, but she gestured him forward, taking up the rear. She had barely had time to take a step when something took hold of her throat. Charlie tried to cry out, but her windpipe was being crushed. She was whipped around as if she weighed nothing, and she found herself face to face with the yellow rabbit. Dave's eyes were shining through, triumphant. He had his arm around her neck, squeezing her throat so tightly that she could scarcely breathe. He held her so close, it was almost an embrace. She could smell the costume, stained fur, and years of putrid sweat, blood, and cruelty. He spoke, still staring at Charlie. You are staying. Absolutely not, Clay said, taking on the group's authority. Dave dug his fingers deeper into Charlie's neck, and she made a strangled sound. I will kill this one right here while you watch, unless you do as I say, he said. His voice was almost pleasant. Clay looked at him for a long moment, calculating, then nodded. Okay, he said, his voice calm. We'll do as you say. What do you want? Come on, turn the page. There we go. Good, Dave said. He relaxed his grip on Charlie's neck, and she took a shaky breath. Clay began to move toward them, and the others followed. Charlie looked up at the man in the rabbit suit, and he met her gaze. It was you. You killed Michael. You killed Sammy. You took them away from me. His eyes should have held something fierce and dangerous. They should have been windows to the rotten core inside, but they were only eyes, flat and empty. Charlie plunged her hands into the gap beneath the costume's head. Dave drew back, but she held on. If you want to be one of them, then be one of them, she shouted and tripped one of the spring locks. Dave's eyes widened, and then he screamed. Charlie jerked her hands free, barely evading the locks as they snapped open and plunged into his neck. She took a step back, watching as Dave crumpled to the ground, still screaming, as the costume released. Part by part, the animatronic insides pierced his flesh, ripping up his organs, tearing through his body as if it were not even there. At some point, he stopped screaming, but he still writhed on the floor for what felt like long minutes before he was still. Charlie stared, breathing hard as if she had been running. The form on the ground seemed unreal. John was the first to move. He came beside her, but still staring down. She waved him off before he could touch her. She could not bear it if he did. Jessica gasped, and they all looked up. The animatronics were moving. The group drew back, huddling together, but none of the animals were looking at them. One by one, they took hold of the broken body on the floor and began to drag it away toward the hall to Pirate's Cove. And as they disappeared down the hallway, Charlie noticed that the yellow Freddy was gone. Let's go, she said quietly. Clay Burke nodded, and they filed out of the restaurant for the last time.
I like how he gets his full name.
Why does he get his last name every time? It's so funny. And
Why is there another chapter? That kind of feels like the end.
I assume this is like a brief wrap-up chapter. And real quick, I'm gonna go pee again right before it.
We're
Be
gonna
right
go
back.
right before the fucking final chapter. You piece of shit. How's it going, chat? I'm about to start chapter 13, but Ben had to pee like a weirdo. Clayburg does kind of feel like a Pokemon name. Oh, my neck fucking hurts. I don't know why I ever decided that we should do this. Does the Freddy mask smell good? It actually, I mean, it smells like a costume mask. So, actually, it's like whatever that rubber sort of, not rubber. Is it rubber? Whatever you'd call that. So it smells like like if you went to a fucking Spirit Halloween and put a costume mask on. Alright.
Okay.
I think Ben's back. Let's
We
kick
roll.
ass. Chapter 13.
Finish it.
I'm trying to, my thing. There we go. The sun was rising as they emerged into the open air. Clay put his arm around Carlton's shoulder, and for once Carlton didn't brush him away with a joke. Charlie nodded absently, blinking in the light. Carlton and I are taking a drive to the ER, Clay continued. Is there anyone else who needs a doctor? I'm fine, Charlie said reflexively. Jason, do you need to go to the hospital? Marla asked. No, he said. Let's see your leg, she insisted. The party stopped as Jason held his leg out for Clay to examine. Charlie felt an odd relief wash through her. A grown-up was in charge now. At a moment, Clay looked up at Jason with a serious face. I don't think we're gonna have to cut it off, he said. Not just yet. Jason smiled and Clay turned to Marla. I'll take care of him. It might leave a scar, but that'll just make him look tough. Marla nodded and winked at Jason, who laughed. I need to change my clothes, Charlie said. Seemed like a petty thing to be worrying about, but her shirt and pants were wet with blood in some places, dry and stiff in others. It was beginning to itch. You're a mess, Carlton pointed out redundantly. Will she get a ticket if she drives like that? Charlie, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital, Marla said, turning her laser-like concern on her friend now that her brother had been declared safe. I'm fine, Charlie said again. I just need to change my clothes. We'll stop at the motel. When they reached the cars, they split into what had become their habitual groups. Marla, Jason, and Lamar in Marla's car. Charlie, John, and Jessica in Charlie's. Charlie opened the door to the driver's side and stopped, looking back at the building. It wasn't just her out of the corner of, it wasn't just her. Out of the corner of her eyes, she could see them all gazing at it. The empty mall was dark against the pink streaked sky, long and squat, like something brutish and slumbering. They all turned away, getting into the cars without speaking. Charlie kept her eyes on it, watching as she started her car, waiting to turn her back to it until the last possible moment. She pulled out of the lot and drove away. Along the road, the cars split off. Clay and Carlton took the other turn out of the parking lot, headed to the hospital. Charlie turned off toward the motel while Marla continued to the Burke's house. I call first shower, Jessica said as she got out of the car, then seeing Charlie's face. I'll make a special exception in your case. You go first. Charlie nodded. In the room, she grabbed her bag and took it into the bathroom with her, leaving John and Jessica to wait. She locked the door behind her and undressed, deliberately not looking at the gashes on her arm and leg. She didn't need to see what was there, just to clean and bandage it. She got into the shower and let out a quiet yelp as the stinging water hit her open cuts, but she gritted her teeth and cleaned herself, washing her hair over and over until it was rinsed clean. She got out and toweled herself dry, then sat down on the edge of the tub, put her face in her hands, and closed her eyes. She was not ready to go out yet, not ready to face whatever aftermath, whatever discussion there might have to be. She wanted to walk out of this bathroom and never speak again of what had happened. She rubbed her temples. She didn't have a headache, but there was pressure inside there. Something that had yet to emerge. You can't stay here forever. Charlie still had that gauze and tape from the first time around. So she took it from her bag, wiped both wounds clean with the hotel towel, and bound up her arm and leg using all the gauze. I probably need stitches, she thought, but it was only an idle thought. She would not do it. She got up and went to look in the mirror. There was a cut across her cheek. It had stopped bleeding, but it was ugly. She didn't know how she could cover it, but she didn't really want to. For the same reason she didn't want stitches. She wanted them to heal wrong. She wanted them to scar. She wanted proof displayed on her body. This happened. This was real. This is what happened, or this is what it did to me. She dressed quickly in her jeans and her last remaining clean t-shirt and emerged from the bathroom to find Jessica and John carrying suitcases out of the car. I figured there was no point leaving stuff here, Jessica said. We're all going in the morning. We might as well bring it all to Carlton's. Charlie nodded and grabbed Jason's backpack, taking it out to the car along with her own. Carlton and his father were already back by the time they arrived, and again they entered Carlton's living room, now almost familiar. Carlton was curled up in an armchair by the fireplace, where someone had lit a fire, and Marla and Lamar were on the couch. Jason sat right in front of the fireplace, staring in at the licking flames. Charlie sat down near him, arranging herself stiffly. John joined her, looking at her with concern, but she ignored him, and he said nothing. Are you okay? Charlie asked, reaching up and rubbing Carlton's arm for a moment. He looked at her sleepily. Yeah, it's a mild concussion, he said. I'll be fine as long as no one else tries to murder me.
Alright, I can take over here.
Do you want to take over? I can get us through it.
You sure?
I feel good. I feel energy.
Sure.
I feel like I started this and I want to finish it.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So, now what? Jessica asked as she took the chair beside Carlton. I mean, she paused, searching for words. What happens? She said finally. They look at each other. It was the question they all had. What do you do after something like this? Charlie looked at Clay, who was standing in the doorway, only half in the room. Mr. Clay? What happens now? She said quietly. He looked off in the distance for a minute before answering. Well, Charlie, I'm gonna go back to Freddy's. I have to get my officer, he said gravely. I won't go alone. He forced a smile, but no one joined him. What do you think should happen? He asked. He was looking at Charlie, asking her this impossible question as if she could answer it. She nodded, accepting responsibility. Nothing, she said. It's over. I want to leave it that way. Clay gave her a nod, his face impassive. She could not tell if this was the answer she was looking for, but it was all she had. The others were silent. Marla and Lamar were nodding, but Jessica looked like she wanted to protest. Jessica what? Charlie said gently, realizing with unease that her friend wanted her permission to disagree. It just seems wrong, she said. What about everything? I mean, people should know, right? That's how it works. That guard, he murdered all those kids, and people should know. No one will believe us, Jason said without looking up. Officer Dunn, Jessica said. Officer Dunn, he died in there. What will you tell his family? Will you tell them the truth? She looked at Clay. Officer Dunn died at the hands of the same man who killed your friends. I can prove that now. A silence fell over the room. It won't bring them back, Clay said softly, but maybe it will give them some rest. Clay turned his eyes to the fire, and a few minutes passed before he spoke again. You kids have been carrying Freddy with you all these years. It's time you left it behind, he said. He was stern, but his commanding tone was reassuring. I'm going to see see to it that Officer Dunn is given a proper burial. He paused, collecting himself, as though he said what he said next required effort. Your friends too. His brow furrowed. I have a few favors to call in, but I can make this happen quietly. The last thing I want to do is disturb that place or desecrate it. Those kids need rest. The next morning, they began to go their separate ways. Marla offered to drive Lamar and Jessica to the bus station, and they said their goodbyes with hugs and promises to write. Charlie wondered if any of them meant it. Marla probably did, at least. They pulled out of the Burke's driveway. So, my bus isn't till later, John said, as Marla's car disappeared around a bend in the road. I wouldn't mind a few hours here in Hurricane, Charlie answered, to her surprise. She realized it was true. John flashed her a quick, almost nervous smile. Okay then, he said. Let's get out of there. Let's go somewhere. Anywhere. When they were alone in the car, John gave her a sideways glance. So, he said, are we ever going to see each other after this? He tried to say it lightly, but there was no way to lighten it. Charlie stared straight ahead. Maybe, she said. She could not look at him. It wasn't the answer he wanted. She knew that. But she could not give him what he wanted. What could she say by the way of explanation? It's not you, it's the weight we both bear. It's too much. When you're here, I can't ignore it. But something in her thoughts fell off. Not quite right. As if she were speaking by rote, thinking off a script. It was like flinching instinctively to protect an injury before remembering it had healed. She finally looked at John beside her. He was staring through the windshield, his jaw set. I have somewhere I need to go, she said abruptly, then made a slow U-turn. She had never gone to visit this place, but now, without warning, her mind was consumed by it. Aunt Jem had never suggested it. Charlie had never asked. She knew where it was, though, and now she headed there with a singular sense of purpose. I need to see. Charlie pulled to a stop in a small gravel parking lot beside a low fence of short white posts, chains swinging between them. I just need a minute, she said. John gave her a concerned look. Are you sure you want to do this now? He said softly. She didn't answer. She just got out of the car, closing the door behind her. The graveyard before them was almost 100 years old. There were hills of lush grass and shading trees. This corner was at the edge of the cemetery, and there was a small house only a few yards past the edge of the fences. The grass was trimmed neatly, but it was patchy and yellowing. The trees had been pruned too far so the lower branches were bare, too exposed. There was a telephone pole set just inside the fence, barely on the cemetery grounds, and beside it were 2 headstones, plain and small. Charlie stared at it for a long moment, not moving. She tried to conjure up the right feeling, grief and loss, so that she could mourn. Instead, she just felt a numbness. The graves were there, but the sight did not touch her. She took a deep breath and started towards them. It was such a small memory. One of those moments that meant nothing at the time. Just one day in a series of days, the same as all the others. They were together, just the 2 of them, and it had been before everything, before Fredbear's went on, before anyone was dead. They were sitting out back behind Fredbear's, looking out over the hills, and a crow landed and began pecking in the dirt, looking for something. There was something about its sharp, darting movements that struck her as the funniest thing she had ever seen. Charlie began to laugh, and her father looked at her. She pointed, and he turned his head, trying to see as she did. But he could not tell what she was pointing at. She could not get it across to him. She did not know the words. And just as her excitement was about to turn to frustration, he saw it. Or he saw it too. Suddenly, he laughed and pointed to the crow. Charlie nodded, and he met her eyes, looking at her with an expression of pure, boundless delight, as if it would fill him to bursting. "Oh, Charlotte," he said.
We did it.
Fucking hell.
We're done. Fucking hell. Holy crap.
Oh, my hair's a fucking disaster. I'm not reading the fucking sneak peek of the next book.
If we decide to be stupid again, maybe we'll...
We will not.
Yeah, maybe we'll decide, but probably not.
Oh my god, thank you guys so much for coming.
Thank
you
you
guys
to
for
everyone
sitting
who
through this. If you
stuck
literally
around,
watched both
yeah.
streams, you're fucking insane.
Oh my god, yeah. If you did the full the full nearly 10 hours of it, hats off to you. So, thanks for coming. I don't think I have much more to say.
No.
I need to sleep.
Fuck me for saying any of this shit. Alright. Let's
Alrighty.
get the fuck out of here.